Right. Good morning, everyone. I hope you're all well. We're kicking off with the first session of today. And so we're going back to our project, the Resource Nationalism in Southern Africa. Yesterday, we concentrated on the ASM sector. Tomorrow, we'll look at the fiscal linkages. And today, we're concentrating on the outcome of the research and policy work we did on productive linkages. And so it's with pleasure that I announce the first speaker, Jesse Ovedia, who's at the University of Windsor. He was with us yesterday, but had to go back. He'll be joining us online and will speak for about 20 minutes. He'll be joined by Lyman at the end of the presentation for a few comments. Jesse, the floor is yours.
Thank you, everyone. Sorry that I'm not able to be there in person. Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, good. So I'm going to just give an overview today about the research that we did in the productive linkages cluster, one of the three clusters, obviously, in the now completed project. I co-chaired the cluster with Abel Kinyando, and if I can make a comment based on what I saw yesterday to start us off, the presentations yesterday, especially about resource nationalism and indigenous sovereignty, it seems to me that there are two broad approaches or responses that communities have to the harmful effects of resource extraction, right? One is to demand that those activities be halted, and I think the presentation yesterday on India highlighted this response. So some of the presentations on Latin America as well. We kind of see that response in the Ogoni response to Shell in Nigeria. But the other response that I think is more common, especially across African experiences that I'm familiar with, is to demand for communities to demand greater benefit. And that's true in Canada as well. Although I'm not an expert on Canada, I know something about it, and we see both of those responses in our own Indigenous communities as well. Sometimes a conflict in the same community over both of those responses, and as well, I know Nathan is going to speak in his keynote today about the idea of an extractive bargain, and he'll say much more about that, I'm sure, than I will. But encouraging productive linkages may be a key aspect of how communities might see an increased benefit, perhaps through an extractive bargaining or through some other mechanism. And to me, that may mean local communities are articulating a desire for that benefit. It may mean the nation as a whole is looking for an increased benefit. It could mean communities could mean specific groups, for example, women, who are on the whole much more negatively impacted by the extractive industries, looking for more of a specific benefit. And one of the most popular mechanisms for increasing the benefit from oil, gas, and mining in recent decades has been to encourage localization of productive linkages in the value chain through local content policies. So that was the major focus in our research cluster. I'm not going to say too much about productive linkages or linkage theory and its history. There's some references in the policy brief that we put together. At least I think there's still a reference to Hirschman in there. Basically, local content policies are meant to increase human and material resources in the extractive sector, domiciling in-country economic activity related to resource extraction that previously was located abroad. And in the three countries that were part of the PDG project, Tanzania, Zambia, and Zimbabwe, local content policies have been at the center of strategies for pursuing resource nationalism in the 21st century. So in the research cluster, basically we did three projects. One was kind of a baseline survey of productive linkages in the three countries. The second was a project on the politics of local content, how local content had sort of uh, been envisioned by different political parties, and what kind of political mobilization we were seeing with respect to local content. And the third project was a study of women's economic empowerment, gender and productive linkages, arguing that there should be a gender component to local content policies. So I'm going to speak mainly about that third project, since I'm the one that led that project. And then I'm going to go a little bit over what we did and in all three countries. And then I'm going to leave it to Lyman, I think, to speak in more detail about Zimbabwe, the case that we sort of worked on first and produced a working paper that will hopefully be out soon through the project. So basically, the project over COVID involved conducting interviews through research assistants in Zimbabwe, Zambia, and Tanzania, mostly focusing on gold mining in Zimbabwe and Tanzania, copper in Zambia, and some gemstone mining in Tanzania and Zambia as well. I got interested in this topic of local content and gender through work I was doing in Tanzania, where I was sort of working with the government and the National Economic Empowerment Council to figure out what they could do and how they could best reorganize their local content policies. And working in the National Economic Empowerment Council, I began to see that there were all these projects that they were doing under the sort of heading of economic empowerment, but that were local content in my understanding of local content, because it involved empowering women-led small and medium enterprises. It involved providing skills and training for women so that they could access jobs that were directly or indirectly linked to the extractive industries in mining regions. And to me, those are key aspects of how you promote productive linkages, particularly when you're starting from a very low level. You have to start with skill building, capacity building, and giving local companies the tools and resources they might need to enter into those supply chains. So I wrote a paper based on that experience in Tanzania in the extractive industries and society. And then I adapted it with one of my students to focus on the concept of extractive bargains in a chapter for Nathan and Paul's book. And when it came to doing work for the PDG for this project, I wanted to extend that work to Tanzania, Zambia, and Zimbabwe. And the way the project worked, I analyzed data from Zimbabwe first, which is why we have that working paper almost ready to go. And Lyman was on the ground doing a lot of that field research, and then got to Zambia and Tanzania a little bit later. The Tanzania data is probably the weakest, but since it's the case I know best, it sort of works, and we're able to do some very interesting and I think fruitful comparisons. And as I work through the data and begin to write it up, I've sort of developed two broader questions that are comparative in nature. In the Zimbabwe paper, like in the earlier research I did on Tanzania, I was mostly interested in four areas that were of importance to both local content and women's economic empowerment. That was understanding the opportunities for direct employment, the opportunities for local companies to enter into supply chains, the possibilities for providing skills and support to women to access those direct jobs, and then the opportunities to build the capacity of small and medium enterprises, especially ones that were women-led. So the Zimbabwe paper focuses on that. But as I've started to make comparisons, I'm interested in understanding, firstly, what policy space exists for using local content to increase gender equality in the mining industry. And then secondly, I'm interested in the social forces that are working towards increased gender equality in mining or increased gender equality through local content. And the comparisons between the three countries, the different organizations and stakeholder groups, to use that term, that are interested in this topic, really create different dynamics. And obviously, the politics of local content at the national level in each of these countries is a very important aspect of the topic. And I think just what I'll do in 5 more minutes is make a few comparisons between the three countries before leaving it to Lyman to go more in detail about Zimbabwe. Tanzania, of the three countries, has probably the most robust local content law, and as well has made significant efforts that are viewed separately to promote women's economic empowerment. And what's interesting is those efforts have not really been connected at the government level. Overall, Tanzania authority in general and specifically for local content is spread out over a variety of ministries and parastatal organizations. So even on the topic of local content, let alone local content and economic empowerment, there are a lot of actors, government actors involved, and that's a real limitation. In my view, Zimbabwe has the weakest legal framework for local content in general, and economic empowerment is also, in my view, weaker than in Tanzania. But there are women's organizations trying to promote women-led businesses in the mining sector. There are organizations of women miners, especially in artisanal and small-scale mining. And in both of those countries, Tanzania, excuse me, and Zimbabwe, large-scale mining as well have made significant efforts to employ more women in recent years. And in both countries, this was largely their own initiative rather than something that was pushed by the government, as best I can tell. All three of the countries we were looking at have economic empowerment policies aimed at helping women-led SMEs, but they're limited. And given the size of the mining sectors in each of these three countries, there are programs to help women in mining, but I think more work is needed to better understand how women can be involved directly and indirectly. There's very little reliable data on employment or training that is disaggregated by gender. That's especially true in Zimbabwe. There's more labor force data that we could find for Zambia and Tanzania that is disaggregated by gender. But in all three countries, there's really nothing that we could find about the number of contracts or the amount of extractive industry spending that is going to women-led SMEs. Zambia seems to be a leader in both, trying to promote new local content strategies, and also in trying to promote gender equality in the mining sector. However, again, I'm not sure that there is a clear link between those two things. So separately, it's working on its local content policies, and it has, from what I could tell, strong policies on gender equality in mining. But it's not using local content policies to promote gender equality. So, and I think what I have yet to do is to really take some time to better understand what civil society organizations that are working on this issue have been doing so far and the kind of impact they're having. But I've started to do that work. It may be Lyman can speak to what he's seen in the Zimbabwe case, where there are definitely civil society organizations working on this issue. And hopefully this is building to two comparative papers that will focus on local content and women's economic empowerment. One paper covering all three countries looking at large-scale mining, and one paper covering all three countries that is looking at artisanal and small-scale mining. So that's where this research is headed. And I think maybe I'll stop there and leave time for Lyman to get more into the details of the project, and for Alex to cover some of the other aspects of the productive linkages cluster, if you can. Thanks, everyone.
Right. Thank you, Jesse. I have 5 minutes, but I prepared a bit. 8 minutes, or maybe 10 minutes. Okay. Right. Right. In Zimbabwe, the background is that we started with a Zimbabwe that had quite well established, downstream and upstream linkages. That is before independence. But with liberalization, and also the subsequent economic crisis that set in towards the late 1990s and early 2000s, we had a destruction of the integrated supply chains, and also the industry, the mining industry was male dominated before independence and also after independence. But with the with more hardship, we saw the rise of artisanal small-scale mining, and with that also women ventured into mining for sustainable livelihoods. But then there was gender inequality. That's basically the background, and our study in Zimbabwe sought to explore the challenges and barriers women are facing in participating in the mineral value chain as employees, as mine owners, as mine suppliers, that is the SMEs, and also to look at different ways to promote greater participation of women in the mining sector. The survey was basically a key informant, interviews conducted for between June and October 2022. The key findings, I will group them into 4. The first one, we are looking simply at the challenges that women face in participating in the mining value chain as employees, as mine owners, as suppliers. And then the second one is, what is government doing, any initiatives, policies to encourage the participation of women in the mining supply chain. And also we look at the private industry, as well as civil society organizations, what they are doing to encourage the participation of women. And the last one is simply to say, is the argument that we need to increase the participation of women sustainable? What are really the arguments behind trying to, to increase the participation of women? I think it's obvious, but we need to buttress that with the arguments that were given by the participants in the survey. Right. In terms of challenges, the first one is gender stereotyping, thinking that women are incapable in terms of energy to do the work that is required in the mining sector, and also existence of glass ceilings. As you go up the ladder in terms of the professional levels, you find that women get fewer and fewer as you go up the professional ladder. And linked to that, is this perception that women are not strategic thinkers. They are short-term thinkers. They do not think about, the long term, and therefore they can't hold these high positions. And then one interesting thing is that what men do, that this is coming from the survey, what men do is actually then to deliberately deny support to women who are actually going up the ladder, to deny them support, and also to apply higher standards to them, so that when they fail, that substantiates this perceived incapacity of women. And then one participant actually indicated that the sign of stereotyping is the work gear itself. There's no work gear that is actually work suits that are actually prepared for women, even if there are women who are supplying those work suits, but they are all for men. So it's like women are actually excluded. And then there's also the issue of traditional beliefs that women may affect productivity in the mining sector if they go underground, especially at that period when they are going through their cycles. Then the third one is the issue of discrimination by gender, and things that were indicated there is sextortion, physical abuse, actual physical abuse, where women, owners of mines, you could actually be chased from their mines by their male counterparts if their mines prove to be more profitable in terms of grades than those for their male counterparts, and then sexual abuse of women. And then the next thing that we looked at was the question of skills, that women mainly concentrate on non-technical, skills in terms of training. So they are not technically equipped, to undertake the work in mining. And then as women-led, SMEs supplying the mine sector, the problem is the capacity to match the standards that are required by big mining supply contracts. They are not able to meet those standards technically and financially. And then a lack of knowledge of tendering procedures. Let me try to rush. Then one thing that came out was also the issue of corruption. They said that there is a lot of corruption in the mining sector in terms of contracts, getting the contracts. And now the problem is that women are not readily prepared to pay kickbacks, but men are prepared to do that. So women lose out. And also these deals, they are not actually done in offices, but they are done in pubs. They are done at clubs, golf courses, and you don't normally find a lot of women in those areas, in those places. So men obviously get the better part of that. Then we look at what is government doing now, government policies or initiatives to encourage the participation of women in the mining sector? Is government doing anything? That was the question. Is government doing anything? Most of the respondents said that they were not aware of any initiatives that the government is actually implementing, including government ministries that I interviewed, including representatives of ASMs that I, interviewed, and also representatives of large-scale miners and women miners themselves. They were not aware of any, significant initiatives that the government was implementing. And there was just one participant who worked at the only gold refinery in the country, who indicated some fund facility which was there for which was put in place for women, and that was corroborated also by an official from the Ministry of Women Affairs. But both indicated that there was low uptake, as the only women who qualified for the fund were a few established ones with the necessary papers. So the issue of papers also came in. 2 minutes, okay. Right. Then let me go to the private industry. Any initiatives that the private sector is undertaking to encourage participation of women? Generally, the industry as a whole is not doing anything significant in that regard, except there was one company, Zimplats, which is a platinum mining company, which is doing, we said to be doing something in terms of employment of women in engineering departments, supporting women to produce PPEs, and also providing contracts to women to do laundry services for the mining company, and also generally implementing a local enterprise development in the community. Then let me look quickly at what would be the benefit, because we had to talk about this. What would be the benefit of increasing women participation in the mining sector? The arguments are very strong. The first one is that we will have broad-based development. The second one is that women constitute a greater proportion of the population, 54%. So that means that we get to use more human resources if we are, if we involve women in mining. And also that women are more ethical than men, which reduces corruption, and that they are also more organized and hardworking. They do not come to work, drunk. And women are more responsible in terms of using their income for the benefit of their families and also the community at large. Lastly, just the recommendations then that came from there is that the government, one needs to address the educational side, encourage women to take, STEM subjects, that is science, technology, mathematics, and
Engineering and mathematics.
Yeah, engineering and mathematics, and also to do technical, courses at tertiary level. And then government to gazette also policies that encourage employment of women, that could be setting quotas and other measures, which I will not mention because of time. And also non-discrimination and protection of women against sexual abuse. The country has a long way to go to even reach the levels of domestic value addition in the mining sector that existed in decades past, as we indicated. At the same time, specific policies to boost the participation of women in this sector will make an even greater impact on economic and social development in the country. And we have noted that women face numerous challenges in participating in the mining sector. And government has several tools at its disposal to increase, local content and women's participation. And the absence of robust policies, in the absence of robust policies, the private sector can and has stepped in to take responsibility for promoting greater gender equality. Then civil society organizations can also work in partnership with firms and donors to deliver support to women, because they have got quite a number of programs that they do with women, and also in terms of the outreach space. Women themselves play an important role in supporting each other and shifting the landscape for women in mining and related activities. I think with the time that I have, let me just end there.
Thanks. We'll move on to the last speaker before we go to questions. Alex, give you 15 minutes.
Okay. So the second or third component of the productive linkages working group was the politics of local content that was led by myself and Abel Kinyondo. I myself will speak strictly on the Zambian case, but Abel obviously did some work on the Tanzanian case. And it's also worth mentioning that Richard, Lyman, and Jesse also published a piece recently in the Journal of Southern African Studies, which draws a little bit on some of this material, at least in the theoretical sense. So they dealt with the Zimbabwean case, if people are interested in that instance. But for my purposes, I'll draw almost strictly empirically, at least from the Zambian case. So most of existent literature on extractive global value chains or backward linkages, which are like upstream linkages, so that means supplying goods and services to mining or extractive companies, they tend to seek to demonstrate the need and or usefulness of local content. However, this project is based on the notion that there's one fundamental question that's left largely unanswered, and that is why local content measures are adopted, and if they are not, why not? So in the 1990s, several African economies experienced drastic deindustrialization, as noticed by what happened here in Zambia with MVA between 1964 and 2018. You see a lead up all the way into the early 1990s, and then after privatization, a very dramatic drop. And so in the early 2000s, with the primary commodity supercycle in the late 2000s, people sought solutions to try to deal with this problem of deindustrialization in African economies. And what they came up with was resource-based industrialization or resource-based structural transformation. That was to leverage resources for industrialization and domestic capital formation. And so what emerged was a series of literatures, and most prominent among them was the Making the Most of the Commodities program based out of the University of Cape Town. And they maintained that China's appetite for primary commodities, the pressures placed on the prices of manufactured products caused by Chinese manufacturing, and the fracturing of extractive global value chains, whereby mining firms sought to outsource non-core activities, made natural resource-based industrialization the most viable option for African economies. For MMCP, backward linkages to resource extraction presents the most successful means for low-income countries to facilitate the industrialization of their economies. By enabling the entry of African suppliers and service providers into extractive global value chains, African states can facilitate this resource-based industrialization and ultimately structurally transforms their economies. But I argue that there's one fundamental problem with this mode of analysis. So the Dion of global value chain analysis, Gary Jareffi, says industrial policy must go beyond the domestic economic focus of IFI-style policy regimes, which try to recreate entire supply chains within the national territory. This type of industrial policy explicitly utilizes extraterritorial linkages that affect the country's positioning in global or regional value chains. GVC analysis typically focuses on linking with foreign transnational corporations and joining their supply chain. However, developing domestic capabilities most arguably precede GVC-oriented industrial policy. And this is where this issue of local content measures come in. And so industrialization necessarily requires a constituency of domestic actors, what some people might call a domestic capitalist class, looking to resolve domestic problems and push forward industrialization efforts, whereas this GVC-oriented industrial policy is less concerned with domestic circumstances. So we're looking to bring the domestic capitalist class back in, so to speak. And then, so what is local content? So very briefly, is the extent to which extractive multinationals procure inputs in the form of goods and services from the local economy. And some measures employed to create local content include rules stipulating percentages for local procurement, tariffs, taxes, and prices aimed at favoring local content over imports, licensing concessions conditioned by the ability to create local content, and local firm reservations for certain inputs and services. With this rapid demonetization and the recognition, at least among scholarly community, that backward linkages or local content is necessary, what even emerged also is this distinction between soft and hard local content. So the current prevailing consensus among multilateral and bilateral donor agencies is that soft local content measures, so voluntary, non-legally binding initiatives, are required to cultivate shared value addition and provide foreign mining investors with a social license to operate. However, as Jesse has pointed out aptly, while there are some aspects of local content that will be win-win and involve shared value creation, there are other aspects of local content that may be national development objectives, but may simply not be wins for international companies. When national development objectives clash with the designs of international mining capital, hard measures are like mandatory quotas and reservation schemes are required. So those advocating for soft local content initiatives fail to situate demands from local suppliers and service providers for increased procurement within the broader context of a resurgent resource nationalism. In other words, they adopted an apolitical analysis. So then another theoretical component to our efforts then, or our study, is to bring politics back in. And for this, we use the political settlements approach. And due to time, I won't get too involved. But here it is in its most fundamental form. A political settlement is defined as the balance or distribution of power between contending social groups and social classes on which a state is based. And if people see some old parallels with Marxist state theory, they wouldn't be wrong in making those connections. And what's important for industrial policy is it's dependent on the distribution of power within and outside a ruling coalition. And this means you need to look at the relative power of domestic capitalists and their technological capabilities. And so the political settlements approach, and this is an attempt to test part of the theory, is they maintain that local content policies will only be adopted to the extent that they widen the space for ruling elites to access redistributive benefits in order to maintain power and deepen ruling coalitions, what they call linkage patronage. If local content raises the risk of promoting the rise of competing power centers, it will be resisted by ruling elites. For my purposes in this project, I looked at Zambia and mining procurement in Zambia. It stems out of my own personal doctoral dissertation. And so just to give you a brief snapshot of the poor state of local procurement in Zambian mining, of the 2.4 billion US dollars worth of selected goods and services procured from the mines in Zambia, only 10.6% of that comes from locally manufactured goods and resident service provision, and only 2.1% of the larger total can be accounted for by Zambian-owned firms. So it's quite poor in Zambia. There's a lack of local content. And so then I proceed then in the study to look over the local content initiatives over the past decade. And so I go over 4 major local content initiatives. One was an earlier program led by the IFC and Anglo-American before Anglo-American pulled out of Zambia in the early 2000s. That was followed by the Copperbelt SME Supplier Development Program. And these 2 programs, to varying extents, had limited successes, but they weren't sustained. This was followed by the Zambian Mining Local Content Initiative, in which the consultant maintained that a voluntary ad hoc kind of method of local content was the best means of which to promote it. So the soft measures as opposed to the hard. And then finally, the drafting of the Mining Local Content Statutory Instrument in 2020, which I, alongside Maria and another colleague, were actively involved. And so for the purposes of a demonstrative effect, I'll jump right into the process in 2020 to give people a sense of maybe what are the dynamics related to adopting local content measures and what might be the obstacles. So despite demands for state intervention by Zambian mine suppliers and service providers for almost a decade, the ruling Patriotic Front government only seriously committed to enacting a local content SI in mid-2019, and the drafting process only began in mid-2020. And this was in preparation for an election in 2021, right? So the impetus was that they wanted to secure votes from the Copper Belt, right? Which is a very economically and politically important province in Zambia. So myself, as I mentioned, along with two other colleagues, were contracted in 2020 by Prospero Zambia to assist the Ministry of Mines and Minerals Development with drafting a statutory instrument to enforce Section 20 of the Mines and Minerals Development Act of 2015. Section 20 regulates the procurement of local goods and services and the employment and training of Zambian citizens. The demands put forward by many Zambian suppliers and service providers during the consultant meetings were quite extensive. They included a number of measures like requiring the mines to serve as sureties to enable access to finance, mandatory joint ventures for provision of core services, preferential bidding procedures, the reservation of non-core services for Zambian-owned firms, so things like security, catering, or transport, an itemized list of goods to be sourced exclusively from domestically based manufacturers, right? And importantly, I think, is the formation of a local content regulatory unit to enforce the SI's provision. So some of these demands were incorporated into the draft SI, while others were not. The draft SI was not ultimately enacted before the 2021 elections, and this is what we seek to answer. Maybe as a bit of a postscript, after 2021, the current United Party for National Development government, which won the 2021 elections, was committed to enacting a local content SI, and they've included it and mentioned it in multiple instances over the last year. But we are still waiting on that. And one reason might be is there's two competing kind of demands on the Zambian government at the moment. In one instance, if you speak to people tied to the current administration, they are interested in a mining local content SI, and it would conceivably foster industrialization and domestic capital formation. But at the same time, it may impede production targets in the short to medium term by requiring mines, for example, to try to actively aid and assist and bring along some laggard suppliers, let's say. However, the 3 million metric ton copper production strategy is maybe a counter to that and might be conflicting. And so the goal of this strategy is to increase copper production to 3 million metric tons by 2030. And it'll bolster copper exports so as to take advantage of favorable copper prices and provide the necessary Forex to pay down Zambia's sizable external debt. But, you know, when it's a choice between getting access to the Forex that's necessary to promote industrialization, the access to Forex might, in the end, kind of, I guess, necessitate that they shelve mining local content or water it down, or I don't know, but I don't have a crystal ball. But so the fundamental question is, why was local content not adopted up until 2021? And what's important to make a distinction is this distinction between structural power and instrumental power. Structural power is the indirect influence of business that emanates from the state's dependence on investment, taxation, and employment they provide. And this is typically held in this case by foreign mining investors. And instrumental power is the direct influence of business over policymaking process through lobbying activities and privileged access to policymakers. And under certain circumstances, I would contend, this is held by domestic mine suppliers and service providers. So why was the SI not adopted? The political vulnerability of the ruling Patriotic Front before 2021 in the Copperbelt province provided Zambian mine suppliers and service providers with a degree of instrumental power, right? They could get the ear, and you know, from experience, I can tell you, they were able to slightly influence and push along this statutory instrument process in 2020. However, the structural power of the mining companies vis-a-vis the Zambian state was the main impediment to the enactment of the local content SI. Moreover, the fiscal vulnerability of the Zambian state caused by its indebtedness only served to amplify the structural influence of the mining companies. The national economy remains heavily dependent on copper mining, and hence any disruption to production might have exacerbated the fiscal crisis. And talking to informants on the ground in Zambia in the last 2 years, I came to learn, because I didn't know at the time, but I came to learn that it was in fact First Quantum Minerals, a TSX-listed company in Canada that was actually the main opponent to the local content SI. And then, so, you know, if we want to fathom why is First Quantum so important in terms of structural influence, well, I'll give you some statistics, maybe demonstrate their importance. So if we look at, for example, copper production in Zambia, and, you know, to point this out, Bonnie, this is drawn from EITI statistics. So there you go. If you look at, you know, they're responsible for a sizable amount of production up until 2015. But if anyone knows anything about Zambia, after 2015, Kalumbila or Trident goes into production and then goes into operation, and it jumps to like over 50%. So over 50% of Zambia's copper production is done or mined by First Quantum. And so that's structural power, right? Fundamentally. Another good demonstration is First Quantum Minerals payments to the GRZ, right? Okay, I will wrap up in a second. And so if you look at that, between 2012 and 2022, they account for over 50% of total mining receipts received from large-scale mines. So again, that's structural power. In addition to this main reason, there are other ancillary reasons. And one is to draw upon that earlier political settlements literature I was talking about. Politicians did not ultimately require local content to maintain power and deepen ruling coalitions. Many politicians already served as suppliers and service providers to the large-scale mines. And here's just a very short list of or a very short snippet of a very long list of government-tied suppliers under the former Patriotic Front government. And then finally, mine suppliers and service providers were fragmented in their support for local content, and as well fragmented in their composition. They included a wide range of various businesses, including briefcase businessmen, so indigenously owned importing agents, civil works, engineering, fabrication services, contract mining and labor brokering, silver producers, timber, silicon, lime suppliers, manufacturers. So it was a very diverse group with, in some instances, diverse interests, right? Okay, so finally, the conclusion, the key findings. Local content is inherently political process. Resource nationalism in Zambia has encompassed demands for increased procurement from local mine suppliers and service providers. Now, this might be self-evident after observing this presentation, but is not to many scholars in the field. Ad hoc voluntary initiatives, or what Jesse has aptly called soft measures, dependent on the whims of large-scale mining firms, are unlikely to satisfy these demands. Some of the postulations put forward by the political settlements approach hold true, especially regarding local content and linkage patronage. A viable industrial policy requires an emboldened and viable capitalist class, what Odeje has called a domestic constituency, and this signals a need to return to earlier debates from the 1970s and 80s surrounding the African capitalist class. A political crisis serves as a useful impetus for the initiation of local content policy formulation, but ultimately, a robust domestic capitalist class is necessary to ensure its implementation and counter opposition from extractive MNCs, like the First Quantum Minerals. Structural power outweighs instrumental power in the last instance, and hard local content measures alongside access to finance and supplier development initiatives will ultimately be required to kickstart this resource-based industrialization. Thank you.
Right. Thanks very much for all the panelists for their presentations. We're running a little bit over time. We started 10 minutes late, so I'm giving it 10, 15 minutes for questions and answers. Anyone? Questions, comments on these presentations?
Thank you very much for a truly interesting panel. I just wanted to add a comparative illustration of what has been termed, I think very rightly, a more mandatory hard type of approach to local content. And this is the originality of the most recent Malian code, in contrast to the Senegalese statement in its mining code that there should be local content, but sets no benchmark, so there's no way to monitor. The most recent mining code 2023 of Mali seems to be, I don't know if it was inspired, I wasn't party to this, of what the Ghanaians have had since 2012, updated in 2020, the Minerals and Mining Local Participation Regulations, which are extremely specific. And what is interesting in the case of the Malian, it's a special law. There's a code, and there's a part of the code which is a law, which has just been legislated, very detailed, very specific, setting benchmarks, category of goods. There are about 200 types of goods, how many, 61% in 3 years, etc. So that there's no way it cannot be said a company, because each company has to have a plan at the beginning to say how they're going to respect the new obligations under the law, which has been introduced. In the same way, and I'll end with this, in terms of employment, the priority given to local employment at the different levels, whether it's cadre or whatever, and there again, such a percentage of so many people by such and such a date. So it's an illustration, what will happen to the regime, what will happen to that. There's no capitalist class, as you say. There's an attempt to build that capitalist class, 5%, etc. But I register this innovative piece of legislation because I think it's a precursor, an illustration of what is going to happen in other situations. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Any other comments? Patricia, maybe you can start. You can give your comment.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Thank you all for your very interesting remarks. I'm particularly interested in the gendered component of this research. So I guess my question is either for Jesse or Lyman. I'm just curious to know how you defined women-led SMEs in your research. Was this based on full ownership by women? And if so, are these women located in the local communities or elsewhere? Thank you.
Maybe Pablo, you can also raise your question.
Thank you, everyone. Two sets of questions, really. One, just following it up from what I think Perla just asked regarding empowerment and how, in some sense, you framed empowerment at the personal, at the local and what one might call the relational, right? And at what one might call environmental. Environmental is just simply what happens in and amongst local communities. The personal is actually, of course, what happens to individual women. And the relational is, of course, in some ways, the class component of empowerment. And there's always a before and after. So when you engage in this research, what are your metrics in some kind of longitudinal way, but also in terms of framing empowerment as a process that implies some degree of sustainability? So that's for Jesse and Lyman. For Alex, I'm just wondering, Alex, when I looked at your summary kind of takeaways, it's a bit like musical chairs. I think that one could have, without being a priori, looked at your results and said, well, you know, one could have said this about anywhere. Now, I know on the ground you have to engage in and indulge in empirical work. And of course, that's the only way that we can, in some ways, but much of what you say, you could more or less, I think, again, with changing the chairs a bit, probably identify many places of the same thing. So I'm just wondering how you kind of square your results with almost a presumption around what one can expect from these kind of analysis. So they're very broad questions, I know, more framing questions than they are about the specifics of some of the research you've done. But I would like, in some sense, if any of you or all of you can address, particularly in the case of Jesse and Lyman, about the before and after in relation to the personal, the relational, and the environmental. Thank you.
Thanks. I'll leave it to those questions so each panelist can answer the relevant questions. Maybe Jesse, you want to start?
Yeah, sure. Thank you. Thanks for the questions. Quickly, the Zimbabwe study didn't really look at critical minerals at all, but obviously that'll be a big part of any work on productive linkages, I think, that we do as part of the new project going forward. That was the easy one. Now to the harder ones. In terms of the research that we were able to do over COVID, we were pretty limited. We were using research assistants in each of the 3 countries, and they were working on different time scales and so on. So what we ended up with was more of a qualitative study than quantitative research on the topic. We didn't actually provide a definition of a women-owned SME to the research assistants. In Zambia and Zimbabwe, we interviewed women that own their own businesses. Either they were involved in artisanal or small-scale mining, or they were suppliers. I think in the Zimbabwe paper, we have a bit of a chart where we say who the women, some of the women-led firms that we identified were, but we don't really define what that means in terms of did they have to have 51% ownership and so on and so forth. But I can tell you that in Zimbabwe, we found firms that were women-led, and maybe Lyman can speak a little bit more to what that means, that were involved in providing chemicals to large-scale mining companies, that supplied PPE, tools and spare parts, mainly to artisanal and small-scale miners. We found firms that were providing legal services, hardware and furniture, security services, installation of power, and various consumables. So those are the kinds of companies that we found, but it wasn't a very rigorous or quantitative study that we produced. To Pablo and the question of sort of levels of empowerment, I guess we started with an understanding that in these 3 countries, what we were hearing communities and particularly women we spoke to wanted were more opportunities, and that was the focus, given the cluster focus on productive linkages. So we didn't really say too much about personal empowerment, although I think there is some of that just in the nature of the stories we collected. And we didn't really say anything about the environmental aspect. I'm going to have to take that away and think about that, though, and think about these levels that you're talking about. In terms of metrics for empowerment, again, as it wasn't a quantitative study, we didn't really go too deep into this, but what I would envision it looking like is more women directly employed in both large scale and artisanal mining, and it would look like more women-led SMEs, however you define that, entering into mineral value chains. And
Jesse,
I think I just want to,
yeah.
Sorry?
Can you wrap up? Because we're running out of
just
time.
to add one final thought about this, that I think it's going to, what that looks like is also going to depend on the context of mining particular commodities in a particular country. And if it's a well-established mining country with a large reserve of an important or strategic mineral, then the kind of empowerment that might be possible, the number of jobs and how directly those jobs are related to the production of the mineral is going to be different than if it is a country with lower levels of mining of a commodity that's not quite so important. And I can speak more about that if there are other questions about it.
Yeah, just to add on to Jesse's response on the definition of a local. Okay. The definition of the local content, in a definition of women that we are talking about, the women-led, SMEs. These are actually indigenous women. For example, we in Zimbabwe we have a group that is termed Women-Owned Business Trust. And this is a group that is actually formed in the format of We Connect, which is a global initiative. I think following the format in South Africa. And what these women are actually doing is actually to seek women, local women groups, and register them and assist them in terms of linking them with either financiers, linking them with mines, so that they can get contracts to supply and so forth. So these are actually local indigenous women. And if you look at what the private sector is actually doing, it can do, you will see that it is all focused towards the indigenous women in terms of creating gender balance, in terms of funding startup workshops, in terms of providing training and financial support. All that is focused towards the local indigenous women. So these are actually indigenous women groups in the context of increasing local content.
Yes, I will keep it brief. So just to speak to Moni's point regarding Mali looking to Ghana, it's interesting to note that when we were involved in drafting the local content statutory instrument, we were looking towards Tanzania. So, I mean, to speak to Jefferson's point from yesterday, there's some degree of demonstration effect, or as he put it, resource nationalism is contagious. Okay. To speak then to Pablo's point, no, yes, absolutely. I mean, from the last 15 minutes, you could literally say that you could transplant that analysis to anywhere. But I'd say 2 points on that. In the actual nitty-gritty of my own personal research, obviously I look at the kind of the bare bones and the specifics of the dynamics of the local mining supply chain around information asymmetry, discrimination by expatriate procurement managers of local suppliers, and so forth. We also look at prohibitive interest rates and limitations of capital markets and so forth. So we get into more detail, which could equally be transplantable in other African contexts. But just to point out that we do get into more detail in the papers. And then finally, I'd just like to point out that to some degree, I think some scholars have suffered some degree of amnesia. I mean, Garefi was a world systems theorist. Class went out the window. Kaplinsky, Morris, these guys, Kaplinsky was involved in the Kenya debate. Morris was an ex-South African communist. I mean, these guys forgot about class. They forgot about structural power of capital. It's escaped them somehow. And so I know I might be reiterating old points, but to some degree, it's because they've been either forgotten or left aside.
Right, thanks. So we're going to end our panel here. Maybe a round of applause for our panelists. Thanks for great presentations, and we'll move on to the next session. Thanks.
Hello, everybody, online and in person. I have the slightly surreal experience of chairing a session where all the participants are online, and I'm the only flesh and blood participant in the room. But I see that our participants are waiting. I see Patrick, I see Evelyn, and Rahul should be there somewhere as well. There's Rahul, great, okay. So I have the pleasure of introducing this session on resource nationalism and environmental justice. I won't, say too much about the topic, except that we have already heard, I think, from presenters, the environmental burden, the environmental impacts of mining, whether it was the immense demand for water in lithium extraction in Latin America, or the immense and very kind of dispersed environmental impacts of artisanal and small-scale mining, which I think have been hinted at already. Many of us know of the devastating impacts of tailings dam failures from major industrial mines around the world. So we've already started to look at this a little bit, but we'll really focus on this concept of environmental justice, the distribution of harms as well as benefits from mining. So without further ado, I'll first of all introduce all of the three presenters, and then I'll turn, once I've introduced everybody, I'll turn to Rahul to start us off. So Rahul Basu is the research director of the Goa Foundation, an environmental nonprofit which advocates that minerals and natural resources be accounted for as a shared inheritance. He's also a member of the Future We Need, a global movement to make intergenerational equity foundational for civilization. With a background in the world of finance, economics, and management, Rahul has spearheaded the campaign to modify the treatment of mining in the IMF's Government Finance Statistics Manual and the UN System of National Accounts. In practice, it seeks to treat the sale of minerals by governments as an exchange of assets, usually at a loss, which results in a reduction in net worth of the government and the value of the commons. Rahul is a member of the Indian Society for Ecological Economics, an advisor to the Mineral Inheritors Rights Association in India. Second, we're going to have Patrick Bond from the University of Johannesburg. He is a political economist based, as I said, at the University of Johannesburg, where he is a distinguished professor of sociology and director of the Center for Social Change. His doctoral studies were at Johns Hopkins University under David Harvey's supervision. In 1994 and 96, he worked in the Reconstruction and Development Ministry within President Mandela's office, drafting the government's first white paper and other policies. His best-known work is Elite Transition from Apartheid to Neoliberalism in South Africa, but he has written or edited a half-dozen books on the economy, environment, and public policy, including Politics of Climate Justice, Paralysis Above, Movement Below. And third, we're going to have Evelyn Kipkosgei from the University of Toronto. She is an assistant professor of social justice education at the Ontario Institute for Studies in Education at the University of Toronto. She has an MBA in Aviation Strategic Management from Concordia and a Bachelor of Commerce from University of Nairobi. Dr. Kipkosgei brings a multidisciplinary background to her scholarly pursuits. Her research interests and scholarly endeavors are deeply interdisciplinary, focusing on environmental justice, women's leadership, decolonizing educational visions, and the colonial roots of environmental degradation. Her passion is investigating the gendered consequences of resource extractions and transnationalism, with a particular focus on the Elgeyo Escarpment, examining the social repercussions of historical colonization. Committed to feminist principles and social justice, she advocates for women's succession rights and addresses gender-based violence within African cultures. Dr. Kip Kosgei is profoundly dedicated to community empowerment and the preservation of cultural knowledge, particularly concerning health, food security, and the well-being of marginalized groups. All right, so I will be keeping time here. We are a bit beyond time, but I presume we can go a little bit further into the lunch break. Yeah. But let's aim for around 15 minutes each, if we can, for each presenter. And I'm going to turn it over now to Rahul Basu. Over to you, please, Rahul.
Thank you, Dr. Huggins. Let me just get this. Working. Okay, so the paper I'm going to present co-authored with Scott Pegg at Indianapolis, we're basically making the argument that minerals around the world have two leading ways of looking at them, one which we call windfall revenue and the other which we call shared inheritance. The dominant metaphor or paradigm is the windfall revenue paradigm. And we try to show that a bunch of the resource curse kind of impacts arise from this metaphor, and that if we move to the shared inheritance metaphor or paradigm of looking at minerals, we reach a much more sensible way of looking at minerals. And along the way, we deal with a lot of the resource curse issues as well. Now, let me first explain a little bit about intergenerational equity, because this work actually began when the Supreme Court of India asked us how we can implement intergenerational equity with iron ore in Goa, in the state of Goa in India. And it turns out whether you look at economics or environmental law, the basic principle is that we need to make sure children and future generations inherit at least as much as we did. And, you know, that's, if you think of the converse, if each generation consumes a little bit of the inheritance, eventually there's nothing left. So implementing intergenerational equity is, you need to basically maintain capital. And if you achieve intergenerational equity, you basically are sustainable. Now, let me talk about the competing metaphors. We can, let me take a thought example for all of you. Consider if you got $5,000 as a windfall, as a lottery winning. Your immediate reaction for most of us would be, let's blow it up, have a party. Okay, we may have few important things to do, but we will consume almost all of it. Now, suppose you got the same $5,000 as the result of working for a month. Now, what will happen is you'll set a good chunk of it aside for your living expenses and perhaps save maybe 5–10% of that amount. Suppose you've saved for a period of 10 months or a year, $5,000, and it's sitting in your bank. Now, your likelihood to spend from this is even lower. And at least in India and many traditional cultures, inheritances from our ancestors, the basic rule is that it has to pass on to the next generation unless there's an absolute critical emergency. So our propensity to consume from that is almost zero. Now, in the case of minerals, what we argue is that windfall recoveries, commodity booms, as well as the terminology that we use in terms of tax, revenue, income, you know, sort of the money that's coming from mining. And these two combine to form the dominant metaphor of windfall revenue. And the conclusion from thinking about minerals as a windfall is that it's both unpredictable as well as ownerless. And when it generates revenue, the basic idea is let's consume revenue, which we do with all forms of revenue. Our preference is to go for the shared inheritance metaphor, which thinks of the government as holding minerals in trust for everybody. So it's an asset, like a saving of ours. And in some constitutions, and it also implies the intergenerational equity principle, where we don't have a right to just sort of share all the minerals with everybody today, but we have to sort of either preserve the minerals or its value for future generations. And this then results in this idea of get the full value if sold and invest for the future generations, like Norway has done. Now let's look at Goa. We did an analysis of whether intergenerational equity was being achieved. We used the largest extractors' annual reports, and the thought experiment was that whatever they sold the minerals for, we as the state of Goa or the people of Goa as the original owners of the subsoil, we could have sold it ourselves for that amount. And for every $170 worth of minerals exported, we could have asked the extractor to be a contractor. They would have charged us every single dollar of the expenses, which works out to about $60 a ton. And they also are in business, so we applied a 20% post-tax return on assets, which is extremely generous, and that works out to a normal profit of $10. So the total cost of $70 of extraction, so we would have received $100, and that should have been the worth of the minerals prior to extraction, or what it was worth from the point of view of us and future generations. Now, when we looked at the budget, it turned out that the state of Goa received less than $5 for every $100 that was extracted, which basically meant that we lost $95. Now think about what this means. Well, the extractor is getting something worth $100 for $5. So they're extremely incentivized to take out all the minerals and disappear. And in the bargain, the local community as well as the environment basically becomes impediments towards great wealth. And those local communities and the environment become anti-development and anti-national and are oppressed. Now look at the $5 which has come to the government. That is treated as income, and that is also spent. Now the politicians tells the voter that by extracting so much minerals, we got $5. Why don't we double extraction and we'll get 10? With this extra money, we can basically, increase subsidies, reduce taxes, build all kinds of great infrastructure, and citizens happily support this. But the reality is we're losing 95, and by doubling extraction, it becomes 190, which is completely absurd. So this way of looking at minerals as windfall revenue basically creates incentives to extract all minerals until nothing remains, which basically will lead to, at the local level, disasters, and at the global level with fossil fuels, of course, extreme climate change. And on top of this, the commodity volatility makes understanding and managing this even more difficult because of things like the fiscal illusion, flypaper effect. Basically, when things are good, we spend more. When things are bad, we can't stop mining, so we allow corruption, illegalities, and all that to come in. And when things are good, those don't go away. So this makes the whole windfall revenue paradigm makes it extremely difficult. Now, the second part of our argument is that windfall revenue is underpinned by the way governments account for minerals, and especially mineral sale proceeds at $5. Now, traditionally, governments have basically called this money revenue. And there's a history to it, I won't get into it. But our argument is that basically what's happening is that we're selling our wealth. It's a form of asset stripping. So it should be counted as non-debt capital receipts. Now, the IMF has some adjustments in the Government Finance Statistics Manual to deal with non-resource revenues. And green GDP has a similar kind of a concept. But there's a second problem, that loss of 95 is not considered anywhere. There is some adjustment for depletion in the SEA and social cost benefit analysis. But when you get into it, depletion is always lower than loss. And in some cases, depletion can be positive while losses can be enormous. So this is a second problem with the government accounting. And of course, the same problem arises both in the national income accounting and balance of payment statistics. And the extent is enormous. In the case of Goa, 8% of mineral sale proceeds was counted as the total part of total revenue of the government. The hidden loss worked out to 180% of the cumulative government revenue over those 8 years. The net operating balance, the deficit on the revenue account, was reported at 2.46, but in reality was 41%, 42%. And the total wealth extracted and basically consumed or lost was 28% of cumulative reported GDP over those 8 years. So this is absolutely material. So now let's look at the shared inheritance paradigm and how we would think about it that way. And we propose a Goa Foundation benchmark for thinking about mineral wealth. And this has 3 components. The first component is zero loss when selling mineral wealth. If the minerals are worth 100, we must get 100. There's no reason for a loss. The second part of it is, from the inheritance perspective, we must save all this mineral sale proceeds in a future generations fund, basically for future generations, and which must be invested, ideally invested in a global portfolio of low-cost index tracking funds. Economic theory says that this is almost impossible to beat, and it will achieve the global benchmark market rate of return. And the third aspect of this is the real income from this future generations fund should only be distributed as a citizen's dividend, as a right of ownership. Today we get the dividend. The future generations will inherit the minerals and the future generations fund, and they will get similar dividend in their turn. Now, economically, we love the strong Pareto improvement. Basically, nobody worse off, at least 1% better off. We apply the Kaldor-Hicks criteria in social cost benefit. With redistribution, we can reach the strong Pareto improvement. But the Goa Foundation benchmark is even stronger than that because nobody is worse off and everybody is better off because of the dividend. Now, from a sustainable development standpoint, we are achieving capital maintenance, so it is sustainable. And there are 5 channels through which we achieve growth in the economy or development. We have a higher savings because we're not consuming our wealth. The fund is earning the market rate of return, impossible to beat. The citizens' dividend is also a form of universal basic income, which has a variety of economic benefits. I won't get into that. There's improved governance because what's happening is no money is going into the budget. So for public spending, taxes have to be raised, and it automatically will improve both taxation as well as the way public investment takes place. And finally, what's happening in the current system is that 95 is being captured by a few miners who are becoming super rich, and the 5 which is being spent by politicians is going to their cronies. So inequality is increasing, but this approach stems inequality, and that has a bunch of other economic benefits as well. Now, if you look at what some of the IMF research, what they're showing is that if you start with the inherited mineral wealth of 100, the best case is a loss to extractors of 15%. Of the remaining 85, a large amount is consumed. A bunch goes into public investment, half of which is wasted. And a chunk of it goes to financial investments in countries like Norway, Botswana, Timor-Leste. But basically, right now, we're getting 40% only is available to the children and future generations, 60 is being lost. And that is causing a huge amount of this resource curse. How does this impact the political resource curse? The most important part is the dividend, because everybody becomes a stakeholder and a watchdog over the process of extraction. The zero loss standard basically squeezes the extractor and their profits. And the save all rule basically prevents any money going into the budget. So the politician or the ruler is also not incentivized to access easy money and basically bargain with the local community or the citizens, saying that let's extract and sell off our wealth and we'll get all kinds of good things. On the economic resource curse, the zero loss rule basically puts pressure on rent seeking by employees and suppliers, which is part of the transfer of talent into the mining sector, is because they get paid more because they can rent seek. The Future Generations Fund, by invested overseas, deals with the other channel of the Dutch disease, the strengthening exchange. And the save all rule basically strips volatility from the budget as well as from the individual in certain other structures. So this should be an improvement from a resource curse standpoint. How do we actually get to this? Just a little bit of advice along the way. Never use these terms if you want to adopt the shared inheritance approach. Only use these terms: shared inheritance, it's an asset sale, and what we're getting are mineral sale proceeds. Now, in terms of our preferred metrics as a result of the change in government accounting would be the public sector net worth. What is our total wealth and is that declining? And as well as an adjusted non-resource net operating balance, where basically you don't treat the mineral sale proceeds as revenue, but you recognize the loss as an expense. And similar kinds of things.
Rahul, sorry, can I ask you just to move towards the conclusion, please?
Yes, I'll just get there in
Thank you.
just give me half a minute. National income, we have net national income as a preferred statistic. Balance of payments has to change. Second last thing is that existing empirical macroeconomics dealing with resource-rich countries have to be looked at carefully because they're using GDP, not net national income. And the resource rent component varies significantly year to year and country to country. So adjusting that is difficult. And there is an extended framework. If you think about environmental justice, how do we deal with those inheritances? I don't have time to deal with it. But from a resource nationalism standpoint, the real question we are raising is that, can we actually safeguard all the inheritances, exploit all the opportunities, and achieve a positive return? Or can we achieve the Goa Foundation benchmark? And if we cannot, then maybe we should not be extracting. So let me end here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So now we're going to turn to Dr. Patrick Bond. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much for having me back. Back in the old days when I used to hang out quite a bit at York Politics, it was Comrade Patrick from Johannesburg. We've just been going through quite an election day today, so I've been a bit distracted. But I didn't quite finish a paper, but I've just sent some slides. And because, we've just had such a great presentation on the question of the depletion, I'll be sort of skimpy there. But I do want to make the case that in particularly the groups I work with in civilized society, suit and tie NGOs, and petty bourgeois academics like myself, we're often scared, and we have blind spots when it comes to the kind of arguments you've just heard: intergenerational justice, depletion, pollution, emissions, and the gendered components of social reproduction. Many of us are scared to utter three words: unequal ecological exchange. Now, I doubt that's going to be the case for the crowd at York. But let me do a reminder that Frantz Fanon did challenge us to question national consciousness. And I think resource national consciousness is full of mild reformism of the sort that Fanon was disgusted by. And that means we need an anti-extractivist theory. For Southern Africa, I recommend two who knew the place well and wrote about it. Rosa Luxemburg never visited. Samir Amin did many times. And the concepts, especially of the wealth depletion, you've just heard the finest presentation, I think, I've ever heard from Rahul, but you might be interested in some evidence from South Africa and Zimbabwe. And that leads me to something perhaps that Rahul finished on the very last point: the right to say no. Now, Fanon did give us that sense that if you're a nationalist, you might be distracted by local, let me call them particularist questions. And for him, the problems of forced labor, of the various injustices, the inequality of salaries, political rights, but they leave a confusion of a neoliberal universalism, sometimes as a claim to nationhood. Is that a problem for resource nationalists? I think so. And I've heard a bit of it in the last day and a half. The concerns, justifiably, that you express over the lack of revenue transparency, the illicit financial flows, the missing productive sector linkages, the inadequate community consultations and participation, the worker and safety and health abuses. If you're fighting for those reforms to mining, more power to you. But I'm going to argue that's not enough, because clean mining and fossil fuel extraction involves compromises with multinational corporates and captured states. That will slowly leave the confusion of neoliberal universalism. And it so happens, Fanon warned us about the unpreparedness of the educated classes, the lack of our practical links to the mass of the people. Our lazy, I say our because I'm with you sometimes in this problem, our laziness and our cowardice at the decisive moment of the struggle. This gives rise to tragic mishaps. I think resource nationalism is a tragic mishap because I think it's an imperialist system, as Walter Rodney argued so well, looking at corporates in Africa, especially Unilever, that bears responsibility, but there are agents, are unwitting accomplices of the said system. Civilized society, especially in some of the organizations that look for mild-mannered reforms of mining, are they unwitting accomplices of imperialism, including in the African mining vision? And now dear Comrade Bonnie had referred to it with a certain degree of respect. I don't think that's deserved. Sure, there are lots of questions, linkages to underpin diversification, growth and development, resource rents, resource infrastructure, downstream value addition, upstream value addition, technology, product development, all the things you see in the AMV. But the crucial point, am I correct, that it's the important vehicle for building local capital are foreign resource investors, transnational corporates. The African mining vision, as critics said, especially I'm thinking of Action Aid. A few years ago, they issued a paper saying, are we repackaging a colonial paradigm? Because it doesn't address structural violence experienced by women and the existing structural inequalities in the colonial system of extraction and accumulation. It's opposed to any type of free, prior, and informed consents, and it's in direct opposition to our own priorities to ensure resilient livelihoods. In other words, AMV is part of the old colonial model for deepening inequality and justice. And even the lefties in advocacy groups, like Honest Accounts, this is 7 years old, but it's, as far as I know, the latest of looking at the looting of the continent. And if you do that, you just simply don't find, you find aid and capital flight, personal remittances, profits, loans, interest, principal repayments, illegal logging, fishing, trade, and wildlife, but you don't find depletion, the pollution and emissions and the social reproduction. And I must be frank with my dear friends. I mean, I've known Richard since, when, 1988 or sometime, and I just don't see it in your work. I just don't see you doing these resource curses, degradation and pollution of local land, air, and water, socio-psychological questions, displacement, gendered violence, migrancy, workplace safety, disease, especially migrant labor, again, in social reproduction, the sacred sites and common spaces, the elite formation and compradorrism. But specifically, let me focus on not just the geopolitical, the imperial, South Africa, very much the sub-imperial, working with our South African National Defense Force, 3,000 troops in the Eastern DRC to promote child labor and resource extractivism of DRC's minerals, just as we did the last 2 years, just pulled out last month from Mozambique and Cabo Delgado with Total and ExxonMobil to get gas, which will do such incredible climate damage. So this sub-imperial role is vital for us when we think about the ways of resource nationalist blind spots. But let me just remind you of the Dutch disease economy. So some of you have picked that up, but the high currency, or let's say not high so much as excessively valued currency that goes with extraction and export, especially when commodity prices are high. Lack of linkages, you've already been talking about that, but I don't hear people talking about the abuse of electricity. We're very sensitive because aside from this election season, hey, we're having so much load shedding in South Africa. If we could give the electricity that's being abused by the energy intensive users group, 27 companies using 42% of our electricity here for mainly deep mining and smelting and petrochems. and we give that to labor-intensive industry, small businesses and households, we would have a boom. Then we have the price volatility of the commodity sector. It's extreme, especially in the last year and a half. Illicit financial flows, profits and remittances, dividends and so forth, as well as illicit. And then what Rahul's been going through, the natural capital wealth depletion, I'll mention that a little bit more because I have some data that might interest you. And the fossil fuel emissions, including the emissions of CO2 and methane that come from smelting. Now, my theoretical core comes from Marxism, and especially the way Luxemburg talked about this process as being one in which capital continually extends the market. It goes into crisis and does globalization and extraction of anywhere profits that work with non-capitalist relations. It's the disintegration of the non-capitalist relations like nature, mining, minerals, that makes accumulation possible. Capital feeds on the ruins of these relations and proceeds at the cost of this medium by eating it up. There's a metabolism between the capitalist and the pre-capitalist methods of production. And she's very acutely aware there of the way, though she never visited Southern Africa, of the battle of annihilation that included the most important of these productive forces, the land, its hidden mineral treasure, meadows, woods, and water. And capital then begins by planning for the systematic destruction and annihilation of all these non-capitalist social units. So I ask you, dear friends, in this seminar, are you part of this planning for the systematic destruction and annihilation? Because I think, you know, if Samir Amin took a while to come to this conclusion near the end of his life, Luxemburg's right. The destruction of the pre-capitalist modes of production is what capitalism needs. And historical Marxisms had largely passed an eraser over the analyses advanced by Marx on this subject and taken the point of the view of the bourgeoisie, equated to an atemporal, rational point of view in regard to exploitation of natural resources. Some of us do that. Well, that's I think, something we need to look in the mirror at, especially because of this whole history in which it is the looters from the West, a few Canadians in this map, no, not in this one, but in plenty of others, that do this scrambling for Africa. If we move to some very quick, sort of data for you, I mean, I'll skim over this because I've just sent it around. You can look at it at your leisure, but we have this vast amount, maybe the largest in-situ mineral resources in the world. We're failing to capitalize on wealth, and the crucial thing is wealth, especially with 88% of global PGMs, platinum group, manganese 80, chrome 72, vanadium 32, gold about 30. You know, here under where I am right now in Johannesburg, we had half the world's gold at one point, and it's gone. The wealth is depleted. The reinvestment has not been in any way adequate. It's gone to London. Now, the debates that we've been seeing is, this incredible volatility is how much we are dependent. And it turns out when you look at the public sector balance sheets that the IMF puts together of not just financial assets, but non-financial assets, including the resources. Well, this is a very, very rich country, the mineral resources, again, in maybe $12 trillion worth. And then the data are there. They're a little bit hard to pull out and to interpret, but I do want to encourage you in this project to think about wealth and its depletion in the way even IMF is doing. Here's, for example, the World Bank's natural capital accounts. And we don't have time to go through it all because there's so many features of them, but the crucial point is that if you take energy depletion, that's our coal, mineral depletion, net forest depletion, CO2 damage, air pollution, it's a 6.8% decline from what otherwise would be our gross national income. This is not unique to South Africa, where we have such a bad resource curse. Sub-Saharan Africa, according to the World Bank's Little Green Data Book, 88% of the countries found to be depleting their net wealth, right? A comprehensive wealth accounting should give a much more complete picture, and you can get these every 3 years. But you get the theory, well, really from what Rahul said, he did a much richer and deeper job than I can. But just to remind you, Grohol and Buntland and a Zimbabwean, Bernard Chidzero, talked about this intergenerational justice, right? And the unequal ecological exchange violates it. Even bourgeois environmental economics picks this up, right? I don't know if any of you in the group have worked through Hartwig's rule, which is to say, just as Rahul put it, invest profits or rents from exhaustible resources in reproducible capital. This is, again, bourgeois economics coming out of Robert Solow's tradition. But the conclusion is one I would agree with. The current generation shortchanges future generations by over-consuming the current product. The current generation converts exhaustible resources into machines and lives off the current flows out would be something, and of course, not just productive capital, but human capital. there is a stronger version of this sustainable development argument from Daly and Costanza, without going into all the details about this amazing debate that occurred, and I think it's still very relevant. The conclusion is that the depletion of natural resources is not compensated. I don't think any of you working in this particular project have kind of got that yet. You correct me if I'm wrong, but even the Gaborone Declaration in 2012 put it very clearly, recognizing the limitations of GDP, right? Means you have to integrate the value of natural capital into national accounting and corporate planning. And so all these points I'm making and that Rahul has made are not radical. And when you do that, you look at the depletion of natural capital and the pollution damage, get rid of these blind spots of resource nationalism, you find it doesn't make sense to deplete. Look at Africa in this graph, the region in the world that's just been utterly plundered, right? Net negative from the mining because there's no reinvestment going on, right? Or a tiny fraction. The 16% was probably the worst degree, $213 per person in sub-Saharan Africa, according to the World Bank. And some countries, in Angola, lost 68% of its wealth. Zimbabwe is very much in the red, including the most recent report in 2021. In fact, if we do Zimbabwe's natural accounts, you can find, again, a lot of the data, I'm just sending it around, but mineral depletion, 2.6% of gross national income, CO2 damage, 3.3%, hence adjusted net savings of negative 16.1. In other words, my dear Shamwari's in the house, you go to bed on, December 31, and you sort of wake up January 1 and you've gone to bed December 31. That year, you've just lost 16% of your wealth, of all the hard work you've done just through these mineral depletion and climate damages. And it's especially extreme now with so much mining going on across Zimbabwe. I've been about a year ago out with Farai Magu at CNRG out to Marangi, and just reminded me of the extraordinary resource curse out there, the likes of the Sampas and all of these characters. You go to, I think Richard remembers, we stopped a few times at places like Hot Springs, where you have the entrance to Chiadzwa, right? The biggest diamond find since Kimberley. And what happened? The wealth depleted, right? Mugabe himself said that they lost a net 13 billion. They could only find $2 billion of the 15 billion of diamonds that were looted from eastern Zimbabwe. So when it's that serious, you have to come to the conclusion, I'm now wrapping up, that mining is a disaster unfolding across Zimbabwe. It's creating an enclave economy full of white-collar criminals who make virtually no positive linkages to the broader Zimbabwean economy. They deplete our natural capital and provide an inconsequential return. Zela says the same. Diamond revenue represents natural capital depletion. Tom Burgess from the Financial Times says, look, in these cases, when you have that kind of looting machinery, you have your Mnangagwa is very clearly part of that process, or Mthuli Ncube, the finance minister. It's not possible to put natural resources in these countries to work for the common good. Another option is to keep the resources underground, and that's what's happening. So I'm wrapping up now by just reminding you of the uncivil society forces who are doing sensible non-depletion, right? They're basically protesting when Mark Kutafani from Anglo acknowledges 25 billion worth of projects that have been tied up or stopped, and the companies despoil the environment and often fail to benefit local economies. And here's a mapping of it that, it's 12, 13 years old, but it's a very illustrative that if you can find in the American Economic Review, that sort of net depletion data plus protest data, and they're correlated as clearly as this is, well, a sizable impact of mining activity on the probability and intensity of conflict at the local level. True for both low-level violence, riots, and protests, as well as for organized. I'll wrap up now, but the feminist approach, which combines the social reproduction, I think, in women in mining here in Johannesburg are working across the continent, objects to the cheap and unpaid labor of impacted women. The extractivist model of development does not advance people and their economies, but destroys and immiserates. African nations are losing sovereign wealth through extractivism and only becoming poorer. So we need to force the internalization of those costs. And if you do that, if you're in your environmental impact assessments, if you're in your project assessments, do the real costing, the ones that I've been just hinting at here, but Rahul can help with. That would render the majority of projects unsustainable. There's a right to say no to mining. And if you don't believe me, I would ask you if Fanon is describing you. The national bourgeoisie of the neo-colonial African countries identifies with the decadence of the bourgeoisie of the West. We need not think it's jumping ahead. It's in fact beginning at the end, already senile before it has come to know the petulance and the fearlessness or the will to succeed of youth by raising arguments, right, about the pitfalls of resource national consciousness. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Patrick Bond, for a very, very challenging presentation, and also for making lots of connections there to Rahul's presentation as well. Great. Dr. Kip-Kosgei, over to you, please.
Okay, thank you, and thank you, everyone. Thanks to the previous speakers. You've covered a lot of what was also been going in my mind. I've learned a lot from you, like the shared inheritance. We say no to mining. I'm speaking from a positionality of being an indigenous person, talking about my community. I've taken interest in mining extraction of Prosper company that has existed since the late 1960s. And it was first started as a private company, like a government extraction business. Later on, it changed to, it moved, let me make it like this. Later it was privatized, but my point of departure for this interest comes from a book that was written in 1922 by the district commissioner, a colonial administrator in Kenya, that talks about the Keio people as the cliff dwellers of Kenya, because he gave an account of people who are driven by raid, famine, and drought to take refuge in the inaccessible ledges. Actually, that's really what I want to correct, because prior to colonization, these communities, especially the Keio communities, were using the Uasin Plateau for grazing the animals and moving back to the valley because it was a place of their choice. But when the islands were taken away, the white settlers moved in and found this very fertile land in the plateau. They call it the White Islands. So the indigenous people were forced back, pushed back, banished from coming to stay in the better lands. So if you see on that picture, if you see a road, that road was named the Spencer Line, that was created by, demarcated by the colonial administrator by the same name, Spencer. And the people were not allowed to come. You see the valley, they could only live inside the valley, and they could not come beyond that Spencer Line to the forests and the better lands that were fertile to graze the animals, because these people are mostly, like, I don't want to say nomadic pastoralists, but I can say they're pastoralists. So that's the main occupation that they created. So they're confined down to the valley. So first they were banished to the valley. And what happens? I'm trying to connect this to environmental degradation. Land was appropriated to the white settlers. And then forced migrant labor was imposed on them. So the struggle for livelihoods led to tragedy of commons, so to speak, because they had to move back. They have learned the wage economy, the labor economy, but again, there was no, they ran out of, they had no space. They are not allowed to cross, because pre-colonial, I could say that it was resource rich, but then they had sustainable ways and optimal use of land, and the escarpment was very well protected. But once the populations grew, so I would say because of lack of what I've learned today, linkages, later there is moving back to the valley. And then once they were in the valley, the Prosper mines was discovered. So when they're discovered again, they are dispossessed. So it's twice violated, twice dispossessed, and now facing full displacement. Because again, there's the talk of creating another new resource, water resources, the dams. So the experiences of the Keio people was the tendency of governments to assert control and control over natural resources, which is the mines. And then there's a talk of petroleum, fossil fuel that has been discovered. So there's another new influx moving back to the valley. So it manifests in state ownership, increased regulation, and higher stricter requirements for foreign companies, if that was the case. However, because of the capitalism and the government agenda to welcome all investors of any kind with the promise of the good things, the locals. So right now, what goes on over there is there's no, you don't get people around the table being consulted. So there is the constitution, which has been kind of set aside, which says that the national governments will have 70% and the community is entitled to 10%. But how? How? Who was, so those are the minds. So who is responsible for the linkages, the community engagements? Because resource nationalism seeks to benefit the communities, but in any case, the communities have not been able to get an opportunity to ask what they want. The conversation is around, let's get the investor come in again, because this philosopher company stopped operations a few years ago because of the lease that ended. And so there's a new investor that's coming in, and the locals are asked, don't speak about compensation, don't speak about relocation, because your ancestors were relocated before. So if they were relocated before and they had to come back because they were relocated to what I would say unfamiliar terrains, and so they're back, populations has grown. Where is the intergenerational wealth for that? Those are the questions that I'm finding now in my mind. So, in short, I know I have very few minutes. So in short, I can say that the problem of land degradation is because land does not belong to individuals in the Keyo community. It belongs to the clan. So when clans are compensated, it depends on who gets to get compensated, not everyone. So we compensate as a clan, not everyone gets a chance to be compensated, like in terms of relocating. So their claim to land and reparation gets more complex. Gets more complex because, again, there's deforestation because of the mining area. The seams are still open. The new investor is on his way coming. Conversation is not there. The small battles like the riots and protests are not permitted because the leadership and the government and all the stakeholders are bought into the idea that probably the mining will come in with lots of benefits, jobs, and then what happens? The community goes back to the slopes or the cliffs of exploitation, burning of charcoal. So that peasant fatalism causes now soil erosion, all the way loss of biodiversity, which means that even access to medicinal sites, food becomes limited. And so there is that climate change and that increased population and the lack of compensation goes again, it's like a vicious circle. I will say that earlier on in that section, 1973 to 2018, there were some good things to say about the corporation, the philosopher company that exploited, because there was some employment to some extent to the locals, and schools were equipped. There's medical facilities, scholarships, and modern buildings, purification plants, and these previous benefits are still in the minds of the locals, and it's believed, it's used to say that even when you get a new investor, it would be like that. But again, things have changed, dynamics have changed, it's complex, and the victim is the climate, the environment. So the community fight for justice has gone to courts, they have not succeeded, and still the Spencer line now is being resuscitated by even the local government administration and the central government, saying that the destruction, you have to move back again beyond the Spencer line because it's causing massive environmental degradation, leading to the land loss, landslides, and during heavy rains. And those landslides are witnessed up to now, even at this point. The landslides are on. So that was the Spencer line. And that's the partly where the valleys, where it's both, if you see the slopes, it's both agricultural land and land to occupy, that's like homesteads. And again, possible areas for new extraction, because there's 9,000 acres of land that has been earmarked for extraction. And those earmarked 9,000 acres that is believed to have the fluorspar mines, a study was done and it said that only 3,000 actually had the mineral. And if 3,000 had the mineral, still they want more than that because there are other objectives. Just it looks like the whole idea is to displace the people twice and again. So this new investor, he says, I'm coming only on condition that I don't have any community engagement. They are not interested. Although the way forward is that communities need engagement. Communities want to understand. They don't have the power to object to this continuous disposition and all that. But the question is, there are too many competing paradigms. There are too many competing paradigms. So when I look at this one, I say, when I speak to the CBOs, community organization groups, it's a mess. The future is dark. The rights are worse. The valley areas and the slopes is becoming more of a tourist interest destination now, and these are affecting their livelihoods directly. The question is that, can we have the titles back because it was taken dispossessed? They want to have their land ownership to be able to negotiate. However, the land is owned by the government, especially when there's a mineral. They only give you to a certain feet and the rest is not yours. So how do we recognize the rights of the people? The responsibility is that they do not have human agency. No, the recognition of their rights has been suspended. Consultation process is rhetoric more than practical. The indigenous peoples are not able to participate in roundtables. There are no created spaces for dialogue, protection of ancestral shrines and territories. Constitutional court judgments are not forthcoming because it's either adjourned or it's really never works as it should have been. So my interest then in this area is trying to get the complexities. Where do I begin? Where do the people who are impacted most and least responsible and nothing to show for their land? And therefore, that's how I decided to have this land acknowledgement that I'm going to read at the end. I'm reading this just as a conclusion, because I'm acknowledging that my people's land, the KU were evicted and displaced from the Yosingishu Plateau by the colonial administration. Those are the colonial legacies that are ongoing. The KU lands were expropriated for the British and the Boer settlers and renamed the White Islands. The KU were banished to the valley and to the escarpment hanging cliffs. And later on, they like to live in the cliff dwellers of Kenya. It's a choice that they deal with raids and famines and that. And they were banished to Kerio Valley and the hanging cliffs and never allowed to venture beyond the infamous Spencer line, unless in possession of a pass and without debt, because there was the hut tax and the poll tax. and to pay some ubiquitous taxes. So a monetized economy was introduced that forced a majority of the Keyo to enter into a migrant wage labor economy with white farms and homes. The Keyo land remains fluid to date because it's open. It's open. The government, stakeholders, the politics, the investors are ready to come in and invest and introduce an idea of creating mega dams in a dry area. That means the target is in the underground aquifers. So once the aquifer is projected or pricked, you don't know what happens again with the fluidity. The other day, there's even concern about investors that are not well understood because some could be looking for areas to deposit dangerous material, like it's already happening in the northern part of Kenya, that they said they've got some radioactive material that had been found in an area that was introduced as a potential oil wells, but finally it was covered quickly and they left. And later on, it's realized that no one knows, because once an investor comes to the area, it becomes out of bounds for a very long time. So this wage labor in the white farms became, and without distinction, the name, again, the name Keyo and the people, it refers to both the land and the people. And they continue to occupy there. If probably I'm the first generation of those who don't live inside there because we were able to go to school and came out. But majority of our people, our uncles, our cousins, they live there. So I say that it's the labor of my ancestors that soaked the homes, forests, lands, infrastructure, and towns of colonial Kenya, particularly, in my case, Uasin Gishu White Islands, owned by the British and the Boers from South Africa. The blood and sweat of maize, for maize, wheat, caregiving for the white man's family. So to the construct of Keyo peoples as cliff dwellers of Kenya, a barren land of perceived opportunity and to speculate and exploit. And I'm now back to Toronto, forever the land of the Anishinabek, Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat and the Mississaugas of the Credit, forever connected in our trauma and collective liberation. And freedom awaits us. I will pause there. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Kipkosgei, with a very, I think, relevant example, which really illustrates many of the points we've been discussing. So very complimentary, I think, to the other two presentations there. All right, I'll open things up after those three very, very fascinating presentations for questions, either from the people here in the auditorium or people online. We've got one online already. Okay, we'll start with the person online, and
if there's somebody live who wants to go, I will defer to them. But if not, I'll continue.
I think go ahead, please. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, thanks. First of all, can I just compliment all the three presentations, which I thought complemented each other so well. I never thought I'd hear Pareto optimality combined with Fanon and Luxembourg, but nonetheless, it was really well done, along with, of course, settler colonialism and its impact upon the layering, and I think the ancestral intergenerationality of the exclusions that resources do. If I can, this is by way of a comment, two things really. One, I think all of the presentations in some sense have given a lie to the notion of resource nationalism and what that might mean. But second is the issue of, I think, the use of national capital itself as a concept. I know it's become mainstream in orthodox neoclassical economics, and in fact, the World Bank in particular, I think it was back in 2017, actually had a book that came out and specified its value to things like human capital. In fact, they wanted to turn natural capital into human capital as a way, in a sense, of ameliorating, one might say, the nature of what natural capital and extractivism actually does. And if I can, Evelyn, part of it was meant to, in fact, point out the so-called benefits to communities and human capital that would be developed through CSR and these other kind of palliatives of development. So my comment really has to do, I think, with the concept of, once again, of resource nationalism and the buzzwords of development. What we've heard in so much throughout much of the conference has actually had to do with the buzzwords of empowerment, the buzzwords of the benefits of CSR and so on. So I just, again, this is a comment more than asking Patrick, Rahul, and Evelyn to comment, but rather just to endorse the fact that I think one needs to have a critical view of the conceptions of national capital and the benefits of that it does, and for future generations to leave it in the ground. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Bonnie, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. And thank you for the presenters. I'd like to respond to Patrick Bond's comment about the African mining vision, because it raises questions of positioning as researchers and our responsibility as researchers. And the question I raise is, who is best placed to set agendas? We'll recall that the Lagos Plan of Action 1980 to 2000 set an incremental way forward. It was not inspired by Luxembourg. It was inspired by the understanding of the people at the time of the African Union of what could be an incremental way forward. Please note, it was recuperated in very little time by the World Bank in its Berg report, which said that it was doing the same thing, and it did exactly the opposite. I bring you to the African Mining Vision, 2009. In spite of Patrick Bond's slamming of the African Mining Vision, it was recuperated in very little time by something called the Natural Resource Charter, Paul Collier. And the architects of the African Mining Vision were never invited. The African Mining Vision threatened, right? We can say what we want about all the other things that it didn't include. What I think is important is it speaks to a moment when African leaders said enough is enough with the neoliberal model. The way this was going to be turned around, it was going to take many forms. It was going to be a long process. It was going to be recuperated left and right. But there was a decision politically to go forward. So I'll just end by saying the way we position ourselves vis-a-vis these opening of spaces, which are very complex, and as foreigners, as myself, we have to be very modest about how we interpret them and how we judge and how we position ourselves as academics. But I'd just like to suggest that it's perhaps more useful than to give marks and say what it's not, to look at also that there are very important, well-implanted civil society groups, African Third World Network based in Ghana, or again, ENDA, you have Patrick Bond, cited groups which are against it. I say that there are also groups which have been working on the ground for decades, which see the way forward. So please, let's not pass judgments so quickly about what is the correct way forward and give marks with arrogance to people who are doing one thing or another. Perhaps there should be more listening to these discussions. Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe we can take one more question, and then we can ask for some responses. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, it's Richard Saunders here. Patrick, I remember hanging out with you, yes, at your holiday house, actually, up in the Vumba, close to the water springs. As we all know, that area has been turned upside down by many things, by Marange, by deforestation, by the changing nature of agriculture in Zimbabwe, which has its own problems and ecological disasters attached to it. I guess I'd, in following what Bonnie has said, I would just have one further question. It's not based upon Rosa Luxemburg's, but Lenin And then it's a question of what actually is to be done. We cannot pretend that the 2.5 million or more artisanal miners and the problems that drive them into mining are going to disappear. They are there. What do we do about that? When we see that cobalt and the global green energy transition is going ahead, whether we like it or not, what do we do about this in terms of making the most of a situation, mediating the worst effects of extractivism, bringing stakeholders to bear? I agree that there are many voices in civil society, most of them unmandated. What about mandated communities with an interest in finding a way forward, valorizing natural capital and their own worth in the context of some form of extraction, but processing and keeping values local? What actually is to be done? What does that look like? Who do we work with? Who do we give voice to around these issues? Where mandated communities, constituents, people with an interest, a long-term intergenerational interest in sustained livelihoods and better livelihoods for all. What does that actually look like? We all know the negative effects, ecological, financial, economic, social, the disruptive and psychosocial effects of large-scale mining. We all know this. It's not something we don't know. But what actually do we do about it? What does a vision, an idea, a set of principles that can be the basis of a consensus in different countries in different ways? What does it look like going forward? I think that's the really big question for us to ask and to start answering in methodical, consensus-driven amongst progressives and implementable in instrumental ways. What is to be done?
All right, so I think a couple of comments aimed mostly at Patrick there, but I'm sure the other panelists might have comments as well. So maybe Patrick, and then Rahul, if you have something to add, and then Evelyn as well, if you have something to add. But we'll start with Patrick, please.
Yes, I think the question particularly that Pablo asked, which is a conceptual dilemma, which is if you start adopting the language of the enemy, are you going to go down the full sort of slippery slope into adopting their strategies? And Pablo, you're right. If you look at Changing Wealth of Nations series, it is all about not only, as is the Deutsche Bank origins, or some of the ways that you find this natural capital expressed in the United Nations Environment Program, or especially in the Gaborone Declaration that I cited as being useful. So the slippery slope is that you would then commodify nature and commodify people by talking human capital investments, and the whole approach to the commodification of everything is a serious danger. Can we avoid that by invoking, instead of, let's just say, the logic of natural capital towards markets, carbon markets, offsets, instead towards ecological debt, climate reparations, concepts that our comrades in the CJ movement have been, really making very, very strongly, I would say, beginning with not just Robert Bullard and the EJ movement in the US, but Acción Ecológica, roughly the same time in Latin America. And to me, those are extremely important to say. We need the polluter to pay, so we need to do calculations of natural valuations when there's destruction, depletion, pollution, emissions. And we need the polluters to pay. The question is then how we do that. And there's a Just Energy Transition Partnership and a Loss and Damage Fund and all sorts of techniques that are being explored, where the left advocates within the UNFCCC and all are, really pushing that we don't take up carbon markets as the way forward to commodify everything. So I've put a few links in case you want to see where this dialectic is running, right? I think it's running in a good direction, because we are seeing loss and damage and ecological debt and reparations highlighted, and we're not seeing natural capital. But you have to admit, Pablo, if you want to calculate the damage, you have to sort of start to value nature. So natural capital is a concept that I think we can use so long as we don't let it go to market. That would be the quick point. And then, dear comrades Bonnie and Richard, I think John Saul would have sat with us and said, okay, you know, you're both right. You've got to be where the masses are, and they are in artisanal mining, and they're in all kinds of reform organizations that want a little bit more. But are the reforms that you and your conceptual work at York, are those reforms reformist reforms that strengthen the internal logic of an oppressive system? Or could they be non-reformist reforms? To me, the distinction is terribly important in our resource debates, Bonnie and John, including whether the African mining vision is driven from below. The citations, by the way, I'm quite gentle with it. Tete Hormaku doesn't like me attacking it so much, but you should talk to ActionAid. They are just going right for the jugular on that, because they see the African leaders who sign up for that as sellouts, right? As having no concept of intergenerational obligations, as selling the family silver, right? And that includes our own ruling party here in South Africa. So the critique of this, I think, is that it's a reformist reform that strengthens a system, that lowers the extent to which activist energies can be applied to public policy and social problems, and legitimizes the existing systems like transnational corporates, which the African mining vision promotes. And I think, Richard, that gets us to where you want to be, which is where are potential social modes of organization. And I would look, because I did a tour around Zim, a bunch of mines last year, at the Center for Natural Resource Governance. I know you know Farai and you work with them closely, but they have very good movements out there. Places like Wangi fighting against coal. Probably the cutting edge movement, they just won the Goldman Prize a few weeks ago, is here in South Africa in the Wild Coast. And they are really saying no, not only to the Australian mine, the mining house that wants to take titanium out of the sands of Kolobeni, but actually offshore, Shell and its local ally, Johnny Copeland, have been pushed back, and they're doing it in the courts, and they're doing it through lots of fascinating spiritual reasons, because there's a very strong cultural relationship between those Eastern Cape, the Wild Coast communities, and the ocean. But to wrap up, they're doing it from the standpoint as well of counting damage. I mean, you can go into the court cases. I'll put a link to something I wrote about it, where we actually say, if you take the gas offshore, the Wild Coast, and then we're going to get more rain bombs, cyclones, and terrible rainstorms. And then you look at the social cost of carbon, right? The damage done by emitting a ton of carbon, which I think in Canada you probably are around $100. In the US, it's $51. We think it should be $3,000 a ton. But then you start doing some of the most interesting calculations. And then, as Woman put it, you start internalizing those externalities. You force your enemy to say, yeah, actually the depletion, the pollution, the emissions, the social reproduction costs are so high, we shouldn't do this project. And we have a right to say no.
Just on the question of how to approach this in practice, we've been trying various things in Goa and at the national level, both legally as well as through advocacy. We've got somewhere. We have a Goa Iron Ore Permanent Fund, which was established under a Supreme Court order. And mining leases all across India today are issued by auction. And that's actually shown quite a significant result in terms of, you saw the 5 and 95, it became 15. And now with the auctions, companies are basically promising to pay 100% of the value. So auctions has really helped in terms of achieving zero loss. There's a whole bunch of other things that we're also pushing for. I've put a couple of documents on the chat so you can look at both from a Goa perspective as well as what we are suggesting for Africa, just at a broad level. Not that I know very much about it, but it's the same approach in a way. Just want to comment also on the idea of, not using natural capital as an approach. And I think that's in general fine, but the fact is minerals have value. And the fact of the value, whether it's measured in monetary terms or go back to prehistoric times when gold, silver, not jewelry, but gemstones were always valuable. And people did always have a gold rush, regardless of whether you consider it natural capital or not. And assigned a value. What the assignment of value basically does, Patrick's point, so the way I think about the politics of extraction, at least in Goa, is that maybe 10% of the population opposes mining, maybe 10% of the population is directly benefiting from the mining. But 80% of the population is sitting around and saying, something is going on in the interiors. We know there's a problem, it needs to be done better. But the reality is we want development, we want our phone and our car. Some mineral has to come from somewhere and some should come from Goa. That's a broad approach. And the argument in Goa we're trying to make is that to that 80% is we're not saying stop mining, but we're saying doing it in a better way. And we're harnessing traditional arguments which they understand. We're not saying that this tree is worth enormous amounts. Mineral is worth something, it's right here in front of your face. We can calculate it. It's a pure economic calculation. You don't have to love the tree or the environment or anything. We're saying just do it in a better way. And then if it turns out that you can't sort of make money and pass it on to future generations, then at that point, they have to think about, okay, maybe we say no. The other aspect of approaching that 80% with this concept of minerals are worth something and it's an inheritance is that at some point the light bulb goes off in their head and saying, okay, the mineral is worth something. What about the forest on top of the mineral? What about the water sequestration? How are we dealing with all of those inheritances? And to some extent, you get a flip in thinking of that main 80% who actually drives the politics and who are disengaged, at least in Goa, from that politics.
Thank you, Patrick, and thank you, Rahul. Really, I've gathered a lot from you. I'm just wondering how I can get there. How can communities get there? How can we get to a point where a voice is heard? When we can say, like Patrick said, that we say no mining, like who are the mandated communities? How do you get there when you're already dispossessed? You have lost human agency and would like to say no, but we don't have support for it. Where does it begin? Because we have historical, intergenerational injustices, very many. And even now it's ongoing, like the small 10% of the population is suffering because they have no agency. Then the very 10% at the top, as Rahul said, is high. How did you get there that you are even asked? How do people, what kind of society or communities are these who are asked if the government can come and do something? Is there any way that we can have a linkage directly between the transnational companies and the communities so that they can start the negotiation from there? But then you get middlemen. You get government also is acting as a middleman, speculators, brokers. So how do we get there? Because it would be very kind to be sensitive to the peasant populations who know that they own the land, but they cannot access it and they have nothing to do about it and to say. And we've turned to indigenous ways of settling disputes, like cursing, oath-taking, praying for the worst, and also destroying the environment because it's all the same. So that's what I'm at a very desperation point that I hope this opportunity to meet you I'll get a chance. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I think we have.
Yeah, Auntie, yes,
Okay,
thank you.
Has a relative autonomy from capital, even though in most cases you will notice that in the context of extractivism, the state is often in bed with global capital, right? In advancing that, and in some cases the state is not necessarily in bed, but it's almost like the state cannot do without it because it is being forced to liberalize. It's being forced to advance certain types of legislation that will open the market for these investments to come in. So that's one thing. So in terms of, it's really not about methodological nationalism, but the point here is that the state remains central to birthing extractivism, as these authors have highlighted. Even when we think of extractivism as being largely based on transnational or multinational capital. Now, a word about society, because now if you think about state-society relations, you wonder who is really society. Society is broad and it's not homogeneous. The same way you can't think of the state as a unitary actor, right, in this context. And you can think about social movement, you can think about trade unions, think about communities that are affected, those that are not even affected. And in the case of Ghana, it's really an interesting case where communities that are affected, sometimes we're asking for specific amount, like a 10% contribution from the oil find in the context of Ghana, for instance. But then the other members of the country or the other citizens in the country also feel like, well, no, this belongs to all of us. So there's this like all of these people, different stakeholders are consider themselves to be part of society and consider themselves to be potential beneficiaries of resource rents, right? So it's really not a single group. But one thing to note about social forces is that you could also have people that are, really fighting for or hoping to, really come together with the state to arrange these different types of bargains. And those will be entrepreneurs. They are actually actively wanting these bargains to occur for their benefit, but also for potentially the general good. But then there's also those people that are entrepreneurs. And these are people that are protesting, people that are resisting these types of bargains because historically these bargains have not been of benefit and they really don't see the future of these bargains being useful in any way. So there's always these contesting forces within every society and each of these cases that we're looking at. So that's what I'm saying. It's not really, it's sort of an ideal type because you would have varieties of forces that are working and some are not always working together to advance these so-called bargains. And this speaks to the fact that consensus is elusive. So when we started this project, our initial title was A Search for Consensus, right? Was subtitle that we had. And then we changed that because we know it's like, really, who is searching for consensus? And is consensus even possible? And we noticed that it's really not possible in most cases. And that really underscores the struggle that continues in many places and the machinery that the state tends to use sometimes to suppress these forms of struggles and activism in many locations in the world. Now I'm going to get into the conceptual piece here, which really about what we mean by the different aspects of extractivism. We have these two varieties that we came with. The analytical part is asking the question, who is being offered, what is being offered by the state, and who is the recipient of what is being offered? And how can we characterize the bargain that is being offered, right? And then on the normative spectrum, we're asking the question, what are the implications of any of these bargains for social and environmental justice? Thinking about environmental justice as sort of the progressive end goal, even in terms of moving beyond typical extractivism. So I'll spend a bit more time on this because this is pretty much central to the ideal types that we came up. So we came up with 7 ideal types. I think initially we had like 8. We had to maybe even 9. We had to sort of reduce it a bit based on the conversations that we had at the workshop. But these are the analytical varieties and these are the bargains. So the first one is the climate bargain. And the climate bargain is when the state offers climate-related commitments in exchange for resource extraction. So basically the state convincing different societal forces that we need to continue to do engage in some form of extractivism to advance climate change mitigation policies or plans and strategies, right? So that's sort of a way that the state is convincing stakeholders that in fact, everything we're doing is actually for sustainable development, which in a way is a sort of an oxymoron, thinking about extractivism being for sustainable development. But that's a bargain that we have identified as being demonstrated in many places, but I can think of Canada, Sweden, Greenland, Australia, advancing these types of bargains. And then the post-extractive bargain is one that, the state is really showcasing commitments, right, to prevent and or end extraction as a way to address the current or future ecological crisis. So it's really, this like post-extractive bargain is connected to climate bargains, but the post-extractive bargain is a bit more progressive in a way where states are advancing, keep it in the ground policy. So really they are not necessarily extracting in the same old way. And in some cases, they're actually not extracted. They're hoping to not extract at all, right, in a way to advance towards. So it's probably a bit more on the progressive side than the climate bargain, which is the first one. And then indigenous focused bargains are those that, really deal with specific arrangements that are made with indigenous communities, because indigenous communities have historically been, marginalized from economic gains of these activities. So these arrangements are being made with them that, in fact, if you do allow for extractivism, you will get these specific benefits. But in some cases, in the context of impact and benefit agreements, these communities are also made to go and negotiate these arrangements by themselves. So the state sort of removes itself. It's like, well, allow us to do it, but then you still have to go fight for yourself, deal with the companies to make these arrangements for your community. But I think it gives them agency in some cases, but it also takes the state's responsibility away, right? The state's responsibility for its regions, its people away, and then it's sort of people have to handle their own affairs. And also it speaks to plurinationalism, indigenous focused bargains, where you have societies, Bolivia is an example, Ecuador, there's a chapter about that, which I'll speak to briefly, where you have, a real arrangement to have plural forms of government or plural forms of governance systems working together to advance a particular society. So you would have the indigenous governance system, and then you have the typical civic or national governance system that are trying to work together to advance different policies. So these are some of the arrangements that we consider to be indigenous focused bargains. And then the social redistribution bargains really speak to sort of the expectation to expand resource extraction in exchange for, rent that people can receive, and rent that could be committed to social initiatives, poverty reduction initiatives, pro-poor initiatives, right? So the government, these states in this case, is what we're convincing stakeholders that we need to continue to extract so we can redistribute. And I think this redistribution bargain probably applies to many of these cases. And it in a way connects to resource nationalism, because it's part of a social redistributive policy framework. And the independence bargain is where, resource extraction is advanced as a way to support political or economic independence. And this is quite unique because it doesn't always manifest. We have examples in the case of Greenland, Germany, think of Mexico, for instance. But I think in the case of Mexico, the example I will cite is when Trump came into office and, sort of really threatening to cancel NAFTA, for instance, right? So this sort of bargain was used to showcase that in fact, we need to be able to continue extraction to build our national economy, to build our national wealth as a way to deal with the potential, fallout from policies, random policies that Trump's administration will come up with. And of course, NAFTA was renegotiated into USMCA, and it has a different name as well, depending on where you're located in the world. But yeah, so that's sort of one of the bargains in terms of gaining independence, gaining sort of financial independence, political independence from a group, right? So that's sort of a bargain, an example here. And Greenland is also an example, gaining some sort of independence from Denmark. This bargain was used in that context. And then the developmentalist bargain is one that seems very familiar to most of us, justifying ongoing resource extraction as a means to harness resource wealth for broad-based development. And here we can think about, Africa Mining Vision and sort of the vision document and the plan, the action plan, and its goal to really make African nations gain direct ownership of their wealth and be able to control it for broad-based development. And so that is typical developmentalist bargain that we consider. And then towards it, we really consider these a set of different parallel bargains that exist in the global architecture. And they are used to really advance national level, but also regional level green strategies. And we call them parallel, but they're also very gray in terms of, who is, because there are so many actors involved when you think about it at the global level. So many actors involved in these sort of global normative arrangements and how these arrangements are going to really advance any specific policies on the ground in different locations, right? So I'll get more into it because this is probably one of the most generalized bargain that we were able to identify. But these first 6 are very specific because they are at the state level and they are easy to identify with specific policies that are being made by different states. So that's it for the analytical framework. On the normative spectrum, we came up with this sort of broad spectrum of 4 things from progressive to Faustian. And we consider that we have there are bargains that fit into these different 4 areas of the spectrum. And one is more towards a progressive vision of environmental, social justice, hopeful vision of that. And then the Faustian contradictory aspect, normative aspect is really towards, it's sort of a short-term approach, right? To extract, which is sort of the old school short-termism. We have a lot of money. We have this sort of windfall, as we're hearing this morning, windfall perspective, where it's like money has come in, let's just spend without thinking about the future. So these are the different spectrums on which these bargains can be placed. Now, just a couple of observations about the normative spectrum. It really is interesting because the same analytical type, each of the 7 analytical type could be placed alongside these spectrums, but you may find the same analytical type really having a range of, being on this spectrum in sort of a range of these different types of spectrum understanding. So for instance, think about the climate bargain. Like I mentioned, it is still a climate bargain, but it is still pretty much an extractivist bargain because you still need to extract to be able to advance these sustainable or green transition goals, right? So that really showcases that you could still be targeting a progressive vision somewhat, but you are really in a contradictory space, for instance, because you're not necessarily stopping it. You're still continuing to extract, and it may actually be continuing to extract in the same old fashion, and you may not really be cognizant of the impact of extraction on communities because you assume that you're doing something green, and so if you're not mindful of the impact of green transitions on communities, then you are really perpetuating the same sort of short-termism, the same incoherent policy frameworks that have existed over time. So that's an example of how even a somewhat progressive analytical type would still manifest alongside the spectrum in these ways. And of course, the bargains also may have different normative positions for different groups, which means that some environmental movement may be on the more progressive side, whereas governments who are supposedly in a bargain with environmental civil society are on the other side, on the right side, right? So it's always like a contradictory thing for different groups. So the groups are not at the same point at every time. The bargains are very spread out. That's why it's a spectrum when you think about it. Agency matters. So we have to think about people being able to change how these normative spectrum manifest or how these types manifest in specific locations. But it also speaks to the contradiction or the challenge, or maybe even the oxymoron of extraction without or beyond extractivism. I mean, which is something that you would think when you think about the more progressive side of the spectrum, but that's almost like oxymoron in some ways. So I'm going to get into the case studies in a little bit. The case studies are wide, so many of them. We have 16 from the book, but they can be applied to many, the theoretical framework can be applied to many cases and many resources, including agro-extractivism. But in the book, we limit it to fossil fuels, minerals, and metals. So just to clarify what we try to do in the book. Now, this is an example of a bargain that I wanted to just highlight briefly. It's a chapter by Isabella Radhaber and colleagues here. They're talking about indigenous focus bargains, and which is really an important bargain within the context of Ecuador and Bolivia, right? So this is really a bargain that emerged from proposals that were put forward, to have a plural economy, and these proposals were recognized and were constitutionally actually recognized. So that means that it's a formal bargain that has been struck and has been recognized for a decade plus now. Now the goal is that it's meant to protect diverse productive forms, right? So like I said, you could have you know, an indigenous productive form, you could have, you know, a civic or national productive form, and they are all coming together to advance specific initiatives, but also because of the exclusion, the historical exclusion that, you know, such an indigenous majority country has faced over time when it comes to the role of indigenous people in the policy visioning or the policy framework. The point here that they make in the chapter, and here I'm speaking about chapters that people wrote, so I may not necessarily be capturing it the best way that the authors themselves may be capturing it. But the point here is that, you know, even when we think about it as a progressive vision or on the progressive, you know, spectrum, there is still, you know, weaknesses in that framing when you think about how co-optation is happening, you know, how, you know, government, societal, state forces are controlling the whole process, even though it's supposed to be a national or a plural economy. It is not as plural as you would expect it to be if you look at how the state functions and how the state tries to control the other forces that are part of this negotiation. These are just examples from the codes, the field work that they collected to advance this particular chapter. And here you can think about mining being manifested in its sort of usual ways, you know, destroying people, destroying communities, destroying water bodies that people rely on for livelihood and all of that. So we really question the sort of good life understanding that would have informed the sort of plurinational orientation in Bolivia and Ecuador, for, you know, as examples. So the point here is that it is really a contradictory. So we think about it as a normative. It's a contradictory indigenous focused bargain in the context of these two cases. But I think it applies to quite a number of different cases because the goal of establishing that truly post-colonial you know, type of, you know, bargain that advances or empowers the people that have been historically marginalized has not been realized. So that sort of arrangement is not as straightforward as you would think, even when you think about the potential of plurinational development within the context of Latin America. Now, China was also an example here, and I think China really speaks to resource you know, nationalism, because here the focus here is really about the plans that were made by the Chinese central government in 2013 to advance certain specific sustainable development initiatives, right? So they needed to come up with a plan, and if you can see from here, there were a number of reported conflicts that really surged from 2014 up to 2018, 2019. So these policies were meant to advance, and you can see creating employment and renovating shanty towns. And it's all really towards improving the economic situation, but also improving communities and improving livelihoods, which is really central to what a typical resource nationalist policy may seek to do. And the idea of embedded extractivism, which you know, Vivian comes up with here in her chapter, is really the ability of the Chinese state to use its strong bargaining power over the extractive industry. So here the state is very dominant, of course. You know, the state is using its power over the extractive industry to mobilize mining companies to address their negative you know, impact and improve the welfare of local society. So the state is sort of working through the corporation because again, it's really a state-centric approach. And the goal is that the state is expecting corporations to go beyond the typical CSR that, you know, multinational corporations would engage in a way to address conflict at the local level, conflict over benefits, conflict over the lack thereof of these benefits that would accrue to people. So you can see that there were a number of these policies that, you know, emerged from the time the policy came out, and it really has spurred, and there's so many of them, like over 350 of these policies emerging. And they cover a whole range of things, but they focus on ecological, environmental, economic, social, and then also some political issues at the local level. The goal is to address sort of, you know, help these communities build a green and harmonious a mining community or mining area. But I think it's also beyond the notion that it's the author captures it as an embedded extractivism. It is a developmentalist bargain in the sense that the government is promoting extractivism as a way to guarantee social stability or regime stability within that context, right? Because I mean, conflicts have the potential to decenter a regime, disrupt a regime. So they're trying to use that to be able to address the issue. So basically using sort of a so-called bottom-up approach to address, to advance regime stability within the context of China. I'm not sure, the author describes this as something towards a progressive vision, but I think if it's effectively implemented, because it covers a whole range of ecological, economic, social attributes, it could potentially be seen as a progressive bargain. But for now, it's not clear if it does really reside on that sort of progressive side of the bargains as I have described. I want to then turn into one of the cases from Ghana, which is a chapter I co-authored with my colleague Moses Ajay. Here we're looking at the contradictions in developmentalism, right? The state's understandings or the state's approach to developmentalism. And in this chapter, we talk about how, I mean, of course, oil has been central. So we focus on the oil industry, even though Ghana has been mining for a century plus now. But we just focus on oil, which is a newer resource, relatively newer. But it is informed by this sort of, state officials making these grand policies about the potential of oil to change the affairs, even the potential of oil to do better than what mining has done in the past, right? So this sort of, a shot in the arm, we're going to fly, it's going to really be good. So it kind of relates to this African mining vision and the goal to really see resources as a potential for economic advancement in the context of broad-based development. And so Ghana typically fits within the developmentalist bargain, or even we can call it a social redistribution bargain, but it's not indigenous focused redistribution bargain per se. Here our findings really speak to a privatized developmentalist bargain. And even though Paul and I came out with this idea, in this chapter, I sought to really question the idea of the extractive bargain itself, and sort of came up with this privatized developmentalist bargain because we consider it to be, a case where the state would make grand justifications for why extraction is needed to advance developmental goals for everybody to benefit. And yet corporations are made the key actors, who are delivering these sort of social goals, who are delivering these, things that social goods, right, for communities. So in the context of CSR, government is leaving it into the hands of corporations to do it. So that's why we call it a developmentalist bargain, all right, which starts from, the state making these sort of grand proclamations and visions and justifying and making sure that capital comes in, investments come in. But at the end of the day, the developmentalism itself that happens at the community level is somewhat left in the hands of corporations to handle. And again, that's based on interview data that we have here suggests that governments will say what they say, but they don't really commit to doing anything in those local contexts. Politicians and certain types of classes benefit more. So here, political settlements also probably a useful way to understand why this is a manifestation. Overall, we argue that it's this sort of quasi or privatized developmentalism is a function of the pervasive free market ideology that empowers corporations with sort of a degree of normative flexibility. So it gives them sort of a chance to really get in. The state will make these declarations, and then they hand the responsibility to the corporations. And then because the corporations have so much power through this process, they tend to decide on what really is the parameters of their role. So they are made to be responsible for developmentalism, but then they decide, because it's still discretionary, they decide on the parameters of their role, but also they decide on what responsibility really is. When you think about social responsibility and accountability in the local context. So it's really an interesting configuration in the context. And I think this really applies to quite a number of cases where states are not really, even though they are certain their role in terms of claiming to be owning back, some of the resource wealth, or to be claiming ownership over its extraction, they still leave the actual developmentalism or developmental practice to different forces to handle it. Sometimes they don't even do much in local settings. Now I'm going to move into post-extractive bargaining. Can you just let me know how much time I have? So I'm not 15. I'll be done hopefully by then. So the post-extractive bargaining, here we have an example of a chapter that is focused on, Denmark, Ireland, and France. It really looks into keep it in the ground type of arrangements that have been struck by different forces based on pressures that have been exerted, internationally, but also at the regional level in these different locations. And the authors of this chapter really come up with an interesting illustration of how there's been a move. So it's like it's a movement towards maybe a more progressive vision based on policy arrangements, acts and laws that have been established, but also based on specific conferences and international gatherings that have happened in these locations. So think about Denmark, COP15, COP21 in France. All of these have culminated into the states, these three states justifying, and also things that happen at the EU level, have culminated into these states justifying the need to move beyond the usual extractivism, right? So to keep resources in the ground as much as possible and advance a goal towards a cleaner environment, towards a more a less greenhouse gas emission as we move into the 2030s and 2050s. So these are the three examples that are used. And the key point that the authors make in this, that in this chapter, is that these plans are important. These bans are really inspiring in many ways, but they also face formidable barriers. So when you think about jurisdictions where development is sort of based on a petroculture, for instance, right? And the fact that people believe that revenue and employment is reliant on extractivism, you really cannot convince stakeholders to buy into a keep it in the ground kind of policy framework. Think about Ireland or Alberta, for instance. So it's sort of a contradiction for Ireland in some ways, to be pursuing this policy. But the most contradictory aspect of this is that some of these three, and I mean some of the other emerging European countries that are pushing a put it in the ground policy, are also not really keeping it in the ground in other parts. So they have companies that are working, overseas for them, or at least registered on their stock exchanges, and yet still advancing those sort of typical extractivism in other parts of the world. So it's like, it's not in my backyard. I will keep it in the ground here, but I'll let my companies go outside somewhere in the global south and do all kind of random stuff. And that is a challenge. That's a contradiction in how we can conceptualize the sort of bargain. So they're really not pursuing a truly progressive vision the way it is portrayed in this way. Because I'm running out of time, I'm going to try and run through this. This is also a post-extractive bargain, and it reflects the sort of parallel bargains that I've highlighted earlier. And it's a chapter that I wrote with my co-editor here on the global bargains for Green New Deals. And we know that Green New Deals have become quite prevalent now, as most nations are making proclamations to move towards zero carbon emissions by 2030. Some are very ambitious, and some are targeting 2050. So these are policy instruments that are meant to move us towards that sort of obvious goal that we all want to. But it's clear that extractivism is still central. And so we wanted to sort of capture how extractivism will still be central to the so-called Green New Deals, and how would extractivism be done differently in an era of green transition. And so you can see all these different minerals and metals that are central to solar, wind, electronic vehicle, and energy storage in different countries. And so you can see from these lists of countries that there's a huge number of global south countries, right? And looking at this sort of prominence of global south countries, And especially look at China appearing almost everywhere. There's China, 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 China. And you can see that that prominence of global South countries really has implications for the global architecture that is needed to advance the Green New Deals or to advance green transitions. So that's the argument we make. So here we come up with two possible scenarios for, and there could be more, but just, a couple of scenarios here to highlight for green transition. Scenario one is, looking at the nations that are involved. Scenario one really is going to be like critical minerals are important, but then there's still sort of a return to colonial forms of resource extraction, which really is still happening, where companies would extract, with impunity, little scrutiny, and pretty much not enough international regulation that has teeth to bite. And then the scenario two is where there's going to be geopolitical rivalry, along the lines of East-West. And you can think about China being a major force in this, right? You're looking at the centrality of China in all of these things. But I think this sort of rivalry would drive us towards a more maybe an extractivism with the human face, so to speak, and maybe drive us towards a bargain that may be more progressive, because then now global South forces would have more say and could potentially do better than the typical neoliberal approaches that have existed. So here we see that this sort of scenario leading into a green new international economic order, which is pretty much advanced and led by global South forces, China being one of the leading forces. But I mean, there's still low prospects for this based on how extractivism is happening right now. Now, so to conclude, right? So these are just case studies that I've highlighted. And like I said, I probably haven't done justice to all of them, all the chapters, because we didn't write all of them. But I think at least you get a sense of how these extractive bargains manifest and the potential to sort of apply it to different places. The conclusion that I will make here is that actions of societal actors, you think about corporations, social classes, social movements, indigenous groups, or even just simply the general public, really present a significant constraint within the era of what Raggi would call so-called new, global public domain, where you have all these actors and you have to sort of really work with them. And you cannot just have one or two actors really having the hegemony to run the affairs. But this understanding here of state-society nexus also reveals the complex iterations of different assemblages and power structures and institutions that we need to contend with, right? To really understand how extractivism is made to continue and how it could possibly be made to change in terms of its approach and its instrumentalization by different groups, but also reveals the dynamism here. I will also highlight why do we need a bargains approach, because I think it's a really important way of framing different, understanding the different policy framings and choices that are being made and how. So the reason why we came up with this is like, how do states justify? Why is this still continuing? Regardless of contestations, resistance, regardless of evidence of destruction and violence, why is this still continuing? I think a bargains approach helps us to really understand why, certain forces are being able to, certain things are being used to justify why we need to continue to do it, or maybe curtail extractivism in some ways. The normative spectrum leads us to also ask a few questions around who are bargains for, which societal actors are included or excluded, if you think about the wider spectrum. But also you can think about, really, what are some of the things that are hidden? What are maybe, for instance, the gendered implications of extractivism that we may not really be aware of? We think about it as a bargain, you think about it as everyone being at the table, or maybe not at the table, but it's like a consensus being struck. Who is really part of this consensus? Who is sanctioning this consensus? And lastly, I wanted to, because of my attendance over the past day and a half, I kind of heard a few things, and I wanted to just make some reflections based on what I heard, which connect to the theme for this conference. If you think about the implications for the current wave of resource nationalism, there's really contradictory evidence suggesting that from India, presented by Aditi Basu yesterday, for instance, about how resource nationalism is not necessarily being used in the most positive way to advance economies or advance communities, because in some cases, communities remain marginalized, within the so-called developmentalist policies or developmentalist bargain, which is very typical. But also implications for indigenous sovereignty and resistance, right? And outcomes for right holders, right? What does that mean? If there's a bargain that is struck for a plurinational society, does it mean that people have lost their rights and given it in? So there's co-optation happening. So how do we think about co-optation within the context of a plurinational society? Do they give in everything, and do they still own some amount of self-determination even within a plurinational setting? So these are some of the questions for future research. And just I wanted to end with one more thing here about extractive bargains and the potential to advance the analytical bargains that we extracted. I know Professor Campbell yesterday was talking about health and extractivism, and I think immediately came out with this, okay, it's probably a sort of health-focused extractive bargain in a way, in terms of using, extractivism as a way to address, social redistribution, a key aspect of social, which is like good health, right? So that's also a bargain in a way, if you think about it from the Mali and Senegal case. And then disaster extractivism, Thomas came up with, presented an interesting paper, and it made me think about how extractivism, and in this context, actually the states could be using it to justify why extractivism has to continue so that it helps us deal with the fallouts, emerging from the pandemic, right? So that's also a form of extractive bargain. And so just to say that this sort of notion of bargain is as useful as it gets for understanding different justifications that are used and different ways that states use to sort of really put its print on the continuity of extraction, maybe continuity of violence and dispossession. I wanted to just thank Shirk for helping us to organize this workshop that led to this book project. And thank you so much for listening to my long talk. I appreciate you.
Thanks so much for that really comprehensive and interesting survey of extractive bargains, particularly in the last few slides in the context of what we've been discussing today and yesterday, resource nationalism and various iterations and what a research agenda around carrying that forward looks like. So thank you very much. I'm opening the floor for comments and questions. Chris.
All right. Thank you, and congratulations on a fantastic book. It's going right at the top of my reading list. Very briefly, two questions. The first one, are you seeing the bargain as kind of an event, right? So are you seeing it as, the signing of an agreement, or, a certain kind of period in time with a clear beginning and ending? Or do you see a bargain as an ongoing process? Because obviously, long time frames for extractive projects and legitimacy and credibility declining or improving over time, right? So that's one question. In other words, how do you deal with the temporality of these situations? The second one, you talked about the state, how the state is not, unified phenomenon. At least if you're dealing with, large scale extractive projects, you usually have one or two, a small number of discrete firms that you can focus on, right? So that again can help you. But what about ASM, right? What about small scale, even medium scale mining, if it exists, numerous actors claiming to speak maybe for a constituency of artisanal miners, but sometimes with dubious legitimacy as well, very complex. Is there an ASM extractive bargain?
Thanks, Nathan, and congratulations from me too on what sounds like a fantastic book, and look forward to reading it as well. I think, like Chris, I have questions about how you're framing and conceptualizing bargains, and I'll have a question too about the Ecuadorian Bolivian case that might help to illustrate the first question. But I'm curious about the nature of bargains in this context, and like Chris, I was wondering, is this sort of something that is somewhat limited in terms of a time-bound agreement or settlement that's reached, and as you were describing the different kinds of bargains, the typology that you had on there, I was thinking of the Canadian context or many contexts where you've got different all of those bargains can be coexisting at the same time. And I'm wondering, again, thinking about the settlements literature that you referred to and Alex was referring to this morning, like how do these compete with one another? What are the trade-offs? Are there not imposed bargains that in which stakeholders really have no say and no capacity to bargain or to make a difference? And that relates a little bit to the Ecuadorian case it's, I guess, just to sort of, and I totally appreciate the challenge of representing other people's work in an edited volume, but it might be an interesting case that illustrates possibly the limitations of the bargaining framework, in that the representation you gave of Ecuador's commitment to plurinationalism. My sense was that it wasn't quite so reductionist, that it wasn't just about economic rights or defending, as you put it, diverse productive forms. And Tomas may correct me here if I'm wrong, but much of the discourse that went into the Constitution that recognized plurinationalism was also about what we might call cultural rights and rights of identity, so rights towards language and tradition and community that, as you pointed out later on, were quite extensively ignored. So I'm just wondering how, again, how these questions of identity and power speak to the bargaining framework that you're using to frame the analysis. Thank you.
Thank you very much for a very enlightening and provocative and useful presentation. I had one small point of clarification I'd like to put forward, perhaps a correction in what you understood. In the work that the team of people in Senegal and Mali did, it was said at the beginning, nothing in what we did was prescriptive. The last thing that was to be suggested is that extractive industries should be used and continue to fund health. Okay, that's absolutely key. The focus was on extractives and showing how the process which is going on is highly opaque. There's enormous wealth being pulled out of the countries, and we pointed to health, but it could have been education, agriculture. There could be social investment with all that money, but that was only to make the point very, very clear, ring loud. The main point was to point to the need for greater transparency, accountability, and above all, to bring in local actors. And we suggested they're local actors like parliamentarians, the national authorities and local authorities, which need to be brought into this whole process. So far from us to suggest that extractive industries is justified to continue to do this. It's going on. Let's look at it. Where is the money going? That was the point.
All right, sounds good. So I will start with the notion of maybe thinking of bargains as an event or something that has a much more long duration in a way. We don't consider it to be an event, right? So like I mentioned earlier, you don't have a bargain where people are actually at the table concluding with an agreement, leaving out with a paper that says you've agreed to this and that and that. In the case where it's constitutionally mandated plurinationalism, that could be an event at that point. But I think the arrangement doesn't really stop there with that event, even in that case, right? Because it has to be a continuous process of justification and of convincing and of continually seeking consensus, right? So continually seeking people's agreement as you go. And if you think about indigenous focused bargains and IBAs, right, impact and benefit agreements, I think these agreements are signed and they tend to probably one of the most strictest forms of maybe bargains, so to speak, because like once you sign it, you're going to get these specific things. And of course, you can take the corporation to court if they don't deliver on those things. But those, that's like maybe one example of maybe a bargain being sort of an event, IBA, you sign it and it's confirmed it's legally binding. If it is legally binding, then that becomes an event. But beyond that, most of these bargains that we're talking about are sort of loose bargains. They're mostly informal and they mostly have different actors. Some of the actors don't even know they are engaged in the bargain. In some cases, the state is making proclamations and proceeding to put in place policies without necessarily doing like a survey of the people to see, are people really, okay with this? Are the people that we're hoping to represent are okay with it? Because the state is meant to be a machinery that represents the citizens, right? So in some cases, parliamentarians can come up with an approach, like a Green New Deal. And it's assumed that parliamentarians are representing their municipality. So in that way, the parliamentarians then become the voice of the people, but in most cases, they are not, right? So it's not a time, like it's not, the temporality is really wide. Like it's not an agreement that is set in one spot, but also in terms of who is involved and how the state may advance certain types of agreements without involving other actors. It can happen within the case, like the example that I've just cited. So that is where I can, how I can explain the temporality or the time-bound nature of this agreement, or if you can call it an agreement. It's called bargains. That's why we don't use the term agreement. Actually, we use bargains because it's a bit more loose. And in most cases, it's a bit more informal. ASM, I've worked on artisanal mining too, but it's like, it never occurred to me when we're kind of coming up with a conceptualization in terms of how it fits. But I think most of these bargains that we are referring to in the fossil fuel, minerals and metals sector tend to be more again, I say it wasn't formal, but I'm saying more formalized in terms of the kind of capital that is advancing the extractivism. So we're thinking about extractivism that is being advanced by global capital or multinational capital. So ASM doesn't seem to fit that characterization so much. But I think in the context of how much ASM contributes to local economies, it could actually be maybe a social redistribution bargain. And it would fit in that in some cases. It could even fit into a developmentalist bargain where governments are using ASM or SSM, as I learned from your project, as a way to advance pro-poor policies at the local level, that in fact, this is a good economic activity for locals to engage in, and it would help improve their lives better than maybe even inserting them into the mainstream mining economy. Right, so I think that's how we didn't conceptualize it that way, but now that I'm thinking about it, it will fit in that sort of broader conceptualization, so to speak. To the question, I totally agree with you that maybe I misrepresented the chapter a little bit, but I think also one of the challenges we had with coming up with this bargains approach is that lots of the chapters were really having a hard time. Like, we're like, how does it even fit, right? Because they were trying to come up with a way to justify how it fits with any of these 7 bargains. And so we made it a bit more restrictive to sort of try to have a conversation with these 7 bargains. And so I agree with you that it doesn't always fit. And I also think that the bargain is not always economic, right? Because you're dealing with social forces, and these social forces have different goals. Like I mentioned, there's a whole spectrum of social forces. And so they all have different goals. Some of them have goals towards a sustainable ecological space. They don't care about money so much. Some of them do care about money. Interest groups do care about, different things. And so it is really, and even in the social redistribution bargain, indigenous focus bargain, there will be a group that is concerned about the productive forces or the productive outcomes of the bargain. But then there are forces that will be concerned with the more cultural, aspect or communal societal aspect of the bargain, which is really not money oriented, right? So I think I agree with you that maybe the way it's described in the framework doesn't capture the cultural and maybe the other social aspects of the bargain. It seems to be more economic. But also I think because of the background of, mining and extractivism not being beneficial, and beneficial here not being economically beneficial. That's why our thinking was really around the benefits and how states would use these types of arrangements to show that you will benefit, and because you're going to benefit not just in the sense of money or getting more autonomy, more self-determination, but you also benefit in terms of how you determine how you live your life, and having the agency to be able to determine how you live your life. So it is sort of embedded in that framing. We didn't flesh it out as much. So I totally agree with you, and I appreciate your comments. Now, so Bonnie, so this is what I heard from your presentation, right? In terms of the health, and I think what I meant by that's why I left to the very final reflections. I'm not trying to put words into your mouth and saying what you didn't say. What I'm trying to say is that the thinking of extractivism as being useful to advance health policies or certain health interventions is a way to maybe think of it as a bargain. Again, like I said, bargains are not necessarily strict and they are not formalized, but there's just a way of, showcasing that extractivism kind of does all these different things. And that's why I think I made a point that it actually fits within a broader social redistribution bargain. And within that bargain, you can find education, you can find health, you can find contribution towards, just other kinds of initiatives in the community. Health is one of them. Health is actually a right. So I think maybe not so much direct in terms of the direct representation of your case study, but I think there will be cases where states will justify, access to health or access to sort of a national health policy, which could be informed by resource rents, right? So that if we extract, we could get money and then health will become more available to everybody. So maybe that's not your case, but I'm saying that it could be for future. That's why I say future research. People could look into it and see a potential for thinking of health bargains emerging from resource extractivism.
Great, thanks. We have one online question. Cynthia, if you can unmute and ask your question. Thanks.
Yes, please. Thank you so much. Hi, Nathan. Thank you so much for presentation and for presenting these typologies. I think they're quite interesting. I just had a question, like for clarification. Since you're using the word bargaining and you also mentioned it's a process and it involves a lot of different actors, what informed the decision to primarily focus on the political actor, right? Because there are different people involved. So why weren't you looking at their interest? That's one. And then the other thing too is the way the typology is currently presented, it's almost like as if the state is the key and most dominant actor. But did you find situations where even communities find different strategies to throughout the bargaining process are able to also make their demands and somehow are able to meet these demands, right? So I'm thinking, for instance, about situations in Latin America, like the consultas populares, which is like a new mechanism where I feel like communities are significantly able to exert power. And I'm sure maybe you've heard of a couple of examples. So when the vote goes through, they're able to even stop mining projects from happening, right? So what about these kind of scenarios and how does that fit into your typology?
Thank you. Okay. Cynthia, thanks so much for those comments, those questions. I think that both questions are related in a way, thinking about the state as the political actor. I guess seems like the framework, and like I said, it's like the resource, the methodological nationalism aspect of this framing was a bit of a challenge for me starting from the beginning, because I mean, I know the state is not always central. The state is not always the only power in the room. In most cases, is not the power in the room, even though it asserts its authority based on constitutional rights and all of that, right? So I do agree with you that there are other actors. The way we are framing this is how the state works or maybe does not work with other actors to advance certain policies that they would advance. And even in the context of, like I said, states is central to birthing extractivism. That's the key point. But then the societal forces can also stop extractivism from happening. But even stopping extractivism from happening, I feel like the state still has to, in a way, be involved in that and sort of provide a permissive environment for that. Because there are some cases where societal forces would resist and want to stop it, but then the state will go and use violence to take them off and to really disaggregate movement and protests that are happening, right? So the state still has a really critical role to play in this conversation. I think that's why we are seeing the state as being the force. And again, the state, like I said, the state is not just a unitary entity, but then the state is a force that really tries to negotiate, tries to justify, tries to convince different forces to do one thing or another to advance certain goals that they want to advance or goals that are considered to be better for the societal good. I don't know if I'm answering your question, but the point I'm making is that the state still is pretty central in this, at least in this framing. even when societal forces could be regarded as entrepreneurs in terms of not necessarily siding with the state, right? That's why I say there's all these sort of spectrum contradictory approaches where you have the state trying to push this through, but then there are forces that really don't want it, they are resisting it, and that's also a force that exists. And you kind of have to recognize these forces existing alongside each other. I mean, I don't think they necessarily have to come together for any sort of bargain to happen. So in some cases, bargains do not happen because forces don't agree and consensus cannot be struck, or you cannot convince any stakeholder that you should do this or that, right? So I don't think it's in all cases that these bargains are actually happening the way we are trying to explain it here.
Great, thanks. Any further questions? We have time for a few more.
Interesting presentation and thought-provoking. I was just thinking about the supply side of bargaining. So if you're putting the state very central, but then the supply side is capital, and like you said, it's global capital. But then there are different types of capital. You know, there's this influential study by C.K. Lee about the Chinese capital, state-owned capital, and shareholder capitalism. Does it have an effect on bargaining outcomes, the different types of supply side, how that the state interacts with that? And also the different timelines, the temporalities, because state capitalism would have a longer timeline and shareholder capitalism has a shorter time and has more variations over time with takeovers and changes in shareholding. Is that something you looked at in terms of the varieties in the bargaining process?
That's a really good point. I don't think we talk about, you have a point? Okay.
We have a second question. Pablo, you have a question online, thanks.
Yes, thank you, Andrew, for this, as Richard said, it's very comprehensive view of case illustrations of different kinds of bargaining. I'm big on how we euphemize conceptual terms. You know, and I know bargaining, you know, political bargaining comes out of a literature, and it's a way of framing decision making and the actors in that decision making process. That the state, of course, being notwithstanding the normative methodological nationalism, the central actor in much of this with capital. But could you just bring out a bit more the kind of asymmetry and we might say the inequality in the nature of the bargaining itself, right? In other words, you know, to be analogous to kind of labor negotiations, there are degrees in which some actors in that relationship, which is over contract, is unequal, and sometimes where it's more, there's a greater degree of equity in the process itself. And in a sense, much of what you talk about in the different case examples, of course, you know, demonstrate that, right? The different levels of inequality, asymmetry in the bargaining process. And apropos, you know, the discussion about community, for example, their bargaining processes are a great less equitable or equal than some state actors in the context of, for example, the case example of China. So could you talk a bit more about that? Could you draw out, in some sense, the relative equalities or inequalities in the processes itself? So not to kind of make it seem as if people come to the table with the same set of assets or the same set of capacities to bargaining in these processes. Thank you.
Thanks, Pablo.
Thank you so much, Pablo. So about supply chains, supply side of the bargain, we don't delve into that so much in the analytical types, but I do agree that, you know, you can't think of extractivism without looking at supply or looking at how different actors are inserted in the long chain, right? So I do think that if you think about the role that the state plays and how it is certain stuff, think about shareholders and stakeholders. These bargains we consider to be with a broader range of stakeholders and not just the shareholders. But then the corporations are also part of these bargains. And in some cases, the state is really pretty much representing corporate capital and is using basically like a front end for corporate bargain that the bargain that the corporation is trying to strike. But then it's convincing other stakeholders, which would include, you know, affected communities, the general citizens, or just the general public opinion, that, you know, even though there is sort of emphasis on shareholders, corporations are still going to make that much money out of all of this. We could still use this as a way to claim some of that for our own economy, for our own development. So I think that's how the state is able to deal with this sort of, you know, prominence of shareholders or shareholder orientation, even in the corporate framing, in the corporate understanding. I don't know if I'm answering your question, but we don't really tackle it in the analytical types. But in my understanding of it, based on your question right now, I think that's how I can interpret it, that the state is, in a way, really working with all of these you know, actors in the broader supply chain to advance this. And that's why we talk about broader stakeholders that need to be convinced, right? So that, in fact, and if you look at the spectrum that I said, there are so many actors that will be placed on each of these. Like I said, environmental movement could be towards the progressive end. You would have, you know, commercial or chamber of commerce kind of guys who are also part of this. And the state has a responsibility, or state forces have a responsibility to be able to convince all of these different groups of people that a bargaining is going to benefit each of these individual groups. And they always don't agree. They often don't agree on the outcomes or the potential profits and benefits of extractivism. But the state has that sort of role to really bring them together, to convince them, or to actually come up with policies that would convince them. So that's how best I can sort of explain the supply chain, the supply aspect, and how the state tries to bring everybody in to some extent. I don't know how successful it always is in doing that. Pablo, I appreciate your point about, you know, power and asymmetry, inequalities that are inserted in these bargaining processes. And I do agree. I mean, I think I made a point in the presentation, in the slides, that there are, you know, really clear asymmetrical powers involved when you're thinking about a bargaining approach. Because first of all, it's not an approach where everybody is in the room, or even where those that are in the room are necessarily equal, right? So you can think about all these global frameworks around multi-stakeholder initiatives and all of that. You can have all these people in the room, civil society and all of that. But then there are some forces, corporate forces tend to still really run the show. So I do agree, but if I wanted to just cite an example of Africa Mining Vision and the developmentalist bargain that emerges from that. I'm looking at where it started from as a regional framework, and then various countries picked it up, and then they're trying to convince their citizens that this is good to go. But I don't know to the extent, I mean, the extent to which they actually brought people in the room to have, you know, to convince them or to sign anything that, oh, let's pursue these types of policies, let's pursue local content policies because they will advance these types of goals. And in any case, if you look at Africa Mining Vision and its outcomes, in the case of Ghana and a few other places that I've examined, you will notice that communities are still not seeing the impact. So you think about the inequity that is involved in this sort of developmentalist bargain that I've just talked about. The communities that are supposed to be beneficiaries of local content policies or arrangements are not necessarily benefit in terms of even identifying who the local really is, right? Who are you talking about? Are you talking about just a few local entrepreneurs who would benefit from this? How is that benefit really translating to the average person? So I'm moving the bargain from the sort of high level, because I really don't know who was in the room and you know what the nations, the various countries did to bring different municipalities and communities into the room to really talk about where do we go with this action plan, AMV action plan. They just implemented it in some sense. And I think if you look at the practicalities of local content, for instance, it is being useful because corporations are showcasing that they are hiring all of these and some people are benefiting, but the overall broad-based benefit to the communities that have historically been disenfranchised is not fully realized. So I think that's, for me, that's an example of how a bargain is not materializing in the lives of the average person that's supposed to be the beneficiary of this bargain. And first of all, this average person was not really in the room to speak about their priorities or to insert themselves in the negotiation that would inform the outcomes of this bargain. So I just want to cite this example in the interest of time, but I think we can have further conversations about this. Thanks so much.
Within the Wits School of Governance and Wits Business School. He completed his PhD in political economy and public policy in 2022 at the Wits, and his current research focuses on the intersection of the political economy of contested extractivism, contested agrarianism, neoliberal authoritarianism, indigeneity, economic indigenization, and uneven development. His account of the intersection based on his PhD is currently being turned into a monograph under a contract with Routledge titled Extractive Industry Indigenization in Zimbabwe, Corruption, Collusion, and Uneven Development. He has other research interests in public policy, social contract, political settlements, conflict, participation, solidarity, and social cohesion. He's going to join us online, and he will be talking about the spatial temporality of mining extractivism in the age of resource nationalism, seeing Zimbabwe's extractive industry indigenization through critical theory. The second presenter is Kad Segwin, who is Ugandan. I hope so. Canadian. That means he may consider to be a Ugandan anyway. He is the policy and research director at Impact and has held several other positions at Impact over the past 14 years, including serving as the interim director of Publish What You Pay Canada, a coalition of civil society organizations that successfully advocated for a mandatory disclosure requirement for payments to government made by oil, gas, and mining companies. Most recently, she has been involved in several projects targeting at gold supply chains and touching on several thematic areas linked to Impact's work, including illicit trade, responsible sourcing, formalization, and women's empowerment. For the past 2 years, Ms. Segwin has been working with Dr. Nicole Smith of the Colorado School of Mines as a co-investigator for the National Science Foundation funded project titled Understanding and Disrupting Key Convergence Nodes of the illicit gold and mercury supply chains in Latin America and Africa. She's, from what I understand, she's also joining online. The third presenter who is on site is Chris Roberts, who is a sessional instructor in the Department of Political Science at the University of Calgary. And he has 30 years experience in Canada, Africa business, development policy, and research projects. He has a special interest in the extractive sector, including above ground risks analysis, the evolution of Canadian mining FDI on the continent, and the institutional foundations required to leverage mining and energy resources for development. He has written on aspects of natural resource governance and conducted commissioned studies on regional mining coordination and green steel potential in the East African community. This afternoon, he will be talking on is free carried interest getting carried away, the promises and pitfalls of state equity participation in mining without skin in the game. And the fourth presenter is Benjamin Ofoso Atwahene, who is a PhD candidate in the Department of Political Studies at Queen's University, specializing in international relations and comparative politics. He is originally from Ghana. He graduated with a first-class honors from the University of Ghana. And he came to Canada, where he completed an MA in political science at Dalhousie University and won several awards. His MA thesis contributed to the scholarly literature seeking to understand why private security services have become a necessary evil across Africa His current doctoral research interests at Queen's University range from private security governance to natural resource governance in Africa. This afternoon, he's talking about resource nationalisms for whom, agential constructivist insights from Botswana's diamond sector. So like I said, I have two presenters on site, Chris and Benjamin, and two presenters online. Each presenter will have a maximum of 15 minutes to present. And I will, I'm sorry, I will interrupt my presenters at the 10th minute. And we start with Kenneth Maduna. Kenneth, if you are online, it's your time to present. You have 15 minutes. Kenneth.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Let me share my presentation. So I'm talking about the dynamics, the spatial temporalities of mining extractivism in Zimbabwe, but with a specific reference to the resource nationalistic policy we implemented between 2008 until 2017 November, when Mugabe was pushed out. And I would like to see it through the lens of critical theory. So the question I'm trying to answer, how in the age of resource nationalism can we see the spatial temporal dynamics, drivers, trends, and outcomes of such a resource nationalism policy like the indigenization policy in Zimbabwe, but through critical theory? So we do have competing drivers for resource nationalism in the continent. Why are we implementing such policies? So number one is a colonial accumulation explanation. The argument by post-independent African government is the successive colonial administrations, they expropriated without compensation our forefathers. Hence, the need to expropriate them as well without compensation. Why wealth inequality in our countries became very much intergenerational. We do have a radical right explanation to it. People who are trying by all means to be ultra-nationalistic in their orientation, to be identitarian, to say, no, we need our economies to be very much local in outlook rather than to present an international outlook. So that radical right explanation as well is also justifying the need for resource nationalism in the continent. Then uneven development, racial capitalism, and racial contract explanations. They are just like saying, no, like at the international level, we are seeing the global economy tilted in favor of a certain race and in disfavor of another race. And in the context of the African continent, we are seeing Africans in their own motherland, not owning, not managing, not controlling any mode of production, especially in the extractive industry. And then the resource case or the paradox of plenty explanation, they are saying, no, we do also want to benefit from our own resources, and we don't want a situation whereby the discovery of a mineral is associated with the paradox of plenty. Then regime survival and elite private accumulation. In the context of Zimbabwe, yeah, well, a lot of explanations or drivers were given to say, why are we implementing it? But one of them, the regime which was isolated at the international level, had every means of trying to survive by any way. And one of them, it was that inventive, that innovative way of doing that. That was indigenization policy. And then natural resource capital accounting explanation, the need to account for and meaningfully benefit from the depletable, non-renewable resources in the continent. They are saying like the manner in which our resources are being depleted by the extraction of these resources by most non-African countries are not being accounted for. And in our GDP like calculations, we're not seeing such a account being taken into consideration. So we also want to do that. And like one way of doing it, we can implement a resource nationalistic policy. Then international ostracism. In the context of Zimbabwe, the government since 2001, when a land reform program was implemented, they were slapped with international comprehensive sanctions by the global north, if I can put it that way. So they also wanted to survive. So they used it as a sanction-based strategy. So these are the international and national conventions and guidelines and legal like foundations as to why Zimbabwe or Africa can justify the reason to implement this national this resource nationalism like policies. For example, if we read the United Nations General Assembly's resolutions, they say indigenous people have the right to the land, to the territories, to the resources which they have traditionally owned, occupied, and otherwise acquired. So all these all these conventions and covenants, they justify the need to do that. So the basic fundamental explanation here is we also want to benefit. We also want to own the means, the factors of production, of consumption, of extraction, of distribution of our own mineral resources. The reason being that Africa is becoming an extractive industry economy based. So why would we own those means of production? But now there is also a contract explanation to say expropriation without compensation, both at international and national level, is illegal. In the context of Zimbabwe, the Zimbabwean constitution itself upholds property rights, private property rights, if I can emphasize that. So why are you not expropriating people? Second, Zimbabwe is a signatory of bilateral investment treaties. So indigenous policy in itself, it's a contrast to that. Then the other one is to say the sins of the forefathers shouldn't be apportioned to the descendants, like that colonial explanation which they are saying, no, your forefathers expropriated our soul, we are justified to expropriate you as well. And the fourth one, indigenous policy, it means just closing the country for business, because in our case, we wanted 51% of equity in all mining companies to be given to the locals. So what are the outcomes now? Only 2 companies fully complied with the law. As to say, 51% were like of the equity was given to the locals, and then 49% to the foreign nationals. But I will explain like this one later, why it was like this, the only 2. Then only 2 community share ownership trust. By the way, the vehicle the government used to implement the indigenous policy in the mining sector was primarily the community share ownership trust. So only 2 community share ownership trust of the 61 which were established got the required 10% equity from the mining companies. And by 2014, the mining companies across the country had pledged something like $116 million to the 16 functional community ownership trust. However, only 30 million was honored. Then by 2018, the pledged amount was 128 million. And by 2018, only 34% of which was honored. As of December 2016, the 26 viable community ownership trust received 39 million, while the remaining one, they remain non-functional. And out of established 61 community ownership trust by 2014, only 16 and 26 in 2016 were operational. 35 of them remained white elephant. But then the question is now, why a resource nationalistic policy, which was paraded as a panacea to uneven development, as a panacea to widespread poverty and unemployment is not its outcomes are not consistent with the goals themselves. So there are a lot of explanations to that. I will explain them. And these are also some of the outcomes. You can see the discrepancy between what was pledged and what was received. There was huge discrepancy, and that is the reason why uneven development to this day in the mining sector was not addressed, even if there was a purported implementation of the policy itself. These are some of the positive outcomes, of course, to some selected community ownership trust. If you are to look, it is Shawane Community Ownership Trust. A lot of schools, like healthcare centers, irrigation-like programs, were also constructed by the donations which were given to the community ownership trust by the qualifying companies. You also look at some of them, Tongogara, Gwanda, etc. We also found out that there were a lot of benefits. So what are some of the competing explanations as to why uneven development was not addressed by the policy which was supposed to address that uneven development? One of them is compradorship. About 4 cases of compradorship were identified. Bikita Minerals Lithium Company. This is the biggest lithium company in the in the African continent. We were told during the period of indigenous again policy that 51% was owned by the locals, only to get to know that after Mugabe went out to say no, that was a business fronting kind of an arrangement. Frederick Baker Company, one of the biggest gold mining company in the country as well, in the Caledonia. Also, Chopis, of course, it's not a mining company, it's a retail company, but it involved the former vice president. So it's one of the explanations as to why the policy did not achieve its intended goals. Then selective application of the indigenous again law. A lot of Chinese companies were exempted, although secretly, from complying with the indigenous again policy. Then the political settlement explanation. The elite pact ended between government and the foreign-owned mining companies. They presented it as the companies were indigenized, yet they were not. Business fronting was at stake, to the point that, for example, in Chiadwa, 5 companies, foreign-owned, they presented a dummy check with the former president, with the former indigenous again minister, and said we are pledging a total of $50 million to the community ownership trust. Only findings to show that they knew from the beginning that it was not going to be deposited into the account of the community ownership trust. So that was kind of the political settlement, or the elite pact ended between the collusion between the government and the foreign-owned mining companies. Then in strategic ambiguity, there was deliberate inconsistent, deliberate lack of clarity and inconsistent within the indigenous document. How did that happen? For example, the strategic foundational clause which says at least 51% must be owned by the locals. Findings when I was digging deeper told me that no, at least itself was a very strategic phrasing, framing to say, if we say at least, we can interpret it the way we want. For if it suits us to say at least means the minimum.
Kenneth, you are in the last 2 minutes, so
okay.
Please conclude.
Then the Second Republic and the indigenous again policy. By the way, after Mugabe was pushed out in 2017, the Second Republic is now doing whatever it takes to amend or to scrape out the indigenous again policy. So where we are now, we don't have the indigenous again policy in place. It was scraped out by 2022, and now we are now coming up with another act we are now calling the Indigenous the Economic Empowerment Act, which is now removing that in the resource nationalistic element, indigenization. But now then, we do have the Base Minerals Export Control Act of 2022, which bans the export of raw lithium. So I'm just asking to say, is it a signal for the return of a resource nationalism or something else? This is what I was proposing in my PhD to say, if we are to balance between indigenization through empowerment and empowerment through indigenization, we can find a balancing act in a way that our locals are meaningfully benefiting and participating in the means of production in extractive industry. And also at the same time, we are not scaling away investment. So that need of balancing between the two is very necessary. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Comrade Kenneth. I hope calling you comrade does not
it's not a problem.
Make you be closer to the crocodile. Thank you very much. And now to Kadi, if you are online, please.
I am here. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Okay, great. I'm just going to share my slides, and then if you can confirm that everybody can see them.
Yes, we do.
All right.
So you have 15 minutes to do your presentation.
Perfect.
Welcome.
Thank you. I'm happy to be with you all today, even if in a virtual capacity. Sorry, I couldn't be there in person. My name is Katie Sege. I'm the Policy and Research Director at Impact. We are an Ottawa-based NGO with a mission to transform how natural resources are managed in areas where security and human rights are at risk. Some of you in the room might have known us under our previous name, which was Partnership Africa Canada. So my paper and my presentation today is focused on in-country value addition efforts in artisanal gold supply chains in Uganda. We're at the initial stages of this particular research endeavor, and so my paper focuses really on contextualizing this issue, regionally within East Africa, and then diving specifically into the experience of Uganda. But overall, our real research objective with this work that we're doing is to assess the overall impact to date of gold refining as a particular value-added activity for artisanal gold supply chains. So we have two particular projects that we're working on that helped, sort of spur this research idea. The first is an ongoing research project funded by the National Science Foundation and led by the Colorado School of Mines, which is looking at illicit trade in gold and mercury. And the second is a project called Planet Gold, which is part of a global program looking to reduce mercury usage in artisanal gold mining. And Impact is the executing agency for that project in Uganda specifically. And the project contains a significant supply chain component. So I'll start with a bit of regional framing in terms of the context in East Africa. I'm sure many of the experts in the room are fairly familiar with the artisanal gold sector there, which is operating, primarily informally, both from a production standpoint and also a trade standpoint. Much of the artisanal gold exiting or transiting in East Africa is doing so informally and bypassing legal sales channels. Previously, many governments looked at, more repressive approaches to artisanal gold mining, looking to try to, sort of eradicate the sector in some ways. But I think a lot of governments have started to come around to seeing more of the economic and development potential of the sector and are looking to formalize it. Albeit quite slowly, but that is the goal. And of course, within this emerging, sort of hot topic of critical minerals, on top of changes in the geopolitical landscape and how these have particularly played out in the gold sector, I think this has really reinvigorated discussions around value addition, but with an added focus on artisanal gold supply chains that we maybe haven't seen quite as much in the past. And so within this context, we've seen a large number of gold refineries start to establish themselves in East Africa, but I would say also across sub-Saharan Africa more generally, as well as a number of countries that have political commitments to establish gold refineries. The transparency of these refineries in terms of who's financing them, who's involved, has been a bit limited and has certainly been the subject of some concern because of affiliations with individuals who have had past allegations or ties to illicit trade of gold or gold smuggling, or other, sort of nefarious activities linked to the gold sector. And so I think, while there's a sense, I think there's mixed emotions in terms of, wanting to see this type of value addition, activity start taking place in a lot of these countries. However, again, a little bit of concern over the entities and the individuals that are involved. And one other important note in terms of this context is that none of the refineries that have established themselves in East Africa and again in sub-Saharan Africa generally, as of late, are LBMA refiners. And this poses, particular limitations in terms of where, these refineries can sell their gold. So if we look more closely at the context in Uganda, Uganda is a very, a small producer of gold in comparison to a lot of other countries across sub-Saharan Africa. Of course, because of the level of informality, it's hard to assess how much gold is actually produced. But there's some estimates that it's around 12,000 kilos a year. I think we have to take some of these estimates with a grain of salt. But it does have a lot of smaller scale production, so artisanal, small scale, medium scale production scattered throughout the different regions of the country with certain pockets of more substantial production. But it does have a large scale gold mine that is coming to operation supposedly by the end of this year. And that means that a lot of the gold that is exported from Uganda is actually coming from, neighboring countries that are producing gold, and then it's flowing into Uganda. There's been a lot of concerns over potential conflict financing in links to gold from DRC and South Sudan in particular. But a lot of this gold is flowing into Uganda because of its much more favorable fiscal regime for exporting gold. And it does appear that the increasing presence of gold refineries in the country that started around 2014 does seem to also potentially have had an impact on increasing the amount of gold that's flowing into Uganda. And so, the graph here shows the Uganda central bank statistics on the value of gold exports. And so you can see that there's been quite a significant increase in these. I'm sure any data scientists in the room will note the little dip there in 2022, which I will speak to in a moment. And so you had strong political support for the establishment of gold refineries from the government of Uganda and from the presidency in particular. And this was, sort of viewed as a way for trying to step in and curb gold smuggling in the country. And so there's now 6 gold refineries that are operating. And if we look at, again, the export earnings that are reported by the central bank, it does appear that, gold going through legal sales channels is increasing as reported by those figures. However, there's a bit of mixed messaging from different data sets, because if you look at what the UAE is reporting as its import data from Uganda, there are still, times where there's quite significant discrepancies between those. And so again, a bit of mixed messaging in terms of that, that overall effect. And so the themes that are emerging from our more in-depth research into the context in Uganda in particular, it's very difficult to strike the right balance in terms of trying to generate additional government revenues through value-added activities in a sector that's very prone to operating through informal channels. And so overtaxation, overcomplicated, processes, et cetera, can often have the effect of pushing actors back into informality. So it's quite a fine balance. And what we've seen is that, one of Uganda's first gold refineries that opened was provided with a very generous, fiscal framework, a 0%, export tax. That I think, some of the refineries have become quite accustomed to these very favorable, low tax regimes, that when the government has tried to increase government revenues in the sector, there's been a lot of pushback. So in 2022, the government imposed a 5% levy on refined gold. And the refiners and exporters essentially responded with a self-imposed ban on exporting. And so official exports plummeted for 2022. That's why we saw that little dip in the export value in the graph I showed earlier. And despite that, the UAE was still reporting quite a bit of gold coming in from Uganda. So I think gold was still making its way, just maybe not through official channels. But the Uganda Revenue Authority eventually stayed the levy and paused it. And the Auditor General report for 2022 found that it cost the government $90 million US. So definitely, some challenges around, figuring out what the right fiscal framework is. Beyond that, Uganda struggles with quite a bit of reputational issues, again, because of some of the linkages between the gold refineries that are there and certain individuals or entities that have had problematic roles within the illicit trade of gold. One refiner was recently sanctioned by the US government, though gold exports haven't really seemed to taken a hit since then. So it doesn't appear that it's had necessarily a major impact. But it certainly does reduce, market options when you have these types of reputational or due diligence issues. But I think beyond that, I think the biggest challenge is really figuring out who's actually benefiting from these gold refineries. If there's limited sort of taxation or revenues that are going to the government from the sector, it's not necessarily a sector that's creating a lot of employment. Where are these benefits actually going? And I think for us, that's still the big question that we really want to try to unpack, especially in terms of upstream producers. And if we look beyond refining to other value-added activities, it seems like it's quite an uphill climb for Uganda and other similarly positioned countries in the region. The jewelry sector offers it has the most demand for gold and the highest margins, but India and China are such dominant players in the market that it's really hard to compete with them. And South Africa seems to offer somewhat of a cautionary tale in this area, as it's had difficulty establishing its own, globally competitive jewelry sector and has had much longer efforts in that regard. The bullion market takes up a big chunk of demand, but margins are fairly small within the bullion market. And again, because these are not, LBMA refiners, it really is challenging for them to, to enter their gold directly into these bullion markets. It doesn't mean that gold doesn't necessarily enter, or isn't part of LBMA refined gold. It's not doing so directly. And finally, the manufacturing sector is a pretty small portion of gold demand overall, and the soaring prices seems to indicate that this, is not necessarily a worthwhile endeavor for investment, as many companies might move to try to find alternative minerals. In terms of potential opportunities, we're grasping at straws a little bit, to be quite honest. I think that I think there could still be opportunities for Uganda to align with broader global market expectations. And that could increase, its market opportunities beyond actors like the UAE or India. But this would require a very significant investment in the sector, as well as how the country absorbs gold from its neighboring countries. And I'm not sure whether the current incentive structure really allows for that. There may be potential places for particular markets, with more socially conscious consumers, but again, those are quite niche and can be a little bit difficult to create those linkages with those consumers, especially in markets like the jewelry industry, because of the distance that those consumers are from the countries where gold's being produced. And third, I think there's more opportunity for investment in the
30 seconds to conclude.
wrap up. Sure. I think there's also opportunities in terms of the actual investment in the mining sector itself, the artisanal mining sector itself, and that might actually be the best place to start rather than looking at further, down the supply chain in terms of looking at other value-added efforts beyond refining. And so in terms of recommendations, I think we definitely need better data around to try to feed into more robust analysis around, especially around the economic value of in-country gold refining. Much more cross-ministerial collaboration, because I think as we look at other industries beyond gold and gold refining, there's certainly need to bring in other actors. And I think, like taxation, regional approaches and strategies for value addition can really, bring greater benefits for countries in the region, so they're not simply just competing with each other. In terms of the next steps for our research, we're currently seeking approval for field research in Uganda to have more discussions with upstream market actors in terms of the overall impact of these gold refineries.
Thank you very much. Welcome to Uganda.
Thank you. Karibu.
Asante. A round of applause. Thanks. Now to Chris with the free carried interest. Chris, karibu.
So, thank you for having me. I just want to say thank you to the organizers, for Richard, for Alex, for letting me interpose and jump into the project at the end. I'm not part of the project. But I've been active and interested in the extractive sectors in Africa for decades. And when I saw that this project was happening, the project itself, as well as the conference, I just thought, yes, please, can I be there? So thank you very much for including me in that. That said, a lot of my approaches or ideas might be a little different in terms of unsettling compared to the way the rest of the day has gone, but I'm hoping that that's okay, right? Because we're interested in various different things. Okay, so I'm going to jump. First thing I'm going to say is, here's a quick snapshot, the 10-second snapshot of a project that myself and a mining engineer at the University of Calgary are ramping up as part of a disciplinary project that we're trying to develop. And again, this has just started in the last few months, and it led to me going to Zambia and Tanzania recently, and for Puya, my colleague on this, to go to a couple of Latin American countries that he'd been involved with mining projects previously. So as part of that, and this is where I met Jafe's social media, is to reach out to leading scholars in those regions to develop nodes very similar to the model that you've done with PDG and for the upcoming project, I think. So anyway, that's a jumble of stuff, but it's trying to get a sense of, we're looking at mining projects, actual mine development, and doing comparative analysis across 6 different jurisdictions, and the cases are Canadian listed mining projects. So please, I'll just throw that out there if you want to talk to me about it afterwards. That's not the focus of my presentation. However, as somebody who's been active active, it's not like I'm a miner, I'm not an engineer, I haven't been involved, never been an owner of a mine in Africa or been on the board of a company, but somebody who's been actively on the outskirts of this industry since the liberalization push of the 1990s. I often will come back, and as I'm not teaching, I'll look at, well, what are the most recent developments? And of course, resource nationalism, again, exhibited in the African mining vision of 2009, but I think we're in maybe a second or a third wave at this point, I think wrapped around critical energy or critical minerals now. But again, this is the discussions at the conference. I wanted to focus in on something that I've been noticing that is becoming more and more prevalent in African mining code or act or regulation revisions over the last few years, which is something that's been around, but now it is becoming, as Bonnie and I were talking about, it's becoming very common, which is this notion of free carried interest, which is different than just carried interest. And I just want to talk about this. Again, this is a preliminary paper. People working on this project are coming with 4 years of research and they're finished and they've published. This is at the beginning points of a project where we're just starting to ask questions related to our the framing of our project. So I've always said that natural resources, as Melham and others have said, 2006, natural resources put the institutional arrangements to a test. Specific policies end up creating part of that institutional mix, but of course, as we heard from Nathan earlier, those policies come out of bargains, strategic bargains, extractive bargains within the jurisdictions. I'm just saying here that when we look at a specific policy, it will, no matter where it came from, no matter the impulses behind it, it will create or change things, even if that's not the intention of those that created a policy. The interesting thing too is if you think back to the 1980s and the World Bank, right? Sell everything, no state-owned enterprises, it's all bad, right? And then the 1990s, the World Bank says, well, wait a second, maybe good governance is part of the equation. Okay, fast forward to 2022, the World Bank is actually helping write guidebooks and documents. Again, maybe this is a way to get involved and influence and appropriate, shape the message. But here's the World Bank talking about, well, if you want to have state equity participation in mining, here's some ideas, here's what you should be considering. And that seems like a pendulum swinging away from that neoliberal sell everything moment of the 1980s and even liberalization of the 1990s. So that's something. Again, does that mean the World Bank is trying to get involved to, as we've heard throughout the last couple of days, ensure extractives still happen, right? That could be a whole part of the debate. Okay, so very briefly, I've had to pull out slides because Jaface is very tight on the 15 minutes. So we can talk about anything else in depth or other things that I don't bring up. This is just a very quick snapshot of what I wanted to do. But the first thing is, before I even explain what the difference and what the peculiarities of free carried interest is and what it does potentially, is talk about, conceptualize work. This is work I've done before and it's related to what people are doing in the room. What is government's role in the mining sector, right? And we know what it is. Or what is government's role? What does government want from the mining sector? And these are the three, and I would call them three competing, they don't often align, they create contradictions, the three competing sort of motivations or responsibilities of government. Value maximization, that could be specific sort of benefits, mitigation of negative effects, of course, but also a catalyst for economic structural transformation. And if a government pursues one of these whole hog, the other two are actually going to be a little bit, they're not going to be, you can't pursue all three of these at the same time if you're privileging some versus the others. If a government is absolutely committed to an extractive approach to development, the environment is going to be affected, and how will they manage that depends on their technical capacity. It depends on transparency and accountability mechanisms, which many of us have talked about, absolutely critical for any of this to work. But you could then say, well, we're going to go after, we just want resource rent streams. We want as much mining as possible. So you have a particular framework that, regulatory framework that pushes, we want more mines to create more revenue. But you then say, wait a second, no, we want to actually create structural transformation. you don't have the same kind of regulatory fiscal framework to drive mining exploration and investment, because you're sending different signals to the market, whether the market's international or domestic. So again, these are these various contradictions. I'm not going to get into them all except for just laying that foundation there. So of course, we've talked about local content today, and I wasn't sure if I was in the productive linkages section or if I was in fiscal, but now that I think more and more about free carried interest, it has a little bit of both elements to it. Because free carried interest is actually getting the government directly involved in the mining companies. So that means that, directorships, the involvement, the skills, capacity building, et cetera, et cetera. So that's actually productive linkages, but as well, it's related to the fiscal regulatory framework. So I'm not going to go into all this. This is all the things that economic transformation we hope would come from mining, and the clear sort of answer we've seen is resource nationalism mostly comes when this doesn't happen, and it doesn't happen that often. So beyond these regulatory requirements of how we get there, we have the idea, well, wait a second, maybe again, states should be owners. If you're an owner, you can manage these things better. So where do you get as an owner as a strategy to get to the overall developmental objectives? You're also meeting that other objective, which is increasing revenue, which comes from dividends. So, but here's the kicker. Increasing ownership of a mine, I'll go through the different structures of how do you do that as a state. There is a balance between focusing on the production-based resource sources. Production would be royalties and production and activity, fees and other taxes, royalties, and even labor, pay-as-you-go, employment-based, versus focusing on, well, we're going to get our money. We want a piece of the profits. We want a piece of those windfall profits. We want a piece of that. When the price jumps, we want to get a piece of that as an owner. So that's where you say, well, we want to be an owner, so we want to get dividends. The trick, of course, is companies prefer that you share the risks with the state, so that the state will benefit only when you benefit when the prices are high and you're getting good margins. The state would prefer to get regular revenue from the day that you start production, when you still have $300 million in debt to repay, but the state wants to get its money now. So of course, royalties, they prefer that, activity fees, licensing. So FCI, free carried interest, is trying to balance some of those interests. You want some ownership, but you also, because now you're an owner, you don't want to tax that project to death, right? So there should be some alignment there between state interests and corporate interests. But we'll see, maybe that alignment is negative in 2 or 3 different ways. So we come back to, and again, I'm not talking about the methodology here, but because I wasn't sure how many countries had gone down the route of FCI, I created a list of African countries, and I created a list of Latin American countries taken from the case studies we want to do, and I went to investigate those, and I found that it's the African countries where FCI is the most advanced. And so I wanted to look at if you took a model African case, which is Botswana, which has lots of state ownership. Does Botswana do free carried interest? And the answer is no. They have all sorts of interests, and they do carried interests, but did they do free carried interests? They don't. Codelco, Chile, major ownership of the state, and yet Chile is still one of the most, it's the most attractive Latin American industry. So the issue of ownership, state-owned ownership, joint ventures, that doesn't seem to dissuade capital from going to these places, but it's partly because those countries, as mature mining jurisdictions, have created the opportunities, or created the framework, the predictability, I guess you could say, the critical mass of industry, the critical mass of capacity. So it's not ownership which is the problem that scares away potential capital. It is maybe the way that it is structured that might scare away new capital, external for the most part, as we've seen. This is a new book that's not even out yet. So I just wanted to give a shout out to this new book that's coming out this year. Focuses on Chile and Brazil. It's termed state-owned and mining. How many minutes do I have left?
3.
Good. Okay. So what are the multiple pathways? I'm not going to go into this. The multiple pathways to ownership. We know about all these different pathways. Many countries have tried, and they have very many different ways of doing it. Carried interest. This is what I always thought when we meant free carried interest was a company will get ownership in advance of the mine producing and pay back its share from its, as the mine makes money, then its initial dividends are going back to actually earn the equity in the business. But free carried interest does not work that way. And I'm going to show you the language from the most recent Tanzanian legislation, which is similar to the old one. Free carried interest is, the actual it's the golden share. You do not have to pay a penny for the share. You don't have to pay a penny for it after the project starts earning money. You just get a 10% interest at the time you negotiate or sign a mining license, or in the case of Tanzania, 16% at the time of signing a mining license. There is no payback is going to come back for that. So again, I can't show you all the data, but a sample list of African jurisdictions which have instituted at some point free carried interest starts with Ghana way back in 1986. And then there were a few countries that did this before the African Mining Vision. But now, since the African Mining Vision, and particularly over the last few years, we're having more and more countries either use a free carried interest provision for the first time or revise them to make them even more generous for government just in the last few years. Sometimes directly tied to critical mineral strategies, and sometimes just as a general change of the mining code. So Tanzania wants to increase its mining, right? We know that, and Jaface and I have talked about this. $2.5 billion of mining-related projects which haven't advanced over the last decade. Why not? And I would argue that sometimes free carried interest, not as the sole part, but as a package of regulatory and fiscal impositions, might be part of it. What does free carried interest? This is the very specific free carried interest from the SRP in Tanzania 2022. I've highlighted the things that I think that are the most important, but number 10, automatic allotment of free carried interest shares without financial contribution thereto. So absolutely makes it clear. But what do you get for it? You get dividends. When the company project pays the dividends, you get to appoint 2 people to the board of the joint venture mining company, right? There's a lot of both power, but also you get direct insights into how that company's operating. You have direct insights into board meetings. I mean, you're there, you're on the board, you're voting, you're making decisions. So there's a lot of reasons why states would want to have that kind of interest, but is a not paying for it, is that actually good for the long-term health, if that's what you want, in a country to build up the capacity, financial, local capital in the local mining sector? And I'm not convinced of that. But again, this is early stages of the research. The other last couple, 30 seconds?
30 seconds.
30 seconds. Let me just show you the Uganda one. Okay, so Uganda is very similar, but I just wanted to say that Uganda, which has never had this in before, is now introducing the free carried interest provision. But what Uganda has done in its law, which is different than the Tanzanian law, is it in its overall, the distribution of revenue from mining, it actually includes and has raised the portion which goes to local communities. In Tanzania, everything is at the center. there's nothing legislated that goes down to the local areas. In Uganda, they've actually raised it to do that, okay? So I just have, and here's the Mali one. I'll leave that open and we can have a question about that. But here are the various questions. Again, this is preliminary work. Here are all these various questions related to, and I even pulled stuff, and I added a question after hearing Nathan's presentation. These are the questions that arise when we think about free carried interest as a policy that builds, let's say it's driven by national resource resource nationalism, or other developmental objectives, is it actually going to fulfill those objectives? And that's something that's let's say the decision on that still can't be decided because it is so new in terms of its ubiquity and in Africa. It is not common in Latin America or other jurisdictions around the world. It's the most common on the African continent. Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Chris. And now to Benjamin.
All right, thank you very much. While Clay is trying to get my, can you hear me? Okay, awesome. All right, yeah, first I'd like to throw out there that I'm no expert in political economy. My wheelhouse is in private security governance, especially in Africa and also within the natural resource sector. But I'm relatively new to the resource nationalism or field. But nevertheless, I'm very happy to share some innovative approaches to the studying of resource extraction in Botswana. Next slide. Yeah, all right. So this paper is actually intended to be a chapter in an upcoming book, and there are 3 collaborators on this project. That is Brandon Jamieson, Andrew Grant, and myself. So the chapter looks at resource nationalism from a more critical IR perspective regarding how transformative norms have shaped behavior of actors. A lot has been said about resource nationalism in Africa throughout this time here during this conference. So I'll do my best to skip the basics, water down descriptiveness, and then go straight to the point. Okay. Yeah, awesome. Okay. So change, particularly when it is driven by significant events impacting the international system, can be unsettling for all global actors, right? This is evident in resource management across many resource-rich countries, from post-independence through to the Cold War into the 21st century. Following independence, many African nations view their natural resources as key to achieving full development and economic independence. As a result, they pursued nationalization and dominant control over these sectors. Given the post-colonial context, this approach is quite understandable. However, the anticipated successes associated to these strategies did not materialize, as we all know, and it was even worse, especially in socialist-leaning countries, due to dictatorships and severe resource mismanagement. In the post-Cold War era and into the 21st century, several waves of change have swept throughout the resource extraction sectors across the continent. Some countries have benefited significantly, while others continue to remain in the so-called resource curse. Whatever. Yeah. Have these changes been progressive or regressive? Regardless of the answer to this, it is clear that transitions from the first wave to the current waves have profoundly impacted the international system. More importantly, both transactional and local actors shape and are shaped by this cognitive environment, a perspective shared by agential constructivism, which serves as an interpretive lens for this particular chapter. Next slide. So like I said, the case study is on Botswana. So Botswana, upon gaining independence in 1966, it was among the poorest countries in the world. However, from 66 to 1980, the country experienced rapid economic growth with an average GDP of nearly 14% per year. And this was largely driven by diamond mining. Botswana since has become the world's largest exporter of diamonds by value, earning its recognition as a model for resource-rich African nations. Following the discovery of diamonds in 1967, the government lacked technical or administrative capacity to undertake development independently. So lacking these capabilities and also desperate to earn revenue from these resources, the government sought a partnership with the De Beers Group, which had the financial and technological capacity to reach these diamonds under the ground. Initially, it was an 85 to 15 partnership, which was later renegotiated under, it was later renegotiated to become the 50-50 Botswana partnership, as we all know. Though Botswana's diamond sector has been lauded in many quarters for its contribution to economic growth, little attention has been paid to the extent to which resource nationalism has influenced this particular domestic growth. Further, since the diamond sector is by nature integrated into regional and global markets, another under-researched area is to which extent has Botswana been a transformational norm leader on diamond sector governance, especially in the African mining vision and the Kimberley process. So this chapter aims to fill that gap regarding the impact of resource nationalism in Botswana, particularly on in this diamond sector. This chapter also seeks to contribute to a refined understanding of resource nationalism at a domestic, regional, as well as global level by utilizing agential constructivism as an interpretive lens. We examine Botswana's experiences, its roles in shaping global norms and governance in the mining industry. Next page. All right. So why Botswana? I'll run through this quickly. So Botswana, first off, is because it's one of the founding members of the Kimberley process, as many of us are aware, and has played a pivotal role in shaping the anti-diamond conflict norm and its evolution over the past 2 decades. Also, Botswana has also been widely praised for its democratic governance and relatively good governance practices. I mean, when we talk about countries in Africa that have done well regarding managing of their resources, Botswana comes up, yeah, as well as other Southern African countries. Botswana's successes in managing its diamond wealth and avoiding the resource curse has been a subject of extensive scholarly attention, like I mentioned. So these are the reasons why it's Botswana. Yeah. All right. So let's talk about our framework. What is agential constructivism? So this theory actually emphasizes how rational actors, including states, non-state entities, influence and shape transnational norms. It challenges structural assumptions by highlighting opportunities for agency, even among less powerful actors. Okay. Agential constructivism places less emphasis on structural inequalities, which are often highlighted by reflexivist or interpretive scholars. Structural variants of constructivism also tend to limit agency by tying actors to their positions within the international system, creating a form of stagnation. So this stagnation of status implies that actors from the global north are always expected to dominate those from the global south. All these structural inequalities should not be ignored. Overemphasizing these can also lead to outdated views that portray global south actors as merely norm takers rather than norm makers, especially when it comes to the resource arena. How is this framework relevant to resource nationalism? So first, agential constructivism places more emphasis on the agency of state and non-state actors in influencing norm dynamics rather than just focusing on the structural inequalities. So I think yesterday some speakers spoke about how about the international economic world order and how we all know those issues, but sometimes from an IR perspective, sometimes it's better if we move past that and look at good ways to, push forward an agenda for change. Given the current, given the current liberal international world order, I think everybody agrees it's a zero-sum game or almost a zero-sum game, and yeah, I'm not speaking about that. Okay, so secondly, the framework also provides a more accurate understanding of contemporary world politics by recognizing the agency of diverse actors, especially those from the global south, in driving normative change. Finally, agential constructivism recognizes that actors, including those from the global south, can actively shape and remake transnational norms rather than just being norm takers. This challenges the outdated view that actors from the global south, again, are just norm takers. Next. So what's our argument? So the argument for this chapter is that Botswana's diamond sector demonstrates a successful and strategic application of resource nationalism driven by agential constructivism. Botswana has not only managed its resources to benefit them economically, but it has also actively shaped domestic, regional, and international norms surrounding resource nationalization or resource nationalism. In other words, Botswana's role as a norm leader recognizes how African states and non-state actors are not just norm takers, but also transnational norm leaders. I mean, when you think about norms, especially in IRA, usually we know that it's usually from the west to the rest, or from the global north to the global south. But there's something different that is ongoing here in the Botswana case, and I think that change in norm direction ought to be acknowledged, and this is what we are trying to do. Next slide, please. Okay. All right. So resource nationalism in Botswana is evident from the state level through legislation, regulation, and then foreign policy. It's also evident through the global and continental level and also non-state actors. So at the state level, which is the legislative and regulative level, the state assets ownership of minerals, mandates state equity participation, and requires royalty payment. The goal is to maximize the national wealth while ensuring local benefit. I mean, this is evident in the 50-50 Botswana partnership that I spoke about earlier. Also, despite the nationalist regulations, as people will call it, although for Botswana is underlined by good governance practices, the government rewards major players like the Bears by limiting competition and sort of gatekeeping for them, so that they keep other investors from the industry. And in my opinion, this benefits both parties, that is the investor and also the state. All right, I have 5 minutes. All right, so on the foreign policy approach, we also found that during the Sierra Leone and the Liberian conflicts in the 90s, Botswana emphasized its commitment to curbing conflict diamonds internationally. And this, in our opinion, shows how Botswana used its agency to actually be a norm leader, right? Because Botswana supported the efforts to eliminate conflict diamonds while also showcasing that conflict-free diamond production is the best way to go, and that for them, for Botswana, they don't go about their business like that, and they use their resources for development, and and that sort of changed that idea around diamonds in that particular time, especially in the West. All right. Okay, so resource nationalism is also evident in the global and continental level. This shows through the African mining vision, which advocates for transparent resource utilization. It's also evident in the Kimberley process, which Botswana again was one of the founding fathers. And this KP certification scheme helps monitor rough diamond trade and prevent such diamonds from entering the market. Finally, it is also evident that at the non-state actor level, which ranges from domestic and international advocacy groups, community stakeholders to private sector, these actors also encourage or become norm leaders when it comes to resources nationalism. Yeah, okay, so conclusion. So historically, resource nationalism in Africa emphasized national ownership of mining assets. Today, it involves regulatory interventions to maximize mineral revenues while fostering linkages between mining and other sectors. Botswana's approach reflects this evolution, balancing public benefit and private partnership in the diamond extraction industry. Several factors such as historical context, the symbolic importance of minerals, and the logistics of its extraction influence policy choices and have transformed normative approaches to resource nationalism. All of these have been from African states and non-state elements and organizations, whether from international, regional, or domestic level, to the rest or whoever has an interest in Africa's natural resources. Also, there are two key findings that I would like us to take. First, in industries where we found that in industries where extraction was less complex, states are more likely to target ownership and means of production, in contrast to industries where extraction was complex. This explains the greater private sector participation in complex industries and state-led participation. Secondly, I would also want us to take away that the propensity towards more explicit approaches of resource nationalism in markets with a long history of extraction Botswana with its 50-year history of diamond mining. I mean, that also influenced its ability to become this sort of hegemon when it comes to diamond extraction and its governance. Finally, way forward, future research should explore the dynamics. I mean, we are seconding what elders have said today, that the green minerals is the new thing in town, and there should be a focus on that. But then while focusing on that, there should be more focus on ownership, land rights, and also the agency of indigenous peoples, the unique characteristics of green minerals, and the increasing availability of information for investors, while incorporating all these things would actually change the trajectory of resource nationalism. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for keeping time. 2 rounds of applause, one for my presenters again, please. And another one for each one of us. Thank you very much. It's now, we have 17 minutes for questions and comments.
Yeah, okay. Thanks for a really interesting, varied, and rich panel with lots of ideas and some projects at the beginning, looking at new ideas like free carried interest in the African connection, a review of Botswana, a really interesting case of, is it resource nationalism, or is it about a very particular commodity? Is it a unique case or not? And case of Uganda, again, at the beginning of research, it sounds fascinating, would like to hear more. And then the case of Zimbabwe. So I'd like to start with Zimbabwe. I have an interest in the trajectory of indigenization in its first form in 2008 to 2017. And so I have a question for Kennedy, and it's around, looking back at that kind of initial and kind of flagship policy of resource nationalism, of indigenization, economic empowerment. Some, including myself, have argued that when we look back at it, this wasn't really a strategic and well thought out and structured policy, but it was actually a performance, a political performance at a very particular time, which had little to do with a resource nationalist strategy and much more to do with political survival in a period of intense political competition. It was a way to distinguish ZANU-PF, the ruling party at the time, from the opposition, the MDC. So that's one argument that's made, amongst other places, in a recent piece I did. I think you've seen that. I'd be interested in hearing your response to that critique of indigenization as resource nationalism. It's kind of makes the allegation that it's a phony kind of resource nationalism, which we should not try to imitate or take at face value. And then I'd like to jump forward, Kennedy, to the end of your presentation, where you got a bit cut off because of time restrictions. And I'd like to hear more about your recommendations for what a way forward with for a more comprehensive, well-rounded, and sustainable form of resource nationalism in the Zimbabwean case. What it might look like. In the context of a revisited indigenization approach. So I can start there. I have other questions, maybe come back to, let other people ask some questions, maybe come back to mine if we have time, my other ones.
Thank you.
Yeah, my question is also to Kennedy Manduna. Besides what Richard has asked, you outlined a number of competing drivers for resource nationalism in Zimbabwe, and my question is, to what extent do you see a blend or a combination of drivers coming together to drive the, resource nationalism agenda, instead of trying maybe to pick one driver. That is one, and the follow-up to that is also on the outcomes that you talked of strategic ambiguity, political settlements, and so forth. Again, the question is, to what extent do you see the outcomes being a blend again, instead of saying we have one particular outcome, but to have a blend. Then I have another question for Chris on the free carried interest. Maybe these details were there in your presentation, but just my interest is that who gets the shares? Because at the end of the day, we are interested in the benefits and who is going to get the benefits. Because these are actually shares, but which are given freely. And if you talk of Zimbabwe, the constitution says that mineral resources belong to they are vested in the president, not in the republic. So who gets the shares and who gets then to benefit? That is one question. And the issue of reconciling ownership and monitoring and regulation, because the government becomes then a part owner of the venture. Then where does the regulation and ownership line lie? I think let me end there. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Just a couple of quick questions. One for Chris. I don't know if, the title is very provocative, but maybe you didn't get to fully explore the idea of the carried away part. Why is it carried away? And I'm also looking at production sharing agreements and sort of how the notion of free carried interest, intersects with, existing production sharing agreements across the continent, if you have any idea about that. But also for Benjamin, I like the idea of agency and, African states expressing agency. And I think AMV is an example of how agency is demonstrated across the continent and ownership and all that. But what makes the Botswana case unique, and what gives Botswana the sort of unique ability to express more agency in norm entrepreneurship in the area of diamond, Kimberley process and all of that you mentioned? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we give space to the presenters to respond. Kenneth, you've got a couple of questions, please, if you can respond.
Okay, thank you very much. To start with the question around the comment on it was not a well thought out policy, but a reaction by the regime, which was a pariah at the time, and also its contestation internally by like with the opposition party. I want to end this way to say the indigenization policy is one of the most contested, most controversial policy pathways the Zimbabwean government has ever embarked on since the independence. Together with land reform, the two are looming so large. So if I like to go by your comment to say it was not a well-thought out like policy, I want also to like agree with that. Why? Because by 2008, the manner in which it was implemented, first the manner in which the indigenization bill was enacted into law it was in their like in that political vortex to say it was enacted into law 20 days before the contested mass elections, and we know what was the reason behind that. And also, its implementation started when the first, like the former first lady, did something like scandalous, like with the Nestle company in Zimbabwe. So it was kind of a politically motivated program when it comes to implementation. However, on the other side, by the way, the indigenization momentum started in the early 90s when the Zimbabwean government adopted the structural adjustment policies. So the first indigenization policy framework was adopted in 1998, and the revised one came in 2004. And that revised one laid the foundation of the indigenization bill, which was enacted into law on 20 March in 2008. So in a way, they can argue to say it was not that not well thought out, because we have been trying to do it since the early 90s until we enacted it into law, because the passage of the time itself, almost 20 years of it being revised, it being radical change, they can say it was well thought out, but I understand where you are coming from. Then the second question on the proposed way forward, how would you want it to look like from my perspective? What I would recommend is that policy pathway, which is very strategic enough to attract a foreign direct investment, because basically Zimbabwe cannot function without FDI. But also in a way that also make the locals, the disadvantaged locals, benefit from from their God-given natural resources. So the issue is around striking a fine balance between the need of a protectionist policy to protect the benefit of the indigenous people. Issues around value addition, beneficiation of the minerals internally, those things must be in place. But at the same time, like what Robert said, to say it mustn't be a question of state ownership or local ownership of the means of production that is supposed to scare away international capital. No. But international capital must come knowing that it is a friendly, like a held environment to invest our capital without fearing that it can be taken like what land reform like happened, and also like this one. And also, it mustn't be that over ambitious, like the Zimbabwean example, to say we just woke up one night and say we want more, like at least 51%, which can be interpreted to mean the minimum, meaning it was like even capable of being raised to what, to 99%. So in itself, it was very radical and very over ambitious. The other one is also to say we cannot only base our indigenization on equity-based approach. We can go by employment, we can go by community development, we can also factor in the social responsibility part of it as part of, and also like upskilling of the locals as part of the indigenization policy. Not only to say we want equity, and the equity itself must also be gradual when it comes to say how many percentage do you want. You must not just say out of the blues we want 51%. Investors cannot come like in that kind of a policy regime. Then on the competing drivers for resource nationalism, the extent to which more than one can explain, I want to agree with you on that one. To say it is not one driver which can be said, no, it is only, for example, the colonial accumulation explanation, to say simply because your forefathers expropriated ours without compensation, it is the only one. No. In this example of Zimbabwe, fundamental, the need to use the resource nationalism as a sanctioned basing strategy was like it loomed large in the findings. But when it comes now to to the selling of the program, they were talking about issues around uneven development. They were talking about issues around colonial injustices. But when it comes now to say what really was the drive for it, you could be told, no, it was different from that. So like what I want to say is the blend might be there when it comes to say that which they say when they want to sell the policy to the people vis-a-vis what they want to achieve. And this is going to explain why there might be a huge discrepancy between the policy goals vis-a-vis a policy outcomes, like in the case of Zimbabwe. Then the last question.
Maybe 30 seconds.
Okay. The extent to which outcomes can being blended as well. Yes, I also want to agree with that one to say let me go back to that one. To say like, okay, fine. To say the explanation as to why indigenization did not achieve its intended goals, we can also blend issues around comparatism, issues around political settlement, issues around strategic ambiguity. But all of them, they point to one direction. Number one, the need for the government to survive international sanctions. Number two, private accumulation of capital by the government elite and also the local business elite. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ken. Chris?
Okay, so briefly then to Lyman, who gets the shares? Depends on the specific jurisdiction, but it really doesn't matter if it's a government ministry, of the presidency's office, a mining holding company. The issue is then who has the power, who has the power to actually do the things that lets you do, which is appoint directors to the board. Who gets to be on the board, right? Appointing managers, I'm just, and again, using the Tanzanian model, appointing senior management. You get to actually have a say in some of the senior managers of the company. That's not just at the board, that's at the management team of the company. So it's whoever gets that power, that's, in terms of that very narrow, who benefits at that level. But that's specific to their jurisdiction. But who benefits? In theory, the theory is the country benefits because now you have access to 10% of that revenue stream. Let's say in Tanzania's case, 16% of the revenue stream, dividends when the project becomes successful, when it starts to pay back dividends. But you also because you're involved at the board level and the management level, you can make sure that the company maybe does this better or that better that's more in tune with your developmental objectives, as opposed to maybe always seeking out to maximize efficiency of the mining returns, right? However, efficiency of mining returns boosts your 16% dividend take. So you already now, because again, it doesn't matter if you're an owner or not, but when free carried interest, because you have not put any capital into it, you're not making the same calculations about what's financially feasible as Debswana does, because as Debswana paid, it didn't get 50% free. Debswana is a 50-50 joint venture. If there's going to do something else, Botswana government puts money into it, right? Botswana government just doesn't sit on the side and just get everything. They are an active partner. So they're making decisions based on financial decisions, opportunity cost of where money should go. If you're free carried interest, you're not necessarily doing that. And that's actually not good for the long run ability of that company. So let me just leave it there. And the whole problem of my regulatory thing is, yes, are you going to privilege environmental protections, or are you going to privilege trying to drive your revenue from your dividend? And those are in conflict, right? So again, ownership has its issues. Free carried interest carries some additional complications, which I don't think we fully thought out. So just very quickly then, the carried away part for me so far, as I've been getting into this, Nathan, is I think the more and more African governments which are including this, and then like Mali even expanding it, they're doing this without a track record that it's actually working. It's not meeting, it hasn't been around long enough to show you whether it's actually meeting whatever objectives you think it's meeting, other than the performance. Again, the performance of, we are going to stick it to the companies and we're going to get a bigger share. Well, in Tanzania, as we talked last night, and I'm picking on Tanzania a little bit, but Tanzania has not had a new big mine come into production for almost 20 years. Well, what is that? Is that related just to market signals? No, it's related in part to changes in Tanzanian mining laws over the years, which maybe makes it not as attractive as it was at some point. So yes, you have to take all that into consideration. Then the last point was PSAs, right? So you're talking about the oil and gas sector. So a production sharing contract shouldn't be applied in the mining sector because of the huge differences in oil and gas versus mining. That said, if not, you had enough time to look at it, but when I showed the Uganda announcement about its new laws, they want to enter into agreements, production sharing contracts in the mining sector. Almost no serious mining company would want to do that because you can't, mining is such a much more unpredictable developmental pipeline for those 10, 20, 30 years, unlike oil and gas where it's much clearer. Production sharing contracts in mining sector for the most part are going to kill a sector if they're actually implemented too much. And that's just from experience. So yeah, okay.
Thank you, Ben. A minute.
Yeah, and thank you very much, Dr. Andres, for your question. So I have, say, four responses to that. First, I think Botswana is unique because of the ability of a global South country in Southern Africa, I mean, to be able to negotiate a 50-50 partnership /profit, I mean, basis with an international an MNC, right? It has never been heard of. And when you look at other places on the continent, in Ghana, where I'm from, you realize that in some of our resource industries, we have like 10% shares or 7% shares, or sometimes even less. So that is very important. And the way Botswana went about that, it didn't go about that by forcing. I mean, it went under that through legal and global capitalist processes. It didn't just do it, and that also sets it aside from how resource nationalization or nationalism started in the past, especially in other African countries. Secondly, there is also the fact that Botswana, during the diamond conflict in Liberia and Sierra Leone, there was that bad bad sort of discourse or understanding about diamonds coming from Africa and how these diamonds are gotten from conflicts, and then these are blood diamonds and whatnot. Botswana changed that narrative through its foreign policy, and it came out to say that, oh, we agree that diamonds but it is part of our national identity, and we don't do what these people are doing. We actually use diamond for developmental process, and you can see it. This is evident and whatnot. So I think that is also a very good case for Botswana. Also, there's also
I think we can
one last point. Okay, so I'll skip to the last one. So my pessimistic, I'll put on my pessimistic IR lens. We could also say that Botswana is also doing well, or it's unique because of it has become unique because of its Western. It has always been leaning to the West. Botswana has always been, of course, it has implemented good governance practices and whatnot, but then it has always been aligned with the West. And as IR scholars, you know that usually sometimes you can be made to develop if you are leaning in a particular way. And that is because the time that they were enjoying those benefits, there were proxy wars in other countries, and that was pushing them back. So yeah, that is it. Thank you.
Thank you. Aligning with the West, becoming a Southern West. Thank you to my panelists and to the audience. It's been a very good one. And our time is up. So I thank everyone.
Graham's focus is on the political economy of the extractive sector and energy politics in Ghana and West Africa. His research has been on the role of civil society in escaping the resource curse in Ghana, oil exploration and production in sub-Saharan Africa. He is also interested in electoral politics, political vigilantism, and democratic consolidation in Ghana and West Africa. He has some publications on international peer-reviewed journals, such as Extractive Industries and Society, African Review, Insight on Africa, and Journal of African Elections. Third, alors je passe au français. Quand je vais présenter les intervenants en français, ça sera en français. Our African colleagues will speak in French. Tout d'abord, je voudrais vous présenter Alassane Keita. Monsieur Keita est doctorant en sociologie à l'Université du Québec à Montréal. Il détient un DESA en sciences politiques et relations internationales et une maîtrise en sciences politiques de l'Université libre de Bruxelles. Également un DES en sciences du travail aussi de l'Université libre de Bruxelles. Monsieur Keita est un ancien président de l'Association des étudiants de l'Université libre de Bruxelles. Il a été consultant en développement territorial auprès du gouvernement de la communauté française de Belgique. Enfin, il est conseiller en gestion des ressources naturelles, ministère ivoirien des mines et de la géologie. Monsieur Keita est ivoirien. Enfin, least but not last, Monsieur Ndlovu, Fidèle Ndlovu, est avocat, doctorant en droit international de l'Université Laval, sous la présidence du professeur Charles-Emmanuel Côté. Il détient une maîtrise en droit international de l'Université d'État de New York à Buffalo et une autre maîtrise en administration des affaires internationales de l'Université d'Uville. Originaire de la République démocratique du Congo, il y a presté au ministère des Affaires étrangères et de la coopération internationale comme conseiller. So each of the speakers, starting with Monsieur David Damta, who is connected, I think ready to speak, you will have 15 minutes and I will try and indicate to you when you have 5 minutes left. If you have a timer, it will be easier for you to look at the clock than see me waving a little yellow piece of paper. So please go ahead and your subject under the Cockerell's rule, making meaning of resource nationalism in Nkrumah's Ghana, 1950 to 1966. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, good evening, everyone. I'm connected to you from Oxford, and it's just 9 p.m. here. A bit tired, but I'll try and pull through. So today, my presentation, I'm trying to question, this is a bit historical, and also as introduced as a historian. My work is a bit historical, and I'm trying to take you a bit back into history and make a sort of assessment about some of these developments or issues that we characterize as state interventionism or resource nationalism in general. I wouldn't go into theoretical stuff, but I will try to paint a picture of this historical period and to illustrate some of the few things in late colonial and early post-colonial Ghana that I'm using to make this analysis. The red cockerel, which is the logo of Ghana's first major populist political movement, the Convention People's Party, was a major political iconography in the country's politics over the 50s to the mid-60s. Dr. Nkrumah, a leading Pan-Africanist and founder of the party, led vibrant anti-colonial campaigns to get elected as Ghana's first prime minister and subsequently serving as a president until a joint military and police coup overthrew his government in 1966. The underlying principle of Nkrumah's party formation was inclusion, backed by the desire to effectively develop the country's human and natural resources. Embarking on such developmental drive, he didn't work alone. He worked with a couple of economists, including the likes of the St. Lucian development economist, and also later the Nobel laureate, Arthur Lewis, who actually advised the late colonial government, and also when Ghana became independent, Nkrumah took him as an advisor, but this didn't actually go that well and didn't last for long. The economist, as he was described, and the politician, Nkrumah, disagreed on many fronts in the way in which the new country should charter its paths. The likes of Jeffrey Allman recently, writing on Ghana's social history, did comment about how Nkrumah and his political party, the Convention People's Party, after Ghana's political independence, dismissed everything that relates to Western capitalism as exploitation, and also an inequity that links Ghana back to colonial exploitation. In this presentation, I utilize a critical historical lens to investigate late colonial and early post-colonial government policy papers and newspapers to also try to assess the West African country Ghana's first Republican mining codes and the policy directives that they took under Nkrumah. These do not cover only codified legal framework, but also drafted bills, which I am trying to use that as a way to ascertain what were the agenda of these individuals and also working as cabinet and as a nation. Beyond nationalist rhetoric, though, my presentation questions the ideological and pragmatic rationale of the Nkrumahist economic policy objective in the mining industry, particularly in the context of how sustainable economics and natural resource extraction were envisioned. This perspective is useful against the backdrop that the assessment of the regulations of, and also the deregulation of mining across the African continent has consistently looked at the extent to which the sector yields development and also benefits that can also make sure issues about environmentalism are addressed. I want to argue that in the late colonial period, resource nationalism was an economic scare tool used by both nationalists and colonial capitalists to advance their political economic interest in the politics of Ghana's decolonization. Leadership of mining companies operating in places such as Asante, which is well noted for its mineral wealth, did not only have that of a single nationalism to navigate. There was competitive nationalism to negotiate between national and ethnic actors and the broader national politics. The likes of Jane Allman has particularly noted Asante nationalism in late colonial Ghana, which contested the kind of nation that was to be envisioned for Ghana after political independence. And it's worth mentioning that this was largely the breadbaskets of the late colony, particularly in terms of gold mining and that of the cocoa cash crop. Aside this regional nationalism to confront with, also the elite politicians in the Gold Coast, which became Ghana, such as Nkrumah and many others within his CPP, managed to clinch political victory in an election in 1951. And as a result, their way of governance tended to exhibit left-leaning political ideologies. In response to these, the likes of General Edward Spears, who was the chairman of the Ashanti Goldfields Corporation, a then British firm or mining firm, had to use an in-house press called the Ashanti Times to project resource nationalism as an inefficient economic project in the decolonial world. In fact, some examples that were often cited in the newspaper was the likes of the overthrow of the Iranian leader, Mohammad Mossadegh, for example, in 1953. And in this newspaper, it was generally warned that nationalism or resource nationalism in general doesn't produce any benefit. And so the late colonial world or the decolonizing world in Africa and even in Asia should try to forfeit that kind of agenda. Moving on to the post-independence era, Nkrumah had assessed private foreign businesses and accepted them as part of what he what he tried to label as a mixed economy or a mixed economic model. When announcing a policy measure in 1963, which foreshadowed the 7-year development plan, he noted that if public and private enterprises operate within the same industrial field, competition between them will equal, and as a result, there will be fair public enterprises that will be able to compete fairly with other entities within the public sector. He added that this was an essential principle for the smooth running of the mixed economy, and the government was determined it should be scrupulously observed. A report in the New York Times once again quoted the government's plan, stating that it had no desire to limit private investment. Nkrumah saw rapid development as necessary to move the country from primary agriculture and then to an emergent industrial economy. He then consulted the likes of Arthur Lewis, who was a panel member of the Colonial Economic Development Council, for advice. Scholars like Robert Tiner had shown that despite the hopes that Lewis' advisory position provided for the new states, both ideological and practical economic disagreements limited the extent to which his views were adopted by Nkrumah's government. Specifically, Lewis had some pro-capitalist leanings, which came in conflict with the radical wing of Nkrumah's Convention People's Party, who were quite anti-Western in all their approaches. As part of this controversy, scholars like Ravi Kamba explained that Lewis did not aim for a world without capitalism. Rather, he advocated a modified state-informed capitalism to enable successful economic decolonization. Looking into the various dilemmas that the late colonial and also the early post-colonial state had to go through, I want to say that in practical terms, Nkrumah's economic intervention in gold mining industry demonstrated a sort of flexible innovation and engagement with conventional, probably socialist models. Economists like John Essex characterized his strategy as encompassing competitive coexistence in the business environment of the new states. To quote something from the newspapers of the time, it was indicated that out of the general principles, the government should be prepared to take over marginalized mines, which were given up by mining companies because they had cause or they had ceased to be profitable. This would at least ensure that the employees concerned in these mines were not going to be redundant. This was a period where, apart from the Ashanti goldfields, there were other operational mines that were at the verge of collapsing. And due to this verge of collapse, there was the need for government to step in, else all these companies were preparing to just exit the mining industry, and their concessions or their mines were going to be flooded. And one general impact or potential outcome of this flooding of mines was going to be that the minerals were going to be lost forever. So probably from an ideological point of view, Nkrumah's cabinet instituted a bill called the Mines Abandonment Bill in 1961. And it has several draconian policies against companies that may attempt to leave their mines without probably ceding them to government. This principle actually ended up increasing the share value of some of the mining companies that were listed on the London Stock Exchange. And the companies were able to sit down with the Ghanaian government to negotiate and pass on their concessions to the early post-colonial governments. As a result, this bill was shelved, and the year later, that's in 1962, the government now introduced a much more fully fledged Minerals and Mining Act, which governed the industry up to the 1980s when liberalization actually took place. And in fact, this mining law still tends to be the precursor for what do exist now in the governance of Ghana's mining industry, which continue to stay as a much more liberalized one.
Could you please,
So
David,
to
sum
try-
up, David, if you would please sum up in next 3 minutes? Thank you.
Yes, yes, thank you so much. So to try and conclude, when scholars such as Melissa Goslin, Maria Pikas, and Victoria Konjevich were discussing resource nationalism in recent times, they tried to point out the fact that nationalist takeovers or government takeovers are usually done when a lot has been invested in mining industries. But what the picture that I have painted over the past few minutes, to some extent, did not show such kind of development, even in earlier times, let alone as we try to compare much more recent dimensions of resource nationalism. For the present, the conference, as we have discussed so far, has this topic that I feel very justifiable, as it indicates the need and the usefulness of us thinking about resource nationalisms, not just one particular resource nationalism, because of its diverse objectives, outcomes, developments over time, and the various shifts and turns that it do take. If we are to look critically of what was the state interventionism and Nkrumah's governance in early post-colonial Ghana, we've come to terms with the fact that the efforts that were put in place were generally much more friendly to capitalism than the form of ideology that his political party and even that of himself was identified with, to be a sort of left-leaning political leader in early post-colonial Ghana. I'll leave it here, and I hope we will have more time to discuss some of these historical issues and how they may shape our understanding of the present of thinking about the new forms of resource nationalisms. Thank you very much for your time and attention.
Thank you for the presentation and keeping so nicely and tightly with the 15 minutes. Our next speaker, Emmanuel Graham, the floor is yours.
Hi, so my name is Emmanuel, and I'm presenting on resource nationalism in Africa, a critical political economy analysis of petroleum-driven industrialization in Ghana. So this is actually my thesis for my PhD, but I'm presenting only a portion of it, so one chapter from my findings and some of the issues that are going on. This is a presentation outline. I'll talk about the various exploration and production of oil across Africa briefly. I'll point to my theoretical and conceptual framework that I'm using for this dissertation and specifically for this presentation as well, resource nationalism and critical political economy. And then I go to the chapter which I'm focusing on looking at wider national policy response, civil society engagement in the oil and gas sector. So I look at issues of avoiding the resource curse when we found oil, which was a very big issue. I look at rhetorics of resource nationalism. There was also what we call the Oil for Development Conference. I also point out from the critical point of view, the lens, looking at various social forces that were in place during the beginning of the discussion when Ghana found oil in 2007. And I'm glad that our keynote presenter, Nathan, also mentioned some of these social forces and some of the issues that come around with having social forces and various interest groups interested in your extractive sector. Again, preliminary stages, the legal frameworks, and some of the debates and discussions that led to the formation of the Petroleum Revenue Management Act, and even Ghana's oil company, GMPC, and some of the liberal policies that also kind of limiting the goal or the idea of having what we call resource nationalism, if there's any, even in Ghana. I also kind of want to end a little bit on, even though this aspect of the presentation, I don't dwell so much, I just want to pinpoint what's already been done in the oil sector in Ghana and how oil is impacting the various oil producing company. And then I give a few concluding remarks. it's interesting that my presenter before talked a lot about Kwame Nkrumah. And so Nkrumah made this important statement in his book, Colonialism, the last stage of imperialism. He says that Africa is a paradox, which illustrates and highlights neocolonialism. Her earth is rich, yet products that come from above and below the soil continue to enrich not Africans predominantly, but groups and individuals who operate to Africa's impoverishment. Again, there have been a lot of work on exploration of oil in Africa. I did this paper with one of my professors, Jesse Ovadia, and we showed even in 2019 ongoing exploration and where countries that we've found oil and where there is still ongoing exploration in Africa, and we list all of them. So conceptually, I look at Hassam and Hedri's view of resource nationalism based on these three features. Number one, maximization of public revenue, the assertion of strategic state control, that's ability to set a political agenda or strategic direction to the development of the sector, enhancement of development spillovers from the extractive industry. So this is the lens within which I work with. And again, from the critical political economy perspective, looking at power relations, issues related to various forces and social relations and social forces. Of course, from critical political economy, historical context is important, colonialism and its impact on Africa's extractive industry. Also point out to some institutional roles in this, and then global political economy that, most of these countries, particularly Ghana, is not isolated. I mean, we are in a global system and there is also a global liberal agenda. So Ghana found oil in 2007 and everybody was excited. As we speak right now, this is from GMPC, it says that about 40% of Ghana's landmass is predicted to have potential oil. So as we speak, there's still ongoing exploration activity. So right at the beginning of the oil discovery, one of the main things that was very, very intriguing was avoiding the resource curse and resource nationalist rhetorics. We see that the president then, Kufuor, says that even without oil, we are doing so well. With oil as a shot in the arm, we're going to fly. We're going to really zoom. You come back in 5 years and you'll see that Ghana truly is an African tiger. In economic terms for development, oil is money. We need money to do the schools, the roads, the hospital. I assure you that if others feel, Ghana will succeed because this is our destiny to set good pace for where we are. So we are going to use it well. Now, as we sit here, if that's the case, that's one of the reasons why I'm exploring this. And our Minister for Interior also re-echoed a similar sentiment. So the government then, President Kufuor, organized what we call a 2-day oil for development conference, where they called for various civil society groups, various stakeholders, again, state society relations coming together to deliberate on how to avoid the resource curse, the various legal implications. Now, on the field, when I did some interviews, experts who were on the field or who were there then really admitted that at that time, there was a strong sense of resource nationalism. We're going to use this oil for development. We're going to use this for that. One thing you also see at the beginning is the influx of several international organizations, the World Bank, CSOs, various oil organizations, and one work by Siakwa says he described these actors coming in as what we call global assemblages. And the question again is what are their interests? Are their interests for Ghana or their interests to exploit the resource for their own good? And one expert actually says, he calls this, it's all part of the neoliberal package. So in other words, when all these groups came together 2007, when Ghana found oil, it was all part of the neoliberal package. What does that mean, the neoliberal agenda? And I explore this further. One thing that I also discovered on the field was what we call the elite capture of the process. Specifically, the president decided to set up an office in his office. What do I mean by that? So he decided to set up a committee to be in charge of the oil oil production and anything that had to do with it, sidelining the Ministry of Petroleum and Minerals right at his office. And why? All in the name of the urgency. We need to get this work done. And one expert admitted or said that that alone and other things that happened showed an elite kind of capture of the process and a loss of institutional memory, because by the time the government, this was 2007, election was 2008, by the time the government lost power, when the next government came, we had lost a lot of things in terms of the debate and the discussion, because the president decided to set up this office in the presidency when the ministry could have done that. There were also local demands. Again, I'm glad that Nathan did mention the chiefs from the Western region demanded 10% of the oil revenue. Why? Because Western region has been mining gold for a long time. In fact, if you look at Ghana, Western region is one of the most impoverished, of the regions. And so when we found oil in 2007, one of the biggest demands, they went to Parliament, is to demand 10% of the oil resource. Now, at the beginning, again, there were various discussions that went on. Part of the discussions led to the formation of the Petroleum Revenue Management Bill, which now is an act. And this Petroleum Revenue Management Act is something unique in Ghana because we've been mining gold for centuries or for a long time, and we never even have Revenue Management Act for gold. So for the people of Ghana to come together to form this, we kind of see some sense of urgency of the of resource nationalism. This is just an aspect which shows how the revenue is to be distributed. You see a few going into the annual, a huge chunk going into the annual budget funding amount. Also, some also go into funding one of the institutions, which I'll be talking about, called public interest and accountability. One area that I want to talk about, even as we are looking at this slide, is that the minister is supposed to prioritize 4 areas where the revenue will go to. And so over the years, they will pick maybe education, health sector, and so on and so forth. But what has happened is that because of political interest, sometimes the revenue is not specifically focused on that sector, but it is what civil society has described as thinly spread. So the money is not really going deep, it's rather spread out. And when I went to the field, I went to see some of these projects that were being done, and it's something not excited to look about, to talk about, because they use not quality material, and sometimes the prices were, inflated. So the money was not really used. And there was a place they said they were going to use for a community center, and I went there, and it's just a plain ground that they just did a concrete, and they called that a community town center in an open air, not even a shed, and money was allocated to this place. Thank you. So the Public Interest and Accountability Committee is also an aspect of the Petroleum Revenue Management Act, which this aspect that was introduced is purely civil society championed, and civil society were really, really vocal at the beginning of the oil discovery because they didn't want us to get it wrong. They wanted us to learn from other countries, just to ensure transparency and accountability. So civil society made certain demands. They said that this committee must be full of civil society. They demanded that this committee must also ensure that they keep the government, as a watchdog, keep the government on its toes. So they made certain suggestions for it to be included in terms of publishing of receipts, doing annual reports. And as I speak right now, they've published over 15 reports. They do annual reports, which talks about the petroleum spending, where money has gone to. And so they don't just do that, they also do biannual. So they do 2 reports. They do 6 months, and then they do one report every year. So this, for me, and even as a student of resource nationalism, I think is a very interesting aspect to see where civil society made an impact. Again, on the field, this was what one person that I interviewed, an expert, said. He said that initially when this was proposed, the government wasn't going to accept it. In other words, they were going to take that portion out of the bill. But this is what they did. It was 2007, 2008. It was an election year. So they also threatened that they will make noise that the government, that the citizens will not vote for them. So then Parliament and government decided to back out. These are some of the interesting things that happened in Ghana. Another aspect is Ghana's oil company, GNPC. It was already established in 1984 by PNDC Law 64. It has a very wonderful, resource nationalist vision to be a leading global oil and gas company who operates and have a profound impact on the quality of life of the people of Ghana. As is the time we're researching, it has 300 staff. Majority of them are Ghanaians, professional bureaucrats, but political influencing is also affecting GNPC. GNPC currently, for some time now, the chairman of the board is politically appointed. So whichever political party is in power appoints who chairs GNPC. To the extent that I think the last one World Cup, GNPC was supposed to sponsor the Black Stars of Ghana, and people were wondering, is that where you want to spend our money? And every time there has been a change in government, there's always a change in the leadership of GNPC. That alone, I think it's not a good approach. It doesn't, really fulfill an agenda of resource nationalism. Now, quickly, I just want to run through some numbers. So these are some liberal policies that the government, again, in our institutional framework and in GNPC and various contracting that we went through, you see that these are the shares of our revenue in the various oil fields that we have. You see that GNPC barely has 15%, where other oil companies, have bigger shares, and that alone is troubling. I'm not sure if this is clear enough. This also gives us a sense of various petroleum contracts and some percentages of royalties that goes to the state. To some extent, just one example is that sometimes when foreign investors are coming, they don't pay importation tax when they are bringing their various equipment to come and extract or to do what they have to do. In wrapping up, I want to show this slide. This slide gives us a sense of oil money that has come to Ghana and comparing it to that global oil companies have received. And this is just up to 2020. So you can imagine what is the current number. So at that time when I did this analysis, we have about 6 billion, whilst oil companies, global oil companies have 25 billion. I think the last report that PIAC said we have Ghana gained 9 billion, so we've had 9 billion since 2010. If we have made 9 billion, then your guess is as good as mine. Oil companies, global companies, multinational companies are making over 30 billion. In concluding, oil definitely is not benefiting the locals. It's impacting their environment, social impact, gentrification, rents are going up in the oil city, Takoradi. Not just that, the fishing or the blue sector is also facing a lot of impact from the oil sector. So in wrapping up, oil discovery, indeed brought people together, a sense of resource nationalism. We put together various laws trying to make some benefits out of it, but yet our oil contracts are not bringing the necessary benefits that we need. In fact, oil has, like I said, has rather become a challenge to the local community. So though Ghana might have some potential for resource nationalism, it is plagued with internal and external limitation, making its prospects seemingly impossible. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bonjour. Je vois que nous sommes un peu en minorité en français. Et moi, je viens de Montréal, l'Université de Montréal, et Libre du Québec à Montréal, l'UQAM. Donc, je vais vous entretenir sur toujours le cas du nationalisme dans l'exploitation des ressources naturelles. Mais ici, je vais parler essentiellement sur son impact au niveau des investissements étrangers, directs étrangers. Le cas que je vais prendre ici, ce sera le cas du Libéria. Comme vous avez vu, le Libéria, c'est un pays de l'Afrique de l'Ouest son nom est atypique. Quand on dit Libéria, pendant la traite négrière aux États-Unis, une fois la traite négrière étant finie, les Américains ont dit, bon, qu'est-ce qu'on va faire des Noirs? Il faut les rapatrier dans leur pays. Où est-ce qu'on va les rapatrier? Donc, on a trouvé des territoires, c'est comme le Libéria. Comme le nom l'indique en latin, la Beria, la liberté, terre de la liberté. Ici, mon plan d'exposé va se baser sur quoi? Ce sera le regard sur le conflit, n'est-ce pas, autour des ressources naturelles ou la déliquescence d'un État, c'est-à-dire la déliquescence du Libéria. Bon. La malédiction des ressources autour, n'est-ce pas, des ressources, les guerres autour des ressources naturelles. Pourquoi est-ce qu'on parle de la malédiction des ressources? Ensuite, les interactions entre extractivisme et la portée, n'est-ce pas, des investissements directs étrangers. Donc, comme vous allez voir, après la traite négrière, on a décidé de renvoyer les Noirs en Afrique. Donc, on a trouvé le pays, le Libéria. Mais c'est à travers des associations philanthropiques, par exemple aux États-Unis, comme le nom l'indique, American National, comme on appelle, Colonization Society. Donc, ils ont rapatrié le Libéria n'a pas été le seul pays où les Noirs ont été expulsés. Vous avez la Sierra Leone, la capitale, c'est Freetown, donc la ville de la liberté. Donc, les anciens esclaves, ils sont venus, maintenant, on les a mis au Libéria. Ils ont trouvé des autochtones au Libéria. Et ces anciens esclaves, on les appelle les settlers ou le Congo. Les autochtones, c'était des natifs. Mais quand ils ont été ramenés au Libéria, ces anciens esclaves aussi, c'était le paradoxe. Ils ont répété les mêmes ségrégations que les Noirs vivaient aux États-Unis avant, pendant la traite négrière. C'était le paradoxe. On s'est dit, nous sommes tous des Noirs, we are all blacks. Mais comment se fait-il que vous êtes venus en Afrique et vous faites la ségrégation vis-à-vis des natifs, des nationaux, des autochtones? Donc, c'est là le premier problème de Libéria commence. Et qu'est-ce que les États-Unis ont fait? Ils ont accordé beaucoup d'importance aux anciens esclaves qui sont venus. Et là, ça a créé ce qu'on appelle les premiers grains de haine entre les populations. Les anciens esclaves et les autochtones, les premières haines. Et donc, vous allez voir alors que, à partir de 1822, le Libéria a été fondé. C'est en 1847, le Libéria est devenu indépendant. C'est le premier pays indépendant de l'Afrique. Il n'a pas été colonisé. On va vous dire que c'est l'Éthiopie, etc., mais c'est le Libéria. Il n'a pas été colonisé. Mais qu'est-ce qu'on va voir? C'est un paradoxe, comme mon collègue vient de le dire. C'est un pays immensement riche. Le Libéria, c'est à côté de la Côte d'Ivoire, de la Sierra Leone, de la Guinée-Bissau. Ils ont le pétrole, le diamant, l'or, etc. Vous vous rappelez certainement le film de Leonardo DiCaprio, Les diamants du sang. Donc, c'est dans ce pays que ce film a été tourné entre le Libéria et la Sierra Leone. Donc, pour vous dire que comment se fait-il qu'un pays qui est immensément riche et il n'arrive pas à se développer? Les richesses naturelles du Libéria ne profitent pas aux Libériens, mais plutôt aux multinationales. C'est ça l'un des paradoxes. Et vous allez voir que jusqu'en 1980, le Libéria a été toujours géré par les anciens esclaves qui sont venus, les settlers. Il a fallu attendre 1980 pour qu'un autochtone vienne au pouvoir, Samuel Kanyando. Il a fait un coup d'État. Quand Samuel II est venu au pouvoir en 1980, tout le monde était content. On a dit, enfin, un autochtone est venu au pouvoir. Et Samuel II, quand il est venu, il a dit, on va nationaliser tout. Et ça, c'est quand même important. Tout le monde a applaudi. Les richesses du pays vont revenir aux nationaux. Et qu'est-ce qu'il a fait? Il a privatisé, il a nationalisé, comment on appelle, Firestone. Toutes les entreprises ont été nationalisées. Les contrats miniers ont été revus pour que le Libéria puisse bénéficier. Mais un point d'interrogation, il fallait attendre 2000, le 20 octobre 2000, pour que les États-Unis, le Congrès américain, n'ait plus son mot à dire dans la votation du budget de Libéria. Vous vous rendez compte? Depuis 1847, il a fallu attendre 2000, sinon lorsque le gouvernement libérien vote son budget annuel, il faut que le Congrès des États-Unis donne son accord. OK, we are agree. Nous sommes d'accord pour ce budget. Il a fallu attendre 2000. Même quand vous prenez le drapeau du Libéria, c'est le drapeau des États-Unis. À la seule différence, vous avez une seule étoile. Jusqu'en 1985, le dollar et le dollar libérien fonctionnaient ensemble. Donc, c'est un pays qui est fondamentalement ancré dans les États-Unis. Et donc, quand Samuel Doe est venu au pouvoir, il a privatisé tout. Mais qu'est-ce qu'on a constaté d'après mes recherches? On appelait ça la perversion du mécanisme de nationalisation des ressources naturelles. Parce qu'il a nationalisé les ressources naturelles, mais au fond, ce n'est pas été destiné au développement du pays, mais plutôt au développement d'un clan. Il y a des politologues qui ont appelé ça la politique du ventre. La politique du ventre, c'est une forme de gestion clanique du pouvoir. Les richesses nationales ne profitent pas au peuple, mais à un clan, d'après Bertrand Badi. Donc, c'est très intéressant. Et vous allez voir, qu'est-ce qui s'est passé? Le peuple n'était pas content. Samuel Doe a instauré un régime dictatorial et en fin de compte, c'était la première guerre civile du Libéria a commencé le 24 décembre 1989. Parce que les gens ont dit, comme tu as dit que tu as nationalisé les richesses du pays, ça ne profite pas à tout le monde, on a fait la guerre. Et la guerre, tout le monde a vu, ça fait 250 000 morts au bas mot. Donc, c'est une guerre en Afrique, comme mes collègues l'ont dit, lorsqu'il y a une guerre civile, c'est des dimensions non seulement nationales, régionales, internationales. Le Libéria est un pays stratégique. Les États-Unis sont là, la France est là, l'Angleterre, l'Inde et les autres pays, à cause des richesses naturelles. Donc, les États-Unis ont soutenu Charles Taylor, pour faire la guerre. Parce qu'ils ont nationalisé, les États-Unis n'ont jamais pardonné à Samuel Doe pour pouvoir nationaliser les richesses du pays. Donc, ils ont soutenu la rébellion et ils ont mis la pression avec la France sur la Côte d'Ivoire, mon pays, pour soutenir la rébellion. Ils sont venus et en fin de compte, Samuel Doe a été tué, mais presque pas tué, mais ils l'ont massacré, ils ont dépecé le président. Taylor, en fin de compte, Taylor aussi a dit, bon, on va nationaliser comme on appelle les richesses du pouvoir. Comme la guerre ne trouvait pas de solution, on a envoyé la CEDEAO. La CEDEAO, c'est la communauté économique des États de l'Afrique de l'Ouest, donc qui est venue pour imposer la paix à travers l'ECOMOG. Et mais qu'est-ce qui s'est passé, c'est que, vous allez voir, c'est intéressant, la seule différence parce qu'il y a eu 15 accords de paix pour que la guerre puisse prendre fin au Libéria. Tous les accords de paix ont échoué. Et Taylor disait, j'ai tué ton père, j'ai tué ta mère, mais tu vas voter pour moi. C'est la volonté de Dieu. Donc, la population, on a voté pour Taylor, 75%. Parce qu'ils n'ont pas voté parce que c'est la démocratie. Non, ils ont voté parce qu'ils avaient peur. I kill your father, I kill your mother, but you'll vote for me. This is God's will. Et il a été élu. Et lui, quand il a été élu, vous voyez qu'est-ce qu'il a dit? Il a pratiqué la même politique que Samuel Doe, nationaliser le régime, annuler le contrat minier, le contrat pétrolier, il a tout annulé. Il a dit, ça c'est pour le Libéria. Mais là, les États-Unis n'ont pas accepté. On a soutenu ce monsieur. La France, on l'a soutenu. Mais qu'est-ce qui se passe? Donc, et les États-Unis encore ont soutenu un autre groupe rebelle en Guinée cette fois-ci pour attaquer Taylor. C'est incroyable. Et la France, qu'est-ce qui se passe? C'est que Greenpeace attaque Oxfam, toutes les autres sociétés civiles, ils ont mis la pression pour qu'il y ait embargo contre l'exploitation des ressources naturelles du Libéria. Mais la France a mis son veto. Elle a dit non. Parce que le Libéria est un pays où on a beaucoup de les bois précieux, les ressources forestières. L'Union européenne a été la région qui a importé plus de quantités de bois en Europe. Donc la France a mis son veto sur l'embargo. Donc la guerre a continué pendant 14 ans. Et on dit officiellement 250 000 morts, mais au bas mot, et qu'est-ce qui se passe? C'est que maintenant, on ne peut plus parler des nationales, comme on appelle, les retombées positives de l'exploitation des ressources naturelles au Libéria. C'est des retombées négatives. Et finalement, il a fallu attendre 2003 pour que les accords de paix d'Accra au Ghana puissent ramener la paix au Libéria. 2003. Donc, ça fait 14 ans de guerre civile. Et maintenant, vous allez voir quel est l'impact, n'est-ce pas, de ça sur les investissements. Vous le savez très bien, quand il y a la guerre, les investisseurs privés ne viennent pas. Et quand on parle d'investissement direct étranger, il y a plusieurs objectifs, mais il y en a deux principalement que nous, on a détectés. Premièrement, vous allez voir que c'est pour des coûts d'exploitation à distance. Pour réduire les coûts, les main-d'œuvre sont très bas. Vous allez voir Apple, par exemple, aux États-Unis, il a délocalisé carrément en Asie du Sud-Est. Donc, les investisseurs étrangers, c'était comme ça. Mais l'un des objectifs aussi de l'investissement direct étranger, c'est le contrôle des ressources naturelles. Firestone, qui actuellement, c'est une société qui produit comment on appelle là, le caoutchouc. Le caoutchouc, c'est les pneumatiques, les avions, Michelin, etc. Le Libéria avait signé un contrat. Les États-Unis ont forcé le Libéria à signer le contrat pour l'exploitation de toute la forêt du Libéria pendant 100 ans, renouvelable ad vitam aeternam. Et quand on prend le budget du Libéria, cette exploitation forestière rapportait au gouvernement du Libéria en moyenne chaque année 550 millions de dollars et pour un bénéfice de 4 milliards de dollars. Vous voyez le gap. Donc les États-Unis ont 4 milliards de dollars, le gouvernement a 500 millions. 500 millions de dollars. Donc on parle là de la théorie du développement inégal avec Samir Amin. Et vous allez voir aussi, quand on parle de les investissements directs étrangers, il y a des outils pour garantir ces investissements. Vous n'allez pas venir investir en Côte d'Ivoire, au Libéria, et que vous perdez de l'argent. Non, c'est le business. Donc, on a le rôle de l'OMC, Organisation mondiale du commerce. Et quand le Libéria voulait dire non, on n'est pas d'accord, on n'a que 500 millions de dollars, l'OMC a dit non. Vous devez signer le contrat, vous devez respecter le contrat. Alors que l'OMC, Organisation mondiale du commerce, est censée défendre les droits de tout le monde. Mais le pays, c'est des pays pauvres. Ils sont liés. Pendant 100 ans, qu'est-ce qu'on peut faire? On se pose la question alors, pourquoi il y a la guerre? Et vous allez voir, alors que les investissements directs étrangers, c'est bien ça, de côté positif, notamment le transfert de la technologie, ça peut créer des emplois. Mais en Afrique, que du nord au sud, les investissements étrangers directs, d'après beaucoup d'analyses et de critiques, ça a eu des conséquences négatives. Parce que le pays ne bénéficie pas. La Côte d'Ivoire et le Ghana, les deux pays possèdent 65% de la production mondiale du café et du cacao, le chocolat. Mais le chocolat, une plaquette de chocolat coûte moins cher à Toronto qu'une plaquette de chocolat en Côte d'Ivoire et au Ghana. Ouais, le problème dans ça, c'est le développement inégal. Ben, on va être étonné pourquoi il y a la guerre, pourquoi il y a la pauvreté, pourquoi il y a les boat people, les gens qui prennent le bateau pour aller à l'étranger, pour l'immigration clandestine. Donc, tout ça, ce sont des aspects négatifs, n'est-ce pas, du développement, comme on appelle, des investissements directs étrangers.
Monsieur Keta, est-ce que je pourrais vous demander de synthétiser dans trois minutes?
Donc, vous allez voir aussi que, d'après tout ça, les ressources extractivistes a été à l'origine, n'est-ce pas, quand on prend les relations entre l'Afrique et le monde occidental, les ressources naturelles ont joué beaucoup de rôles. Beaucoup de rôles. Mais depuis les années 1960, les chefs d'État ont dit, bon, on va nationaliser maintenant parce que c'est trop. Mais est-ce que la nationalisation des ressources naturelles a bénéficié réellement au pays? Le seul pays africain qui peut dire où la nationalisation a profité bien, c'est un peu le Botswana. À part le Botswana, on n'en a pas vu. Donc, c'est ça le problème. Et vous allez voir qu'il y a diverses formes de nationalisation. La réorganisation des contrats miniers, le refus de renouveler les permis existants, n'est-ce pas, ou on augmente les redevances minières. Donc, tout ça, ce sont les conséquences. Mais lorsqu'il y a la guerre, les investissements directs étrangers dans un pays diminuent. Donc, on a constaté qu'en Afrique, depuis tous ces temps-ci, on a tous ces problèmes-là qui font que l'Afrique n'arrive pas à se décoller. Et pourquoi les investissements étrangers directs ont diminué en Afrique? Il y a les facteurs de guerre, il y a les facteurs climatiques, mais aussi dans le monde entier, sur le marché mondial, on a vu que les taux d'intérêt ont beaucoup augmenté. Quand le taux d'intérêt augmente, ça joue sur la balance de paiement des pays. Et donc, les intérêts diminuent et les investissements directs étrangers diminuent. Et là, enfin, vous allez voir, en conclusion, l'image qu'on a de l'Afrique, des fois à l'étranger, c'est une image apocalyptique. Un continent où les gens se dévorent, un continent où il n'y a que la misère. Mais est-ce que l'Occident se pose la question, pourquoi il y a la misère? Pourquoi? Est-ce qu'on a une part de responsabilité dans la misère? La semaine passée, il y a quelqu'un que je connais, c'est mon dernier mot. On m'appelle de la Côte d'Ivoire pour me dire, est-ce que tu connais Mamadou? Je dis oui. Mamadou est mort le 1er mai 2024. Mamadou avait 22 ans. Il était pêcheur dans son village. Il y a la société qu'on appelle Carrefour en France. Ils ont beaucoup de forêts en Côte d'Ivoire. Carrefour a racheté des forêts et Mamadou a perdu son travail. Il a pris le bateau pour aller en Espagne, immigration clandestine. Ils étaient 42. Le bateau a chaviré, ils sont tous morts. Mamadou venait de se marier. Sa femme était enceinte de 3 mois. C'est la fin de Mamadou. Donc, vous voyez les conséquences des guerres autour des ressources naturelles. Lorsqu'il y a la pauvreté, on doit se poser la question, quelle est la part de l'Occident, quelle est la part des élites locales dans cette pauvreté? Ça va être mon dernier mot et je vous remercie beaucoup.
Merci de ce témoignage tout à fait approprié. Merci. Je vais passer la parole maintenant à notre dernier intervenant et vous avez 15 minutes également.
Okay, if you can allow me, I will stand up. It's now an easy task to close and talk the last one, so I prefer to stand up and try to summarize what I have to present in 10 or 15 minutes with 3 or 4 slides. Now, for language sake, I will try to do it in English, although I'm very fluent in French. It's a privilege to be here. Thank you so much for this invitation. I'm currently pursuing a PhD in international economic law. My background is a lawyer. I'm from Congo. It will be, I was sharing a few minutes ago, it will be a scene to talk about resource nationalism without Congo. Congo Kinshasa, which is a great example of paradox of plenty, where you can see a huge deposit of mining resources, but a great deal of people who live in poverty. Having said that, I'm not sure if you are aware, but Congo recently sued Apple. Why is that? We can have many answers to that, but the reality Congo feels, not Congo feels, Congo thinks Apple is using mining from Congo, bought from Rwanda, who's backing or using praxis with the rebel attacking the eastern part of Congo. This is one example. Another example is in 2018, and that is how I got familiarized with this issue with resource nationalism. In 2018, 7 major mining companies CEO went to Congo in Kinshasa in September to meet with the president of Congo. At the time, it was Joseph Kabila. Why they were there? Because the president was about to sign a law, the mining law. After it was approved by the Congress or Parliament, the president was about to sign a law. 7 major mining companies, CEO, went to meet with the president the day before that law was signed. And can you imagine why they went there? They stated through the media, they came to Kinshasa to persuade the president to not sign that law. Why? Because the 2018 law was modifying, changing the 2002 mining law. In the 2002 mining law, which came after the financial organization did force, I would say that Congo to liberalize its mining sector, they put up so many advantages for mining companies. And one of the clauses was Congo will not modify or change that law for 10 years. So ideally, the law should have been modified in 2012, but we were talking about 2018. Almost 16 years later, Congo was about to change the law. Still, the mining companies, CEO came, say, no, you cannot do that. Why? I thought they didn't get enough benefit. They need time to maximize their investment. Anyway, Congo president finally signed that law. The law was made public, and that code, that's a new code, or that new law, the 2018 law, was much more stringent to the mining company because they imposed them more taxes, more taxation, more fiscal position, impôt, taxing, right? Yeah, more fiscal and imposition over those companies. But you can tell, this brought to me and all the Churchill, they need to study the policy space of state. We are talking about nationalism of resource, but can we confirm or can we say for certain states still have the right to regulate after they sign many agreements, whether bilateral or multilateral agreements? Because from the international economic law, the policy space is not what the people think is. It's a very teeny space left to the country after they sign those international agreements to decide on what they can do with their territory, or whether it's mining or other sector in life. In the same time, those countries are facing, in case of the DRC, those countries are facing the need of their population, whether it's about health, whether it's about environment, whether about security or safety. Security or safety. Okay, so those countries are facing dilemma. On one hand, they have foreign investors who are making pressure on them to not modify or sign their law because of the agreement based on the Pacta Sunt Servanda, the obligation they have based on the agreement they signed. On the other hand, there are population of those countries who are facing poverty, who need the government to act. So Congo and other countries are facing those dilemmas. In the case of Congo, you can tell
The president decided to move forward with that law, but there were a mining company who threatened to sue Congo through arbitration. In any case, that law, the 2018 law, demonstrates the role of Congo. The country enforced that law and made sure that more taxation or imposition were issued over the mining companies. In few words, you can see Congo made sure to have 10% of its participation in any mining company, which was not the case. In that law, Congo did put a clause to start a mining funding for the next generation, putting inside 10%, but also royalties to support the development of the country. And more than that, in that law, they impose that Congolese has to have 10% in each of the activities, the mining activities, which was not the case in the previous law that was issued in 2002. Beside that, Congo made sure to stop the exportation of raw mining, which was not the case in 2002. But also, the social and environment responsibilities, because they found that wherever those mining companies were producing their activities, there were so many cases of human rights abuses, whether it's environment or forced children labor, or even other human rights violation. The last piece was the local content. Congo did impose that going forward, mining company should use the local content, making sure the population, the community surrounding those places, community are involved in different way, whether they are being employed as staff or they are providing the supply chain of what those companies were in need with. At the end of the day, and that will be my conclusion for these 2 or 3 slides, we can tell in the case of Congo, the Congolese government was eager to modify the law. You can see the political ambition, but in the same time, they were faced with the economic realities, the external forces. That's all the money, that's all the financial resources were not left behind because they made sure that Congo followed their path. Although the Western country back up, we are now facing other countries like China, who are somehow, or the Chinese, who are dealing with Congo mining. And just so you know, Congo is the first producer of cobalt. 70% of the world production of cobalt is coming from Congo. And at least 20 to 30% of that is being from the artisanal, exploitation artisanal. Okay, small scale bodies, yeah. And those people are in very hardship condition. Although Congo, as a country, want to assure that the money or the resources are well distributed to those who deal with small scale body. Unfortunately, the Chinese are managing to be the middleman. So we can tell those communities are not benefiting of the fiscal and other advantage to that law. What we can conclude is, yes, the foreign investor feel threatened and they see uncertainty since that law. That's on one hand. On the other hand, the poverty is still there. Out of good intent, the Congolese regime thought with that law, their population can live better, but unfortunately, the reality on the ground shows that poverty is still there. With that being said, I will say it's one thing to have the law in place, it's another thing to implement and benefit from what countries have issues for their sake. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you for this presentation and also keeping in time. We've had 4 extremely different, but in a way complementary presentations. The first 2 historical explorations of the Ghanaian experience of national control over natural resources. The third about the specificity of a very unusual case of the exploitation, we won't talk about development of natural resources in Liberia. And the last, the difficult attempts to narrow the negotiation capacity since the 2018 code of the DRC to reclaim. And we see there the attempts and also the obstacles to this attempt to retain control over the management of the sector and where the revenue goes. On that, I will open the floor for your comments and welcome you to make any comment or questions.
Thank you very much, panelists, for your awesome presentation. I have a question for Emmanuel and then another for Fidel. Yeah, awesome. Okay, so for the Ghana case, as you know, I'm also Ghanaian, and it's always hard to swallow when we have to talk about the greed of African leaders and their mismanagement of these issues. And I have a few questions regarding your fieldwork and some of the findings. First off, did you explore that backdoor channeling when it comes to African politicians when they are dealing with these MNCs? You know, usually citizens are always blindsided by the benefits these politicians get at the back door, you know. Also, on limitations, when you're going on with your limitations, you mentioned, or there was, you said is internal and external, right? I just wanted to know whether if you think probably it's more on the internal side than the external side, and if that is not the case, has there been any initiative through your findings or through your fieldwork or through your, has there been any initiative from the Ghanaian government or the state to block these external limitations from, you know, letting them have irrational or make irrational choices regarding cost-benefit analysis? Because if there are external choices, why would you, if there are external constraints, why would you still go in and make irrational choices regarding these agreements and the company and the country keeps losing? I have another question for Fidel. So Fidel, my question is more on, okay, let me put some background. So usually when Africans, including myself, sometimes when we are talking about these issues, we are more, we tend to put it in a structural, you know, lens. I agree sometimes that is the case, but sometimes I also feel like the burden is more on the government or say state actors or African leaders in general to maximize benefits when it comes to these things for their nations, because it's not like there's a gun to their head. It's not like people are forcing them. I agree sometimes that the structure, again, can influence their hand, but I mean, nobody's forcing you to still get to those resources if you know you're going to lose more, right? So when it comes to these percentages and shares, you realize that I tend to find it difficult to understand why African governments again go into these things. And when we contrast it with the Botswana case, you realize that they also face the same challenges, but they've been able to manage it very well. They've been able to go around it well. And it makes me think that probably the baseline is accountability and transparency. You know, these are underpinned by neoliberal principles and the fact that they are sticking to them, right? Rather than other countries where they don't want to stick to those things, and they know that the deals they are getting are bad, but they know they could backdoor and get their benefits from it. So far as they're getting their benefits, even if it's 2% for the country, they're okay with it. I wanted to know your take on that. And for the Congo case, whether they were influenced or there's even been that thought of being guided by such neoliberal principles. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you very much for your presentations. My question's for Fidel. You sort of hinted at increasing Chinese activity, particularly with playing middle management roles between artisanal mining and and their export markets. My question is more regarding the increase in Western Chinese partnerships that we see. I think the Kakula copper is one example as well. Are we seeing any differences in how governments treat this sort of partnerships as well? Particularly with publicly listed Western companies and Chinese companies that are, even if they're not state-owned, but they're state-backed. Yes, that's basically my question. Thank you.
Thank you. Mine's just a very quick observation. Fidel, the anecdote you mentioned about the 7 CEOs of Western mining companies coming to lobby President Kabila. I heard another version of the same anecdote, which was that President Kabila left those 7 CEOs outside his office for a long time, kept them twiddling their thumbs and kind of humiliated them. And as you said, after that meeting, the law still passed, right? And some measure of resource nationalism was put in place through that law. So I suppose it's just a brief anecdote that it depends how we can see this as the power of the West coming to meet Kabila, but he also kind of turned the tables on them and showed them that he had the power in that particular moment. I just wanted to say, like, anecdotes can be double-edged, I suppose.
Yeah, thank you so much. I will start with what you say. Could we imagine Congolese coming to Canada, meet with Trudeau, or to the US, meet with President Biden before his son or he passed the law? So yeah, if we take it that way, then we can question why those 7 CEO thought it's good for them to meet with Congolese presidents a day before to sign the law. I'm sorry, I don't want to play politics here, but what cannot apply here should not apply in Congo. Yes, Congo has its own challenges and story with, yeah, but I will not go to that, but yes, if that can happen here, it should not happen to Congo as well. Then I'll go back to my dear friend. When it's come to Chinese and the Western on Congo relationship or partnership, I think we know for a fact Chinese are almost taking control over Africa after Western countries are backing up. Geopolitical reason, it's not different in Congo as well. Yes, Congo need a partner. For decades, the Western country were controlling Congo. For history, I know you know about that. Mobutu ruled Congo for more than 32 years. At that time,
it was all about Western countries dealing with mining and other Congo resources because they need Mobutu as a belt to avoid the communist movement in Africa. Now, after after 1997, when Mobutu was thrown up from the country, other partner camps along the side was China. And what they did in Congo, it looks, that's never happened before. Congo present to the Chinese the mining resources. And in turn, they were expecting Chinese to help Congo to build roads, hospitals, and other basic element for the population. But that's another story. Whether Congo didn't or wasn't able to gain what they need, it's on Congolese elite. And that's led me to your question. It's about governance. Sorry, I'm from that country, but I'm sometimes ashamed to say that we don't have a good governance. And it's turns around that. When Congo has or will have those good leaders, I believe whether Chinese or Western countries can still come do their business, but in compliance with Congolese law, also with international law. I think now for the story, Congo is a great example of what my colleague and the predecessor have shared here. From neocolonialism and the Nouvel Ordre international économique, new order with Zairanization, radicalization, retrocession. So Congo is a great, I mean, I did save time not to go back to the years, but Congo tried all those experiences with expropriation. And even today, they are still talking about repaying back people who lost their foreign property. To sum it up, yes, state actors are a great part of Congo failure as a state. Yeah, it's not always the foreign, but also our own state actors.
Yeah, thank you, Benjamin, for your question. So in the case of the Ghana situation, I think one of your questions was trying to figure out whether I explored the back, kind of deals that, the state goes into. I mean, definitely on the field, sometimes gathering these specific things is a little challenging. But yes, some of the respondents, particularly those who were civil society activists, did point to instances where, they believe that some elites from the, be it because we've had both NPP and NDC in power, have sought their interests vis-a-vis. So it's more like the national oil company stroke elite or the state interest against the local. So their interest is in line with the neoliberal order, multinational organization. So it's like they are one against the local people, oil community, Ghana specifically. That's why in my presentation, again, pointing to global forces and their interests. I mean, one thing that again struck me on the field was when one expert said it's all part of the neoliberal package. I mean, I was surprised. What is the neoliberal package? And he did explain that even the CSOs that were established and that came together, who knows their interests? Were they seeking their interest or the interests of the neoliberal order, or were they looking forward to the interests of their sponsors? Another thing you did mention, which is interesting, because I pointed out both internal and external influence. Definitely, it's a bit intertwined. It's the external pushing the internal. So basically, the multinational oil companies, dealing with our political elite, who then again succumb to some of their interests. And at the end of the day, like I ended, the community where the resource is being extracted, they tend to face challenges or suffer in that regard. So yes, I mean, I think that's how best I can address. There were so many other things that again came out on the field work in my research, but again on the field sometimes the data start taking you to all kinds of places. So those will probably be for other presentation. And for this presentation, I just focus on a chapter. I have a chapter on local content as well, but I just didn't talk about that for today. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there other questions? If not, yes, please, Maria.
Thanks. I'm not sure if it's a question, but it's to David. I'm a fellow historian, so I like diving into history. And I think it's very useful for the discussion we're having to interrogate resource nationalism. I thought it was a very useful exercise to go back to the first wave. And the conclusion that you reached, that it was less ideological and less radical than we sometimes make it out to be, I think is very relevant to think about now. And also to realize that these were formal handovers, the countries paid for nationalizing these mines. These were not like really extreme, and the exercise was really widespread. So I think doing a comparative exercise on the Ghanaian case, comparing it like, where I live in Zambia, we went through the same kind of phase, I think is a useful exercise. And the same mechanism that you put those policy and nationalized resource nationalist ideas to saving jobs, avoiding closures, I think it's still very much at play in the second wave of resource nationalism as well. And now you've got the added pressure of elections. So when these things happen just ahead of an election, you have to react to the situation on mines. And in Zambia, we've had some extreme cases ahead of the 2021 elections in that regard. So I think the difference between pragmatic and ideological drivers of resource nationalism, as you point out, I thought was a very useful way of looking at then and now. I'm not sure it's a question, but maybe you can elaborate a little bit more about the comparative aspect of it.
All right, thank you very much. Since it's not that a question, maybe I would try and talk a bit. When I'm going too far, then you guys can stop me, please. So yes, I was also much more aware of the time allocated to me. But generally, this work I envision it as historical. So didn't want to come so much to the present, but indeed there is accurate room for comparison, and some of these things do happen. I work on mining and I drive a bit close to the present time, but I go back and forth. And I remember once I was in a mining community, and the way I interact with people, I see how they've become historically dependent on extraction. And so even a local economy that could have been quite diverse because of the longevity of extraction, they've become so dependent to it. And so at a point when this industry was crumbling, or maybe within that community, the companies stopped operating, you begin to see that affecting every fabric of the societal life, people's mental health. In fact, people's health, there was this spark of death in this community. And many people did reference that to the fact that it was because of the closure of the mine. So you begin to see that consistent dependence. And so the mine being reopened was something that has to have that kind of resource nationalist inclinations as well. So in as much you mentioned that case of Zambia. So this one, it wasn't even a more or less too conspicuous, trying to make that intervention to maybe gain political vote or something like that. It happened at a time when the country was not heading towards election, even after an election, I should say. But you still see these things playing out. So yes, it's always good, and there is always that opportunity or that vantage space to move a bit back into the past and reflect on the present as history tends to suggest. But an important thing to indicate here is that, yes, I believe in the fact that there are several waves and several forms that resource nationalism has taken. But when you critically look at some of these historical issues, you begin to see that the changes haven't really been too transformative against the past. Probably it's mostly about leadership or people across these broad spectrum or actors readjusting themselves to what is happening at the time. The context I dealt with was hugely the period of the Cold War. So definitely it had to define how actors behaved and operated and all that. And you even see global political actors, for example, Britain, US, Russia, the Soviet Union at the time, and the various interests that they had in natural resources and how that even shaped the kind of conversations. You see companies talking about, we are afraid of nationalization. Meanwhile, nationalization is not even happening. Elements of resource nationalism, yes, but not nationalization. And you see a lot of these actors, some of them were even politicians, okay? This company I talked about, Ashanti Goldfields, a former British World War I, II general. After the Second World War, after winning the war, there was a place to go and work, and that was chairing a gold mine in Africa. And one of his board of directors, Duncan Sands, eventually becoming the colonial secretary and also over the Commonwealth and all that in the 60s. So you see these things playing out, politics mixed with economics. And so the responses do also take some of these things. And when there is a broader global wave or global issue, you see people also or actors adjusting themselves to this particular bigger history or bigger happening, even in this local context. So in a situation where you see actors still being pragmatic in their decision taking, then it gives us a room to pause and rethink how significantly ideological can we attribute this whole discourse to. So yeah, as I said, I would like to talk a lot, no problem. We could get in touch, have a bit more chat about this and going forward regarding these back and forth history and the present of resource nationalism discourse. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Are there other questions or comments? Yes.
Yeah, sorry everyone. I just have one more comment or question for the panel. It's just worrying me. I was wondering, so in all these case studies, Ghana, Congo, Liberia, did you guys, what is the place of pride, African pride? Because you know, we Africans are very proud of our roots. And when it comes to resource nationalism, probably or perhaps there's that pride behind our dealings with, I mean, people from the West. When you compare this to Botswana, you realize that the way they went about their resource nationalism, there was a lot of compromise, right? Where the Botswana partnership like this, you realize that although it's a 50-50, or although they made sure they had that 50-50 agreement, there were a lot of compromises, like the government making sure to block other private investors from entering into that particular sector, the government even giving them another mine. You know, there's a lot of compromises that go on. But I can imagine as a Ghanaian that when it comes to making such a deal with, I mean, the West, I'll be very reluctant because we have that pride, you know, that pride within us. Perhaps could this be a reason why we've not been able to benefit from resource nationalism like Botswana has? Did you guys encounter any of that in your studies? Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you for the question. I just would like to make sure it was clear for everyone. And in that case, est-ce qu'on peut vous demander à Alassane Keita de prendre la parole en premier? Et on reprendra le panel dans l'autre sens.
I'm sorry, I will try to answer in English. You know, we cannot normally talk about pride in this case. because of lack of this kind of pride, we have civil war in Liberia. Because of lack of this kind of agreement, we have war in Cote d'Ivoire. So if, for example, last President Samuel Kayondo said, it's time for Africans to use themselves, their natural resources. That this is, I mean, the main step for our development, social, political, etc., etc. Personally, I call that the perversion of nationalism. Because when Samuel Doe came to on the power, we saw how he deal with the power. So this kind of pride, you know, I cannot, I'm not proud of that. You are a young man, I'm young, so we know what happened. If we were proud of that, we cannot never see African people, the boat people, taking boat to go to illegal immigration from Africa to Europe, because we don't have this kind of agreement. Botswana is, I mean, I can say the unique example in Africa. South Africa, we see now what is happening there. Tomorrow, they will have general election. Look, I'm not sure if ANC will have the majority because of what? Corruption. But every time Jacob Zuma, Cyril Ramaphosa, apart from Mandela, all those presidents said, we are proud to be African. Our natural resources is for African. Is it right? That's the question.
Yeah, just one comment. I will be much more philosophical. Anything that ends by ism is an exaggeration.
That's a good one. Well, I think just to comment quickly on the issue of the sense of African pride in this, I think it's a very complex issue, especially looking at it in a sense of resource nationalism. If we look immediately the post-colonial leadership, again, using Kwame Nkrumah as an example, you realize that this whole nationalist or nationalism, or in the case of resource was very intentional. Nkrumah was very, very intentional in building a sense of a Ghanaian national pride. Post Nkrumah, you don't see, maybe Rawlings in the case of Ghana, maybe, but you don't see that again after that. So I think pride or African pride or sense of that push has to be deliberately cultivated. Again, when we found oil, President Kufuor described us as Asian tigers, but we know the Asians they do things deliberately. And so, I mean, the question here is, in most cases, the Ghanaian context, people see themselves more of a tribe, I'm a Khan and I'm Ewe, than Ghanaian. Yeah, and we know that for a fact. So to bring a sense of a national pride, we have to be intentional. And I don't think the Fourth Republic or anybody after Nkrumah was that intentional. That's probably why maybe we are not able to push some of these things. I mean, that's my thought.
Thank you. Could we give the last word, le mot de la fin, to David Damtar?
All right, thank you very much. So I think that my colleagues have aptly answered this. I don't need to go so much into it, but yes, the question as to whether we do have that sense of pride. Yes, I would say it's a myth now. In time past, in several decades, or let's say late colonial and early post-colonial Africa, it was a fact to a very large extent, but it has gradually dwindled into a sort of myth. Why? Because before many African people would speak about this pride, they want to think about themselves first, all right? Compared to time past where it wasn't like this. And my colleague aptly put it about people thinking of themselves as, I would contest the word tribe, rather ethnic groups. People think of themselves as ethnic group, or ethnocentrism is a sort of affront to what we are talking about. And one thing we should also not forget is that it still brings us back to the legacies of colonialism. If an ethnicity, like let's say Ewe in Ghana, wasn't separated between Togo and Ghana, probably this group could see themselves as one, and in fact, a unified force within a particular enclave or entity, all right? Come again, we look at the other border. In fact, we see Akan people in Ivory Coast. So I remember recently there was a Durbar and people came from Ivory Coast to the Asante Hene's palace. They were speaking language that is more or less like Akan or Asante, even close to Asante Tree. But generally their culture and everything the same. So some people that don't really know this that much were quite amazed and were mesmerized. So we are basically of the same culture and everything. Yes, that is it. So we shouldn't forget about the fact that when we even identify ourselves, my colleague here, we are calling ourselves Ghanaian. We are limited by a particular post-Berlin 1884-85 construction. All right, but before that, Africa existed in a certain way, which was, in fact, particularly the best probably channel to have been able to know how to homogenize and also disintegrate without causing any harm. But let's come to terms with the fact that, yes, the so-called flag independence that Africans came to terms with over the 50s, 60s, and 70s is where we find ourselves. So it's about adjusting. And that was the reason why the early post-colonial leadership were much more particular about patriotism and creating and branding nations beyond ethnicities. But these things are creeping back into our time. Why? Because those foundations that were established have become a myth. Because all these efforts, all these freedom fighters, if you could call them, sometimes did not play their cards well, if I should put it and admit. But also there were instances where there was so much division that were exploited by external actors. This is something that is quite clear. And in fact, with just a mouse click or Google click, you would be able to access this information. So we shouldn't speak to end up acting like we are blaming African people to be going by that trajectory. My colleague also mentioned about this problem of people trying to even, cross borders and all that to Europe and these places. Imagine somebody that has been displaced in the Congo right now. What is the best place that the person should move to? Somebody displaced in Sudan right now. They cross a border and they can't even speak the language. So what is the implication? One thing leads to another. And these things are kicking one another and tipping. It looks like the world is inching towards a sort of, tipping point. And the most important thing is that we should be honest with ourselves, politicians, policymakers, and us academics as well, in the kind of analysis we make, and even the questions that we pose, so that it wouldn't be too superficial, but rather we look at the depth of these issues, but also come to terms with the fact that this is what we have. We need to make do with that, come to terms with it, and find out a much more better solution. And the most important place to begin this is to look at how to solve conflicts on the continent for now. Beyond that, then we look at even these resources. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much to each of the panelists, and we'll express our appreciation for this very stimulating discussion. Thank you.